Well, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening, depending on where you are. And welcome to the Prancing Pony Podcast's Unexpected Live Stream, or maybe if you've been working on the team, the Long Expected Live Stream. I think we started planning this actually Tuesday night. Um, let me get some things going here, get a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to start here at 10 o'clock and keep going for a very long time. But let's go ahead and tell you about a few things. First off, as you know, the main point of this is to help those of you who don't know about the moot learn about the moot, maybe get registered for the moot. And you're going to be seeing this screen or this little QR code up in the corner. You can scan that and it'll take you directly to the moot registration page. Every once in a while, we'll turn that one off and turn this one on. And this is for those of you who want to support the moot but can't come. Like if you just want to throw a little bit in there to help folks out, make sure that we can get this thing going, that's the place to do that. And then the other thing is you're going to see is this really cool, exciting bundle being given away by OSHA. Now, OSHA's a recent sponsor of the PPP, and they also have agreed to be the title sponsor for PPP Moot 2025. And we've put together one bundle to rule them all. Three amazing products from them: the big wrap or throw, and then the canvas tote bag and the mug. I actually have that mug. You'll see it over there on the shelf. Fantastic stuff. So you scan that QR code, it'll take you to a Google form. Fill that out, and you're going to get on their newsletter mailing list. They only send out like one a month. They're totally chill. They're not, they're not going to spam you. But you do that, and you'll get on the list. And we'll be doing the giveaway at the end of the month. We'll be drawing the winner, and that will be announced on November 4th. So let me go ahead and pop up the chat for just a little bit. I don't know how that'll all, see, that'll cover that screen up. So we may not leave that on all that much. I will keep chat up myself, so I'll see it. Just that those of you on Twitch and those of you on YouTube won't be able to converse with each other too often. In the meantime, let me just catch up real quick on chat and see. Looks like folks were enjoying the countdown. Nate, I assure you, I was not doing jumping jacks. Otherwise, I'd be dripping with sweat, and you wouldn't want that. So let's not do that. Let's get that QR code back up. So let's see what else going on here. So it begins. I had to see if Restream supported animated GIFs there, and I was so glad they did. Because this is going to be a long one. So let me go ahead and kind of fill you in. New Beta, hey, New Beta, good to see you, man. Dan, Puzzle Chipmunk, Kim, everybody, man, this is fantastic. So glad to see you all here. So just to give you a brief rundown of what I'm planning on doing, and I say plan because plans change. At 10 o'clock right now, we're going to do a little intro. We're going to talk about the mood a little bit. I'll probably bring Katie on if she's ready to talk about the event. And then at 10:30, we're going to go ahead and start thereabouts, 10:30 or so. We'll start the Fellowship of the Ring Extended Edition watch party, and we'll only watch the first half. Then we'll take a break. We'll chat with whoever shows up, hoping that Corey Olson can stop by, maybe Sean Marchese, a few other potential guests coming by. Newbet is here, so maybe we'll just have Newbet hop on and we'll catch up a little bit. And then after that, we will do the usual PPP plays stream, which normally runs at 1 o'clock. We'll start around then, and I'll play Lord of the Rings online for an hour and a half. We'll come back, we'll do another chat, and then we will pick up the second half of Fellowship of the Ring watch party. So that alone will get us until like 5 o'clock. So we're gonna have a lot of fun. Jonathan, good to see you. Miriam, everybody. Wow, so many folks here today. I will make your kids happy, Nate, with my pronunciation of GIF. GIF. Because there's a peanut butter named Jif, and it has the J. GIF. Graphics interchange format. Always GIF. Let's see. My goodness, so many people. All times that I'm going to say are going to be Pacific because I can't track how many time zones you all are in. But yeah, we just started 8 minutes ago at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So in about 20 minutes, we'll probably start the Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring watch party. And again, really, this is going to be so low key, so casual that we may be pausing the film as we go to welcome guests who stop by. Because of course I want guests to stop by. I've sent the link out to a number of folks. Katie, if Newbeta does not have the link, please make sure he does. He can stop by whenever, and we'll just chat a little bit, catch up, see what's going on. In the meantime, please forgive me. This is going to be a long day, so I am making sure that I am well caffeinated. That's right. GIF like Gandalf, not GIF like Jandalf. That's 100%. I think giraffe is the only word I can think of or ginormous or gigantic. Yeah, I guess there actually are quite a few with a G that's soft, but I always think of it as GIF. So, all right. Well, let's chat a little bit. So, talk to you a little bit about the moot. I'm going to give you the basics. Ooh, I forgot. There's one other cool thing I can do. This will give you the link, and I will be updating that ticker to indicate what we're doing. You know, if I'm going to switch over to something in a few minutes, I'll update the ticker to tell you that. But in the meantime, this has a link to the moot, explains a little bit about the dates and things. But you just grab that link. Of course, you can also just go to the register page, and it'll be right there. So that's a great place to go. And of course, our mods will also be posting links in the chat to the moot information page, the moot registration page, the support the moot page. And I think that's probably about it. But we'll be cycling through those so folks will be able to get over there and get some information. So the moot, there's going to be an online element. So if you cannot join us in person in Dallas, December 18th to 21st, be sure to register for the online portion of the moot. That's going to get you all the talks. It's going to get you all the talks recorded as well. So you'll be able to catch up the ones that you had to miss, especially if you're dealing with time zone issues. We're going to try to have as many special activities for our online folks as possible. But we are looking forward to having an in-person portion of the moot. And we had one of these in 2022 and had an absolutely fantastic time. Everybody enjoyed themselves. We're going to have the talks in person. We're going to have activities, things like a pub quiz. And I don't want to take Katie's thunder, so we're going to bring her on in a little bit and see if she's ready to talk about that. Katie, do you think you'd be ready? Give me a little shout out if you are, and you've got the link. So if you just tell you what, when you're ready, you just click that link with your camera and mic on. I will see you pop up. And when you pop up, I'll bring you into the screen. All right. And we'll talk about what you've got planned for the online folks. We'll talk about some of the activities we've got for in person. And yeah, we're just super excited for this event. In the meantime, today is happening because we really want to make sure we get the numbers up so that we can actually have this. So I'm just going to be completely transparent with you, like I was on the Facebook group and other social media. I'm going to be personally on the hook for a very large chunk of money as of Monday. And there's a minimum number of people that we need to attend in person, or minimum amount of money that we need coming in to cover those costs. I don't mind if we don't make money. I just don't want to lose my shirt on this. And so we're hoping that there will be enough registrations to turn around and say on Monday, good news, we are for sure having the moot in person as opposed to just online. Right now, it is looking pretty likely because thanks to OSHA's sponsorship as the title sponsor of the moot, and thanks to a few other corners that we've been able to trim here and there, we should have it. And it looks like Katie is here, so I'm going to go ahead and bring her on. All right. Let me get my headset so that I can hear what she's saying. And we'll get the screen split up. There we go. Katie, welcome. Are we able to hear you?
Wow. Can you hear me? Testing.
I can. All right. Well, welcome and thanks for coming today. Let me go ahead and switch positions here so that folks are looking more at you than at me. So tell us your elevator pitch for the moot. What's the 30 seconds to tell us what a moot is and why I should go?
I can do better than 30 seconds. It's basically a chance, the best opportunity to spend in time or in person time with folks and chat Tolkien and nerd out about this author that we all love together. I can't put it any simpler than that. And I guess in the best Hobbit way possible. That's the crux of why moots are so important and why they are so beloved to many folks and such a highlight experience.
Mhm.
Moots also allow you to spend time either online or in person. I've had the pleasure and honor of both to spend time with your scholars, your content creators, other folks in the community, artists like Miriam in the chat, um, who go to these events and spend time and chat with them. I've had the
Okay.
honor of chatting with folks like Ted Naismith, Jay Johnstone, in
Mhm.
person and online at Moots. Um, and beyond that,
I'm afraid my elevator has reached the top floor, Katie. I'm going to have to go ahead and exit the. Sorry. Well, there goes the elevator pitch. No, I'm really excited to hear about this. Thank you. Yeah, folks, she's absolutely right. I mean, moots are a chance to get together not only with your Tolkien friends and hang out with your people, and I'm talking these are really your people, but to also meet up with scholars and artists and content creators. So tell us a little bit, Katie, about what you have planned for this moot. Talk first about the experiences that both in person and online will have. Like, what are the common things that both groups of people experience?
Yeah, so in person and online, we'll get access to most of, if not all of the presentations that we're able to make them hybrid and available for folks to listen in through Zoom or
Mhm.
listen in through person. There will be like the pub trivia that we've done 2 years now. That will also be a hybrid experience. In the past, we've also done experiences such as D&D game nights with um, one-shot campaigns, and there will also be some events that you'll be able to attend as well. For instance, last year we did, or last time I should say, we did a karaoke event that was extremely fun that folks online could listen in to the in-person performances. So things like
Performances
that will
is
be.
kind of stretching the idea.
They were
Yeah,
fantastic.
some of them were actually, some of them were great. So it sounds like we've got a fantastic experience lined up for folks. Do we know who the keynote speakers are?
We do, and really, they are the whole thing tying this moot together. I really wanted for this next moot to get keynote speakers that were very PPP coded. So with that in mind, I got Brett Devereaux, who many folks will have heard him on the podcast itself through
Mhm.
interviews and through discussion of his blog. Um, and then the other keynote speaker that we have is Christopher Gilson, who has worked on the Parma El Delamberon for many
Mhm.
years now.
And Vineyard Tingwar too, I think. Yeah.
Yes, and Vineyard Tangwar. And in addition to those two, we have the one and only Lord of the Mark, Sean Marchese, will be presenting an excellent keynote talk that I am already really looking forward to. I know his title
Yeah,
and
he just
his
sent us the abstract
abstract,
yesterday, didn't
and
he? Yeah.
it is absolutely brilliant. I'm stupid excited for that.
That's going to be good stuff. So, of course, folks who are online and in person will be able to attend these keynotes and also to view them later if they happen to miss them. All of the talks will be recorded and will be provided for attendees, whether you're online or in person. Um,
And he went away. I guess it's just me on here now. One second, guys.
I
There he
lost the
is.
connection briefly. I don't know what happened there, but
That
here
was
we are. We're back.
terrifying. Please don't leave me again.
I had no control over that. Um, so, talk to us a little bit about the cool things that are going to be there for our folks in person.
So, folks in person, I think the absolute thing I want to highlight most is being able to sit down and have meals together. From folks in the past, that's been one of the things that they've loved most is be able to eat together and just chat. I joke with Alan a lot, but this is serious that in person, the ability to talk, just sit around a fire pit or chairs in the lobby of a hotel and chat, listen to Corey or someone else discuss their thoughts on Tolkien and that's easily one of the big highlights for in-person folks. Online too, but
Mhm.
there's something special about the in-person aspect of that.
Yeah.
Beyond that, we have more activities that are coming together for the in-person folks.
Mhm.
In-person karaoke is one of my personal highlights of the PPP moot. It's a
Everybody
chance
come and hear
one.
Katie sing. Yes.
No, 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 no. I won't be singing. I'll be sitting there, taking a beat and listening to other much more talented folks sing.
Much more talented. I was surprised a couple years ago when we did ours last time at how incredibly talented some of the folks in our community are. Should be a lot of
Absolutely.
fun. Real quick, I'm just going to answer a couple of the questions that were in the chat.
Okay.
Neil, nice, the fourth key speaker. No, he'll only be the third. Sorry, not sorry. I didn't think that was a serious question, but I had to ask. Nate, I will not be delivering a keynote of my own. The keynote speakers, these are people who are going to be delivering talks really focused on the theme, which I'm going to ask Katie about here shortly. And then um, the thing for me, I mean, I'll probably take part in one of the talks or one of the panels, depending on who shows up. I'm thinking about, I'd like us to do a creators panel. I may also MC the one of the events we're talking about doing, which is a film festival. So there's some things that I'll be involved in, but I won't be delivering my own keynote. And it looks like Nubeta has joined us. But Katie, I got one more question before we bring him into the chat. Talk to us a little bit about, for in-person folks, like food and lodging, kind of the practicalities. How do we get, what does the event look like for them?
Yeah, so we have lodging available for you at the Hilton Garden Inn at the DFW, the Dallas Fort Worth Airport.
Okay.
It's located to the south of the airport, just around the outside of it, so it's
Mhm.
really easy to get to. You can take a shuttle there, and they have a shuttle available if you need to go out anywhere in the immediate vicinity. We have a small block of hotel rooms located on our page, and if some of my mods can post those links for um, the moot details and registering for the moot, that's available there as well. We are, as of right now, offering breakfast for folks in various forms. Um, Friday through Sunday, we have lunch available a couple of the days, and then we also have a dinner available as well on Saturday.
But Texas barbecue dinner. All right.
Yes.
Let me go ahead and bring Nubeta in.
And I
Nubeta,
will
how's it
head out.
going, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
It's good to have you join us.
Man, it's good to be on, man. I had to pop in just to say hello and let you guys know that thank you so much for doing this. It's
Yeah.
awesome. I'm very proud of you, man. You've been moving and
Oh,
shaking and
man.
shaking and moving. Katie has been doing a wonderful job at
She
promoting
has.
and letting people know about this. So shout out to you.
Yeah.
Um, Thank you so much. I wanted to talk to you and just let you know
Yeah.
no matter where I go, and literally when I was just in Kentucky last week, someone, it never fails, comes up to me and they say, "Hey, I first encountered you on the PPP
Oh,
podcast,
that is
and
awesome.
That's
you were
awesome.
my favorite episode." And I'm like, "What?" Like, and
Got to
we
get you
get to
back
talking
then.
about it. And so it just thank you for allowing me to come on your platform
Oh,
and
yeah.
share our love for Tolkien, man. And thank you for what you do.
Absolutely.
I really just wanted to come up here and say thank you, man, because
Oh,
you've been
man.
doing your thing, man, and expanding and stuff like that. So, man, shout out to all of you guys, man.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
amazing, man. You guys are
I got to
awesome. So,
say that. Thank you, man. That means a lot to me. I got to, I know we chatted about this a couple times, but folks, when Sean had to step down as my main co-host at the end of the sixth season, I got to tell you, I didn't know what I was going to do. And that was, the fall of 22. And that summer was the summer where Amazon had pulled together a lot of content creators and sent us all out to Oxford or to London and then up to Oxford. And so I'd gotten a chance to get to know a lot of these people in the content creator community, including New Beta, including Don Marshall, including Tea with Tolkien. I mean, folks that I had never met before because they just weren't in the same exact circles that I'd been in. I mean, Corey I knew, and the folks with the Tolkien Society, but like Sean Gunner. But one of the things that this event brought was a lot of people into my circle that I hadn't previously encountered. And so when I had to like bring in guest co-hosts, I mean, just the idea was, all right, now I'm going to have to I don't have Sean anymore. I'm not going to do the show solo. That's a terrible idea. So let's bring in some amazing people. Oh, what do you know? I got to meet like 40 amazing people back in May. And so I reached out, and folks like New Better were willing to join in. And it was so much fun to get just a wide range of experiences, a wide range of voices on the show. And folks, thank you for sticking around during that 7th season as I, had so many different folks come on. And then again, the last couple of seasons as we've had sort of the same mix, but New Better, I think we got to have to figure something out. We might need to bring you back in for a few episodes, maybe later this season. That third block is still very much up in the air. So I'll be reaching out. We'll see what's going on.
I'm down with the get down, man. I'm open and willing, and I appreciate you letting me come on in any way, shape, or form or facet, man. So
it's always a privilege. Always a privilege.
I'm gonna try to make it to the moot. I can't.
I was about to ask you the big question. Where are you coming?
I have been like traveling. Yeah. So my job, I just got to make sure it's cool with my job, because I'm on the last cusp of all right now. You know what I'm saying? So I should be okay in December, though. I should be okay.
It's kind of what we're hoping is folks will be like, this is not the usual moot time, but kids are out of school. Travel's not always easy. I mean, but we're trying to time it to where it's not like Christmas Eve traveling home, right? We're trying to make it a little more practical. Kind of falls at a decent time in that regard. But yeah, we hope you can join us, man. Be nice.
I hope so, man. I've had sounds like a lot more intimate than some of the bigger, larger ones, and I just came from an experience like that, so I'm looking forward to another one, and I'm hyped, man. So
yeah, we had a big one in 22. We had about 120 people. This one, I think if we have 60 to 70 in person, that's probably about as much as we're going to be able to expect this time around, I think. So it will be smaller. It will be a little more intimate. You'll get to know some folks a little better. And I think it also means a little more one-on-one time with folks like Sean and Brett and Christopher. I mean, it's going to be good to be able to spend time with the keynoters as well. So hope you can make it.
Great, man. Yeah, I'm going to try my best, man.
You do.
I just wanted to pop in and say that real quick, man.
We got to have that content creators panel if you do, though. Like, I got to see if I'm hoping that Max will make it.
If you need me to do anything, man, if you need me to do like a surprise panel or something, let me know, man. I'll pop up and do it for you.
You got it, man. You got it.
I love it, man. So I'm going to let you guys get back to what you're doing. I just wanted to come say hi.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, Kenny. Appreciate you.
Anytime.
Hi, everybody.
See you around.
Always good to see you.
Take it easy.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was so much fun. I mean, it was such a blast in season 7 to work with some of these people that I'd really had just minimal contact with before. But, New Better and I just clicked when we were in Oxford. Such a cool guy. And it was a lot of fun. And of course, it made perfect sense to have him come on for the episodes about Denethor. Just
for sure.
Great fit. So, all right. We're getting close to 10:30. So give me a wrap up as to why people should come, what the value is. Because, we have to admit, it isn't cheap to come in person. But what did we do to try? I say, what did you do to try to help make sure that people's overall costs for this moot are comparable to other events?
Yeah, so oh Lord, I was looking at the spreadsheet and comparing the cost of flights from the various corners of the states and around other places just to get to Dallas and to a central hub that would have multiple airlines that readily and often fly in there. And within a date time frame that would still be before the spike in cost for the holidays.
Yeah. The 23rd, the prices start to climb up pretty big, don't they?
For sure. And the hotel cost, even if somehow folks aren't in the block of rooms that we've set aside for the mood, it's still very reasonably priced. I think it's around 150, 160, I want to say, roughly.
Our block's 139, folks. So just
for the not the block cost, even if folks are not in the block cost, it's still reasonable to stay in the same hotel as everyone else and be right there for the discussions and to not have to go back and forth to other hotels.
You also, folks, won't need an Uber or taxi or anything, because not only does the hotel do airport shuttle pickup and drop off, they also have a local shuttle to go anywhere within a 5-mile radius. So if you just want to go and, go with a few friends and go to a club or go to a restaurant or go to whatever, you can do that at no cost to you, no additional cost. So, trying to find a reasonably priced hotel, place where it's reasonably affordable to get there by air. And then, of course, we're providing all the meals but one. I think Friday night dinner, we're just encouraging folks to go out and, get together in your groups and go have fun. So,
Yeah, exactly. We wanted to build in space for that.
yeah,
But
absolutely.
I want to end with that it's always been worth it for me to set aside the time and money for a moot.
Yeah.
It's such a treasured experience that reminds me why I love the Tolkien community.
Yeah.
And I want to pass that along to others as to, we're asking you to sign up or, if you want to come spend time with us in December. And I think it's worth it to do so. It always has
Yeah.
been for me, whatever mood I've been at.
It'll be a very merry moot. So,
Yes.
and who knows, there might be a North Polar Bear sighting if I can get the right kind of costume. So,
I'm writing that down.
all right,
Someone
folks.
clip that, please.
Well, Katie, thank you so much for joining me today. It is, folks, Katie and I have been working hard on this moot for months, and mostly Katie's been working hard on it for months. And I just want to thank her in front of all of you for the efforts that she's made to make this event a success. And hopefully we'll be thanking her again from the stage on December 21st. So we'll see you all there. But Katie, thank you again for joining me this morning.
Thank you, Alan, and I'll see everyone in the chat.
All right. Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and get ready to do the Fellowship of the Ring. Now, the way this will work, I'll sort of kind of walk you through this a little bit for those of you who haven't done movie nights with any of the crowd. Some of our patrons do a movie night like weekly. We'll start. You can find it on your streaming services. Whoever, I don't remember what streaming service is currently hosting Fellowship of the Lord of the Rings films. Probably Amazon Prime, maybe on another one. Our mods will tell you that. Many of you, of course, have the discs. We will be watching the extended edition. I have the discs, but I'm on my computer, so I've ripped the discs into an MP4 and I have the file there. But obviously, I can't share that file. I can't post it. I can't stream it. So what we're going to do is we're going to set ourselves up at the same time code, and then we'll push play, and I'll do a little bit of commentary here and there throughout. And then when we finish that first disc, which is in the Council of Elrond, right after, when Pippin says, "Oh, where are we going?" That's where we take our break. And then we'll step out of the live stream, come back, do another chat, move on to some Lord of the Rings Online and things like that. So Katie says HBO Max. Wow, I did not know that that's who had it right now. I know for a while Amazon did. So we're going to go ahead and get that ready to go. Give you all a few minutes to get that going. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my file. I don't think the audio will be something that I need to worry about leaking through. But I know that we start at around, I think it's the 18-second mark, 15-second mark. We're going to start, okay, Katie says 12 seconds. It's where an AOL Time Warner company shows up under New Line Cinema. Now, the funny thing is about that, of course, is an AOL Time, well, right now, mine actually says a Time Warner company, but thank goodness for that. AOL Time Warner, there's a little bit of a time warp for you. All right. So that's what we're going to get. For me, that happens to be the 16-second mark on my MP4. It's going to be the 12-second mark for most of you. But that's where I'll have my video ready to go. And what will happen is I will be streaming that. I'll be watching and hearing it, and I will be commenting in the chat. And of course, you all are welcome to do the same. Ask questions if you will. I'll try to do my best to... what is going on with my chat window? There we go. I'll do my best to try to answer questions. Katie will bring those to me in chat if I miss them. In the meantime, do feel free to throw out lore questions about the film or even film questions. You got to remember, the films helped reinvigorate my love for the books. Right, I'd grown up reading the books. I'd grown up. In the meantime, while I'm talking about all this, please make sure you get your files ready, whether it's the disc or the streaming or whatever, and get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. If I need to break, by the way, this is the screen you're going to see. Okay. And so just that's when I have to leave because, you know, every once in a while I might have to get up and refill my water bottle, things like that. But in the meantime, while you're getting your files ready, the cool thing about the films, and I'm specifically talking about the Lord of the Rings films, not the Hobbit films, is that when they started, when the news started to come that they were coming, so like in 2000 and in early 2001, it was so excited about this possibility. And it got me to read the books again for the first time in about 5 or 6 years. Prior to that, I'd read them every year, and it had become a routine for me and a regular practice. But work and real life were getting in the way, and so I stopped reading them every year. So when the films came out or were about to come out, that got me right back into it. And that sort of, I don't know, there's always a warm spot in my heart for these films because of that. But yeah, go ahead and get Nate. Absolutely, a box of peanut butter cookies counts as a snack, but that means that a marathon is going to have to count for you as light exercise after. Um, Catherine, films were your intro. That's the thing. So, you know, as we move forward in time, and I remember talking about this in the book, Why We Love Middle Earth, that Sean and I wrote. The truth of the matter is, the number of people or the percentage of Tolkien fans that have come to the Tolkien fandom through the films or through adaptations in general is only going to increase. I mean, sure, in 1960, the only people that were Tolkien fans came to Tolkien through the books. I mean, maybe there were one or two people that didn't know about the books until the BBC, the first BBC radio adaptation that isn't in existence anymore. But other than that, there'd been no adaptations. So then as time goes on, right, by 1977, with the Rankin and Bass Hobbit, that was my first exposure to Middle Earth, you know, people were coming to it through the adaptations. And then 78 with Ralph Bakshi, and 79 or 80 for the Rankin and Bass Return of the King. But then we had, obviously, you know, 20 years gap before 2001. I actually think a lot of people probably came to it for the first time through the 1981 BBC adaptation put together by, and I'm totally drawing a blank on, Fall of Numenor. I can see him, and I literally can't think of Brian Sibley. Thank you, Puzzle Chipmunk. Like, how in the world do I not know the guy? I mean, I could see him standing in front of me, giving me grief for wearing that Hawaiian print T-shirt at Tolkien 2019. And yes, and OSHA being a sponsor is going to be dangerous to me too. I saw somebody mention shelfies as well. Do feel free that one of the questions that you can drop into chat during the chat breaks, if there aren't people coming on board and saying hi, we can pull a book off and do a Shelves of the West segment and show off a particular volume if there's one that you're interested in looking at. So that's something that I don't normally do on PPP Plays, but I'm happy to do that here. Yeah, so it's just fantastic. I mean, the films, you know, are going to be introducing more and more people, and even the TV show, right? Even the Amazon Rings of Power, which, you know, we have Rings of Power wrap up. We've talked about it. It's one of those things where, you know, it may not be the best, it may not be as good as we wanted it to be, though it certainly has its amazing moments. But it doesn't matter if it brings people into the fandom and gets them to end up reading the books. How exciting is that? So, I have just been informed by a reliable sources, Puzzle Chipmunk, that you are in fact Pete. Thank you, Pete. Good to see you here, by the way. All right. Do we have most folks ready to go with Fellowship of the Ring? Because if we don't start soon, we're not going to finish that first disc. Erwin, you do not get to say you're old. Not around me, sir. Uni in the mid 90s. That was in the late 80s for me. All right. All right, we got a couple readies. So we're going to go ahead and get going with the film here in just a minute. And absolutely, Catherine, that's the thing. It gets people interested. Maybe they've seen The Lord of the Rings. Now they're going to read Unfinished Tales. So we're going to go ahead and get started here in a little bit. We'll do a countdown, and our folks, our moderators, will be providing timestamps in the chat at regular intervals so that folks who drop in will be able to know where to find it. Okay. In fact, once I start, I'm also going to update the ticker to let folks know that we are in the middle of doing the Fellowship of the Ring watch. Okay. So here we go. We've got the New Line Cinema Time Warner Company, or an AOL Time Warner Company underneath. And we're around that 12-second mark thereabouts. And here we go in 3, 2, 1, play. Now, of course, I'm going to be ahead of you, but that's the point, because you're all behind me anyway. I just need to be at the same point you're at when you get there. Ah, that music always gets me. Oops. It's coming out the wrong source. There we go. I have to have it in my headsets. I don't want to give you all audio bleed. Now, I don't know if anybody has seen the 1978 Ralph Bakshi version of Lord of the Rings. I recommend watching it at least once. But I think that's where Jackson got the idea of doing a lengthy prologue to bring people up to speed, because that's what Bakshi did, and it actually worked. It's one of the moments in that film that work well. And if you don't know, Alan Lee is in this next shot with the 9 men, and John Howe. I'm not going to pause it, but they are in that screen. I think they are on. Well, there's John Howe on the right. No, left. Second from the left. Oh, well, I missed him. But they're both there. Love that map. I want a map like that on my wall. Man, it looks like it's on leather. It's a Mount Doom. Mick, we'll agree to disagree on Bakshi. There are moments in it that are brilliant, but the problem with that was pacing. I mean, when the scene of the Nazgul chasing Frodo at the fords is almost twice as long as the entire Council of Elrond, you got a pacing problem. Resistant. Ah, yes. One thing about Rings of Power that could absolutely redeem it is the 5th season. If we get the Siege of Barad-dûr and we get it right, like this. Yeah, definitely Isildur. This is why I'm looking forward to doing the Disaster of the Gladden Fields this season on the podcast. Sort of redeem Isildur. Everybody needs to consult with Brett first. I agree with you on that, Mick. The 17 years passed peacefully in the Shire with the rapid passing of the seasons. Oh, that sound. Just literally bone crunching sound. I don't know if the Wilhelm scream is in that sequence or not. I don't have my audio loud enough up to have been able to tell, but there is one, at least one, in every film. I know in the Two Towers, it's at the Battle of Helm's Deep, of course.
The enemy of the free peoples of Middle-earth was defeated.
Agreed, Drow Snake. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with Glorfindel in any adaptation, is how do you bring in a superhero elf and then have him not be involved in the rest of the story? I mean, Jackson using Arwen made sense because he was going to be using Arwen as a love interest throughout. Yeah. Joe, I think you're right. That's where it is in Return of the King. Yeah, this is tough after reading Disaster of the Gladden Fields. And I know that they had to do this because, of course, Unfinished Tales is not technically, the canon. In Lord of the Rings, that is the description, that it came off in I get it. It's just I really like the way that Disaster of the Gladden Fields restores Isildur's honor. He knows that this ring, he can't keep it. He has to take it back to the elves, and he's on his way to go do that. So that's Gollum's precious. Andy Serkis's precious is the Middle Earth film license, since he's working on the hunt for himself, actually, to be coming out winter of 27 now, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It introduced you to the Fellowship one at a time. That was a good example of pacing, actually, from Bakshi. Even if I have criticisms about other decisions. I also think the Balrog design in Bakshi is awful. Just awful. The body of a retired weightlifter, the wings of Mothra, the head of a lion, and the bedroom slippers of Sasquatch. Yeah, I sure hope it's not the hunt for more money. I'm a little concerned, but I mean, it certainly Andy's got his heart in the right place. I mean, the guy's he did such a great job as a second unit director on these films. Um, I do have some faith in him, but I'm a little worried about the AI stuff. So boots with the fur, yeah. This are becoming a ring wraith. Assassin's Creed Middle Earth, yeah. Hey, Don Marshall, welcome, sir. Good to see you, man. How's it going? Joe, we're at around the 7.5 minute mark. We're still in the prologue. We're approaching the Shire in the prologue. Oh, just the Drow Snake, they're being an AI friendly production. I don't know how they're going to use it. We don't know. Just the fact that they even mentioned it scares me. Um, but Don, welcome, man. And if you want, we can send. If you don't have the link, we can send you the link, and you can just drop in. We'll pop you in, and you can just visit with me and comment on the film as we're going. If I know you said you're busy, so don't worry about it. No pressure if you can't. In the meantime, folks, please don't forget to scan the register for Moot and the one bundle to rule them all. We're going to go ahead and switch that one link out for the Beacons Are Lit. This is the link that you can use if you can't come to the Moot, but you want to support it financially to make sure that A, it happens, and that B, the costs are kept down for folks. And just a quick promise, anything that is left over from this fund, from the Beacons Are Lit fund, anything that's left over after this Moot is not going into my pockets. It's not going to pay Katie. It's not going to pay me. It is going to next Moot, whenever that may be. It'll go in a separate little, not separate account, but a separate little category that I'll put in there, set aside to keep the costs down for the next Moot. So. Well, Don, I am glad you stopped by and chat. Thank you. And I hope that you can make it to the Moot, even if it's just virtually. It'd be great to have you there. And I hope you're doing well. I know you've got that book signing coming up. Folks, if you have not yet pre-ordered or ordered Don's book, make sure you do that. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you, Katie. Concerning hobbits, still one of my most beloved themes. Man, Sean Astin looking young. Sean Astin. Yeah. Yeah. Don, if you want to drop a link to your book in the chat, you're welcome to do that. It is, I'm super proud to just have been able to, be a part of just encouraging you to do it, and I'm happy for you, and I can't wait to see it be a massive success. No, the guy from Rudy, Nate. This is a catchy tune to sing, isn't it? Yep. A podcast host is never late. I love it, Don. We got a reunion of all the gangs here. New Beta, you, me. All we need now is, well, Matt to not be on vacation, but oh, your Uncle Bilbo's birthday, of course. Oh. It's going to be a moot of special magnificence as well. Yes. Oh, that shot. 25 years later, and this kind of setting just has not been topped. So beautiful. Well, of course, there's always been a Baggins living there under the hill because your dad's the one who built it. It's not like you've been there for hundreds of years. You'll pardon me if I snack a little bit. Of course, if folks can hear me chewing, please tell me that in the chat so I can mute myself. Currently eating some Archer Farms beef jerky. Trying to get back on the healthy wagon. I was telling somebody the other day, I'm not back on the wagon when it comes to fitness, but I'm in the vicinity of the wagon. I'm actually hanging on to the back end of the wagon as it's dragging me down the road. I can still see the wagon off on the horizon. Yay, Mary. Awesome. I'll tell you, first moot is so much fun. So much fun. I remember my first was 2016's oxen moot. Joe, I think we can pin the large feet for hobbits, obviously not on the text because only the hairy feet are mentioned, on the Brothers Hildebrandt art from the 70s. Ever since then, they were the first ones that did it. Every adaptation has gone with large hobbit feet. So I love how this was shot practically. Like the fact that, I mean, I know they had to do some weird, funky things with the camera. That shot, the fact that they didn't need to use CG and found a way to shoot practically with Ian and Frodo and Elijah on that cart is just fantastic. And in a way, you know how as book readers we love reading History of the Middle Earth to learn how Tolkien developed his story, and I think it's very different scale, but also intriguing to watch all those behind the scenes things on Jackson's work for the Lord of the Rings, because what they did was groundbreaking, especially when you realize it just hasn't been equaled since in terms of how to make a film, how to make three amazing films. I love that shot. Now, this, of course, is where they do have to start. It's still shot, it's still done in film, it's not CG, but of course, these shots where we're seeing Ian's face are with a much larger person playing the role of Gandalf, and these shots are with the body double for Ian. So we're seeing two different scenes shot, but it's still done practically, and I love how they did that. I was about to give you a timestamp, Alina, and then I realized I would give you the wrong one because there's a lag. There's always a lag, so I'm going to let my moderators do that. Thank you. Appreciate that hassle. That's right. Yeah, I remember that first Oxamute. Nobody knew who I was. I think we had like maybe 200 regular listeners. Bloopers that we keep in the film. I bet you didn't know Ian McKellen broke his toe there. Oh wait. Favorite scene from the Hobbit movies? One of two scenes to choose from. It's either the way that they introduce the dwarves individually, so that opening sequence, or the way they introduce the dwarves to Beorn in the extended edition, the 2x2, just like out of the book. Those two moments were my favorite from The Hobbit. In fact, the first 40 minutes of the Hobbit films of An Unexpected Journey, really good. The movie set? I would love to. I would absolutely love to. In fact, I'll just say it now because, why not? My dream is to eventually host a PPP moot in New Zealand, but that's going to have to be the kind of thing that we plan years ahead because just of the costs and the time commitment for anybody who wants to come has to take a lot more time off work than 3 days to fly to Dallas. I love how Gandalf's snack is like half a wheel of cheese. From Battle of the Five Armies, Hassel, the end credits. No, I don't know. It's been so long since I've watched them. Thank you, Martin. Online registration. I think I was doing the math, and about every 4.5 people that register for the online moot is the equivalent of, I think it might be 4 to 1.5, and it's something like that in terms of changing our break even number. Because that helps us make sure that we are able to do it, and we should be able to. Jam bags. Yeah, Savorathon, we are watching Fellowship, and we'll get you a timestamp here from our mods real soon. Online moot is a lot of fun, and I'll tell you, I say Katie works super hard to make sure the online moot is the best. Thank you, Nate, for the links in Twitch. Look at that. That is so lovely. The smoke ring. Gandalf has to show off. Oh, Frederick, hey, welcome. My goodness, you started listening after that Rings and Realms episode. That's so cool. That's awesome. Thank you. Rings and Realms is a lot of fun to do. That was, I mean, a lot of fun, I have to admit. It's so far away to get up there. I mean, Manchester, New Hampshire's about as far away as you can get, still be in the continental U.S. from where I'm at. But I hope to get back there sometime. Really do. Sam, come on, man. I do love the idea that Gandalf has just got enough of a twisted sense of humor that he's going to do a dragon to terrify Bilbo. And of course, the cameos by Peter Jackson's kids in this scene. Nate, I definitely thought of it after I saw the leaked photos from this upcoming season. Holy smokes, man. I just got to grow the beard out, but yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. And absolutely, you know, the folks at these moots, they are our people, every one of them. Man, Billy and Dom look so young. Oh, I love this ear twitch. That's just brilliant right there. Sack mail packages. Yeah, that season 3 Farazan teaser pick or leaked pick is breathtaking costume. Yeah, I'm realizing that now, Nate. Frederick, you started catch after I did the Rings and Realms, and now you're on 379. That's like more than an episode a day. That is impressive. No, no, but I guess. I do love that line. That's so Bilbo. More homebrew, please. That really is a great shot. And again, it's amazing because it's right out of the books, you know. The dragon swooping low over the people and the dragon in these parts. I might have known. That look Gandalf gives him is great. Oh, that's awesome. And congrats, Frederick. That's cool. Proud feet. Bilbo just like, whatever, man. It's proud foots, and I know it. I'm grammatically correct. Yep. I was thinking the same thing, Katie, about when. So Jordan, who's done, he's my audio editor, did those amazing soundscapes. He recorded this ambient track at the PPP Moot in 2022. I agree. I'm not sure how to pronounce Majin Bryn. It is sad. Ian did such a fantastic job. I always think of him though as Frodo from the 1981 BBC adaptation. But yeah, would love to have known that he'd made it there. Oof. Now that's one interesting thing that they changed that they didn't have to change necessarily, is that it even took Gandalf by surprise in the film. Because of course in the book, Gandalf includes a little cover. He thinks it's a dumb idea, but he includes a little cover, with a little flash. Whereas here he's actually taken by surprise. Thank you, Hassel. Oh, of course it was terribly clever. As often as I can spare them. Mm. I love that Red Book of West March. March, of course, meaning a borderland, which is why Sean Marchese is the real life Lord of the Mark. Yeah, a real Red Book of West March containing. The trouble is we don't know exactly what was in the Red Book of West March because the way it's described, it includes, some of Bilbo's translations from the Elvish. But does that mean it contains the Silmarillion, or does it mean it contains some of the Lays of Beleriand, or does it contain, like what actually is in it? That was an interesting conversation that we had at the beginning of last season when we talked about the epilogue, where it's the unpublished epilogue that we covered in the first couple episodes of last season, where we talked about Sam and Rosie, or Sam and Eleanor, working on the Red Book and what its contents really actually were. Oh, I love that. I just love that Bilbo just not so much scared anymore, but like just overwhelmed. Like he realizes all of this is beyond him and he desperately needs Gandalf's help. What plan? Plan? Where we're going, we don't need plans. I love the intricate metalwork on the inside of that door. Just fantastic. Mm-hmm. Yes, Joe, correct. The mark is the same as March. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what they did here is so fascinating. The way it looks and sounds like it weighs 10 times what it should, and that it lands and doesn't bounce. And they did that apparently by putting a magnet, a very powerful magnet, underneath the floor so that when it landed, it didn't bounce. It just kind of sucked it to the floor. Till the end of his days. Hmm. Just love that. And I understand why they had this change from the books, because in the books he goes off with 3 dwarves. I think this fits better, but Yeah, so it's fun to kind of think through some of the changes, because some of the changes, a lot of the changes work well because they're more cinematic. They fit more with making a movie, right? I mean, I can gripe all day long about not having Glorfindel, but it really wouldn't have made any sense to introduce the superhero of all elves only to have him stay off screen. And thank you, Katie. Just so you know, I do have that other chat up so that if you do send me something there, I can see it. I probably should have it over here because of the way I have my screens coordinated, but figure that out later.
Bilbo! He's gone, hasn't he?
Hello, I'm here. Knock, knock. Dev T, I'm impressed. Frodo saw the ring. Would have taken me 3 weeks to find that. Absolutely. Katie, say hi to Ase for me. Sorry he's being such a pain. Ah, the framing of that shot with his eyes through the chandelier there. The chaotic speed of that theme right here musically. I still think this might be one of the best film scores ever. What was it Gollum says? Something about how he only has 4 fingers on the black hand, but it is enough. Yeah. Yeah. Good point, Katie, about the way that. Now, that, of course, was a big CG shot, but it was a well done CG shot to give us the scale of that tower. I love that first glimpse of Minas Tirith. And once again, the detail that Weta would have gone through to create every one of these pieces of paper in such depth that you only see on the screen for a millisecond as he's flipping pages. I also like how they kept the sort of archaic way that Isildur spoke or that Isildur wrote this. That's something that really comes through in the Council of Elrond chapter. When you reread that, each race not only has a kind of unique way of speaking, but even the men. You see Boromir speaks differently from Aragorn, both of whom speak differently than the text that is read from Isildur. It's really, really interesting. Have you heard about our savior, Tarmyron? Sorry, Katie. Sweet is the sound of the pouring rain. They did a really good job of taking that extended scene in the books and giving us a flavor of just how kind of parochial and close-minded the other hobbits are, to really separate, I think, the way Frodo comes across. Sweet maiden of the golden ale. Oh, Tolkienist Marcel. Hey, good to see you, man. Such a pleasure you can stop by. Hey, if you want, here's just a quick hi. If you're around for a little while, feel free to get the link from Katie, and you can just jump into the room, and I'll bring you up on chat if you're ready for that. Took and Brook. Took. I think it's Took, but you know. Oh, there should be a Hobbit drinking sing along. Yeah, yeah. We make no we make no excuses. There will be plenty of fun to be had at the event. All the memes that I've seen based on this scene. Oh man. Yep. Real quick, just big shout out. Thank you to Katie and to our team of mods on both YouTube and Twitch for helping out with the links and the timestamps. The few who can. I won't utter it here because I'm going to save it for the Council of Elrond, where that old elf is going to be really mad at me for speaking in the tongue of Mordor. Another example of some really good practical shooting here, where they just used perspective, force perspective. Yes, extraordinary amongst hobbits. Yep. I do like what they did with Sam, though, in the sense that they made him sort of the representation of that closed-mindedness, but with a willingness to consider, you know, because Pippin and Merry are both nobility. They're a little different. They're not every ordinary hobbit, but Sam is, right? Sam talks about, oh, you know, Buckland, they're queer folk over there, you know. He eventually, of course, changes, but not completely, you know, which is good. Yeah, the design here is fantastic. They did such a good job of this with the music in the background, just building that tension, and the silence even hits harder. Believe that line about covering all the lands in a second darkness comes out of Unfinished Tales. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it's the appendices. I don't remember. It would probably have to be the appendices, actually. They didn't have a license to use UT. Good question, Katie. I don't know about hate. That's a good question, but you know, because I think about him saying that, you know, even Sauron was not evil in the beginning. I mean, they're both Maiar spirits, so there'd be a recollection of what he might have been, like. Oh, the torture. Oh, man. There's a letter. I'd have to look it up. And maybe I will do that actually while I'm here, about that Tolkien wrote that answers that question about what Gandalf would have done with the ring. There's going to be a million mentions of Gandalf. Trying to remember some of the words that were used in that letter. There we go. Just found the letter. Yep. Yeah, and it is 246. They're talking about Tolkien's talking about the like what it would have been like for them to actually try to fight Sauron, that only Gandalf might be expected to master, and being an emissary of the powers and creature of the same order. Tolkien writing that even Galadriel conceived herself as capable of wielding the ring and supplanting the Dark Lord. So also the other guardians of the three, especially Elrond, but that's another matter. Part of the essential deceit of the ring to fill minds with imaginations of supreme power. Trimming the verge. But yeah, Gandalf as Ring Lord would have been far worse than Sauron. He would have remained righteous but self-righteous. Continued to rule and order things for good and the benefit of his subjects according to his wisdom. Yeah. That's a good question, Martin. I don't think it would actually include Buckland because he makes that proclamation at the bridge. So Buckland being on the east side of the bridge, I would think would not actually be part of that. That's a good question, though. Take care, Don. Thank you for coming by, man. Really appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. We're going to be here for another, 6 hours. So if you get time later, feel free to come on by and we'll throw you on and chat with everybody if you're able. Take care, man. Love these shots. I see some of these shots and it's hard to believe that it's been 10 years since we lost Andrew Lesney, the cinematographer. I remember when he died just thinking, wow, I mean, this guy was a genius, just visionary. And I had to look it up and realize it was 2015. Nate. Kind of wish Sam would have just repeated that line. Well, that's it. One more step. Higgy, good to see you, man. Oh, the elves. I love this music. So pretty. Yeah. Yeah. It makes me sad. It should make you sad, Sam. The world is becoming a lesser place with the departure of the elves. Apparently, neither am I, Sam. Shut your mouth. Once again, just like we had earlier, that juxtaposition of a Nazgul on a horse and Gandalf on a horse. This might be the first scene in the film where I sort of kind of saw the CG. But it's still super well done. And my goodness, having Christopher Lee as Saruman, what a get. Jessica, great point on Jordan's podcast. Yeah. Oh, man. Sorry you had to navigate all that, Molly. I'm glad you could, though. And yes, Katie does a fantastic job for supporting the Tolkien fandom. 100%. I'll just take this moment to plug the Children of Húrin audiobook as narrated by Sir Christopher Lee. Fantastic work. Oh, I forgot to update the ticker. Sorry, folks. Let me fix that. Sorry about that. I have seen it. The Nine. I had these doors specially installed. I love Saruman's eyebrows. It's like he hasn't seen a pair of scissors or a razor in about 70 years. I mean, same with Gandalf. They're just like, wow. Hmm. Yeah, Molly, it's really, really good. I mean, obviously, it's the Children of Hurin, so like you said, a lot of crying involved, a lot of sorrow, but he does a really good job narrating it. Ah, The Way of Pain. Yes, The Way of Pain. Those poor old men fighting. That's little known secret. That's me in 6 years. Sorry, Katie, it's true. Marcel, I think there is. I've seen that. Yeah. Everybody was kung fu fighting. It is hassle. I mean, with the loss of Christopher Lee and Ian Holm. I love the story about him, with the scene in the extended edition with the knife and the whole knife in the back for Wormtongue, and how he talks about his experience in the Secret Service, and I happen to know what this actually the sound somebody actually makes when they're like, okay, we'll just let you direct this scene, sir. My cabbages, my cabbages. That doesn't strike me as unbelievable at all. I'm sure that was a Billy Boyd idea. Yeah, I agree, Hassel, but I think one of the challenges that Peter Jackson and team would have had in making this film is the introduction of so many characters. I mean, they've already introduced us to a number of characters. We still have to introduce us to Aragorn. Then we get to the Council of Elrond, and we have to introduce a whole lot of more characters. And I think one of the reasons that's the primary reason I don't think we see Glorfindel is because we use Arwen instead. And I think the inclusion of Maggot would have been like the inclusion of Tom, a thing to do cinematically. It would have been challenging to hold viewers' attention with all these characters. But yeah, I mean, and if I had to choose between Maggot and Tom, I'm having Tom because I want to see the Barrow. I still am. I'm sure it was a hard decision for Peter Jackson to cut that because I can't imagine there's a scene out of the books that he would have rather done more than the scene in the Barrow because of his background as a horror director. Name tense, Nate. I love that. Yes. Oh, Martin, that banner shows up for everybody. That's awesome. That's so cool. Such an encouragement. Yeah. Yeah. Peter would have done the Barrow really, really well. It also would have been a nicer way to introduce the swords of Westerness, the blades, and thus explain a little bit more about the power of the blade that Mary ends up using on the Pelennor against the Witch King. Well, not a problem, Molly. One of our mods, one of our amazing, helpful mods, will post a timestamp for you in just a second, I'm sure.
What is going on?
Iconic shot right here. That backlit Nazgul. Yeah, he builds the tension so well. Sorry. So yesterday I was watching a clip. Dom and Billy were talking about how, the film's got a PG-13 rating, which meant that they actually could have used one, but only one F-bomb in the film. Please don't do this in the chat. And I'm not going to say it because we are a family-friendly podcast. But this entire video I saw was them figuring out where they would have put it. And one of them was the Bucklebury Ferry. Oh, man. Those two guys are hilarious. A little bit, yeah, don't y'all dare. Katie's right, don't. You can find the video and enjoy it. I'm not going to stop you from that, but we're not going to replicate it here. They are two very funny guys. 20 miles. Seeing the writers and realizing that there are multiple teams of writers trying to figure all this out. I am so looking forward to doing the Hunt for the Ring later this season and from Unfinished Tales to talk about the way the Nazgul tried to accomplish this, where they did well and where they made some mistakes. For Orbits. Here we go. Questions after nightfall. Wow. That is some high praise for us, Pan. There are a lot more talented than we are, but thank you. Oh, man. That's right. The Peter Jackson cameo coming up, I think. Oh, no, it's when they leave, I think. Or did I miss it? I might have missed it. Yep. Good evening, little masters. And we lost him recently, too. And then Barnard Hill also. And we've lost a lot of amazing people from these films. I hear you on that, Hassel, but I think they're supposed to be a little intimidated. These are all big people, and it's kind of a lot for the hobbits. But yeah, it's a little dark. This scene. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you so much. That's such an encouragement. Really, really appreciate that. It means so much to hear things like that. It's one of the reasons why Katie and I have worked to do this moot. You know, we want to, it's just all about building the community. Fantastic. Strider. Love that shot of the tobacco in the pipe reflecting off the eyes. Man, sometimes I forget. Though they needed to tell Elijah, stop biting your fingernails, man. That dude's just biting them down to the nubs. Look at that. If I wore a toxic ring around my neck. Yeah. Frodo Baggins. I do kind of wish he was singing Man of the Moon when that happened. Oh. The sort of the shadow world here. Again, trying to translate this into a visual. This is really something. Death. Strider. Indeed. Oh, that is such a great setup. I love Sam. Yeah. Of course, thanks to the films, everybody's always going to believe it was the Nazgul that came in and messed up the beds and, you know, tossed the bolsters around and all of that. The books, it's Bill Ferny and his little gang, but I get it. They're trying to show them as a threat, and frankly, this scene had me on edge, no doubt. Marcel, it is not odd. Yeah, as we make comments, you're like, oh, I know where they're at. Ooh, War of the Rohirrim. That'd be a fun one to do. Yeah, no disrespect meant to the actor whose name I'm drawing a blank on, the original choice for Aragorn, but this might have been the best unexpected casting, if you will. I mean, Ian McKellen's an obvious choice, but getting Viggo as Aragorn was chef's kiss. Chad, I didn't see Chad drop in. Chad's here? I'm looking in the chat. But Stuart Townsend, thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Where are you taking us? Into the wild.
Ah. Look fair and feel fouler. It's funny because when I reread the books, there are a few characters that I cannot remove from my brain, film characters, that is. And primarily is Gandalf and Aragorn. I just see Sir Ian and Viggo in my head. I may have issues with the way film Aragorn is written, the sort of doubtful, I'm not sure sort of thing. They sort of overplay that and downplay his confidence in who he is. But I get that from a cinematic perspective. But in terms of how he's actually portrayed, man, Viggo's absolutely knocks it out of the park. That's a good point, Katie, about adaptations and how they get stuck in your head. Yeah. I remember as a kid when I first picked up, because I read The Hobbit when I was 9. I still have the very first Tolkien book I ever received. When I was 9 years old, read The Hobbit after seeing the TV made for TV film from Rankin and Bass. And so when the first time that I read The Lord of the Rings, I was picturing the hobbits as the Rankin and Bass hobbits. It took me a long time to get that out of my head. Ah, I love that we get a callback to the Lay of Lathian here. Hmm. Agreed, Hassel. They made the dwarves just comic relief, really. John Hurt's Aragorn was great. His voice was fantastic. I mean, he needed pants, but It's funny because I didn't see the Bakshi film when it came out, right? I was 10 and I had just read The Hobbit. I didn't even know about The Lord of the Rings, and my parents didn't take me to it. So I do vaguely remember seeing the movie art, the poster, the one with the giant Glamdring, with Gandalf and that giant sword. Very 70s rock and roll cover. But I ended up not seeing the Bakshi film until after I'd seen the Jackson films. So none of that adaptation stuck with me as much. And of course, it's really unfair to the Bakshi film to compare it to the Jackson films. But I try not to, try to take it on its own. Yeah, I couldn't remember the actor's name, but yeah, the BBC radio adaptation, fantastic. I still think the BBC radio adaptation is the gold standard for the adaptations, all of them, whether it's the Jackson films, whether it's Bakshi, Rankin and Bass, Lotro, Rings of Power. BBC radio adaptation is the best. And that's all Brian Sibley. That is such a great Beren and Luthien recap in The Lord of the Rings. I absolutely love that moment in the books. Fantastic. The setting for this. I mean, the job that the location scouts did for the Jackson films is breathtaking. The fact that they're scouring the North and South Islands to try to find these locations, and every one of them, you're like, well, this is perfect. Well, this is perfect. Just tremendous. I am hydrating, Katie. Thank you. It was more just something got caught. I promise you. I'm good. In fact, I'm hydrating so much I might have to use that break screen real soon. Why would you ruin bacon by cooking it with tomatoes? A nice mutton, lettuce, and tomato. Where the mutton is nice and... Sorry. That's Princess Bride, isn't it? Mutton, lettuce, and tomato. Ugh, mushrooms. Thank you, Katie. I thought it was Princess Bride. It was Billy Crystal in my head. So this is such a wonderfully terrifying moment, and the music, this sort of everything from the sort of driving rhythm that doom 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 keeps going, but then you get the chorus. Marcel, I'm going to have to pick up those books. I didn't realize there were books written on just the scouting. That'd be fantastic. Thank you for that tip, Marcel. Really appreciate it. Relentless. That's a good way to describe it. Yeah, 100%. The music is relentless. Oh, the look they did for these guys. They could use, if you're going to be, see, here's the thing. If you're going to be around for thousands of years, you really need to take care of your skin. They could have used a little oil of Olay. That's what happens when you forget your sunscreen for, centuries. Oh, Sam, I really messed up. I put the ring on and I shouldn't have. Yeah, talk about getting thrown in at the deep end. Okay, Vigo, welcome aboard. Your first scene is a fight with 5 guys in black robes, and you're wielding a torch and a sword. Oh, love that effect. The blade just disintegrating like that. Yes, but does his insurance cover elvish medicine? And if so, what is his deductible and his copay? Katie, both chats talking skincare. Yep. Oh, this music, this industrial sounding, especially the percussion, that metallic doom, doom, doom. It's just, it reminds you of like Saruman's purpose is to build for the sake of building, to destroy for the sake of destroying. Yeah, that's true. If elvish medicine counts as a specialist, Katie, you might have to get a referral and then go before the board of appeals when it's initially declined. I don't know. That's a skill, catching a moth but not killing it in the catching. You could almost hear him say "Gwai" here. You definitely get that GW sound, Gwa, and you know he's talking about Gwai here because that's of course who comes to get him. Could have done without the weird birth of the Urukai, but whatever. They are just trying to differentiate them from the smaller orcs, and I get that. Go get quiet. Go get quiet. Quiet. Go quiet. Go get him. It's a mud spa, Katie. Yeah. Alerts. Talk to your doctor to see if Athelis is right for you. Ah, the trolls. What's this? I do like how they use Arwen's appearance to bring in this idea of light, of elves as bearing light. It's almost like beings of light in a way. Bill Oggins, troll at your service. Had so much fun doing that troll chapter when we got to it in The Hobbit. That was just a blast coming up with the different voices for the three of them, and it's so much fun. That's a good point, Katie. This is, very, and I think that makes sense. It's a Hobbit man POV because that's who the audience is, and maybe that's one of the problems. That elf POV for Rings of Power. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's a good point, Anna Maria. I mean, you would expect the glowing to be because she's an elf of the light, Calaquendi, and she's not. Um, Even Elrond's not Calaquendi, but you would expect Galadriel to have that sort of bearing. But in a way, the different like tiers of elves, it might be cinematically a challenge to show. But yeah, good point. I did not talk about Bill's wallet because I couldn't do a whole article, a whole episode on Bill's wallet. Should have mentioned it. This scene, the camera work alone on this scene, I can't even imagine what it was like to sort of plot out camera moves and how you're gonna pretty amazing work here on this. Yeah. Absolutely, Amanda. One of our mods will get you a timestamp right away. I keep thinking I should just provide timestamps, but I realize that I'll be off if I give one because of the lag with YouTube and Twitch. And heck, it won't even be the same on YouTube and Twitch because you guys have different timestamps. Yeah, excellent point, Sarah. The people actually doing the writing are really, really good. This is one scene I really do wish they hadn't changed. This was one of my so when we did the episode on the films, we picked 3 scenes where they made changes that we liked and 3 scenes where they made changes that we didn't like. And this was definitely one of the ones I didn't like because I wanted Frodo. I still liked so much that Frodo still had this defiance in him. But I also thought it was wonderfully terrifying in the book to show that the Witch King had the power so that when Frodo holds up that sword of Westerness, that it gets shattered in his hand. I mean, that is some mind-blowing power by the Witch King. And I understand they needed to give Arwen a little bit more significance because where is she in the books? She's only in the appendices. But I do miss that aspect of Frodo. I would have liked to have seen Frodo be stronger at this point. Phil Collins is Elrond. Yeah, Joe, I agree. Seeing those horses in the water is pretty cool, and being reminded of that little thing from Gandalf. Well, the horses were my touch. Exactly, Jessica. I mean, if Frodo can't get a hero moment here, then he should have had one at Weathertop. Oh, so now you're thinking of Elrond as Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of these adaptation choices do benefit one character at the cost of another. But yeah. Is it 10 o'clock in the morning on October the 24th? I have an alarm set for 9:55 a.m. on October 24th every year to remind myself that in 5 minutes I can say, it's 10 o'clock in the morning on October the 24th, if you want to know. Yeah, I hope you recover because in a week we have a Halloween party. Well, yeah, Faramir's my biggest gripe for sure, Manta. I mean, he's my favorite character in the entirety of the Lord of the Rings, and they did him dirty. But we'll get to him if we ever do a Return of the King watch party, or Two Towers watch party, I should say. Yeah, I think the way we did it was like we picked one moment each in each of the three films. Well, it's at 10 o'clock in the morning, house, so they're already at school, unless it's a weekend. Here comes my ride. Thank you, Meta. I'm so glad you're going to be joining us online. Really appreciate that. I was a hermit and then I started a podcast, so it's yeah. Oh, I love all the architectural details here. I love that it's sort of it's an outdoor space, even though it's indoors. All the just the shapes, the touches. Welcome to the Matrix, Mr. Baggins. Ah, glorious shot right there. That exterior of Rivendell with all the waterfalls. Stunning stuff. And Justice for Faramir.
Bilbo! There and back again. A hobbit's tale.
Did you? Manta, where was that? Did you get to meet all these guys? Yeah, I'm used to him too, Joe. I mean, it wasn't unusual casting. And I think even he said that he never really felt like he sank into that role. Like, I think I'm reading that he wouldn't come back to do The Hunt for Gollum, for instance. That's so cool. I've only, of the four hobbits, I've only met Sean Astin. Met him at a book signing in right after Fellowship came out. I think it was either still in December of 2001, but it might have been January 2002. The Edmonton Fan Expo. That's awesome. Aha. Well, we're going to bring in a guest real quick while we're still watching. We'll only pause the film if we completely get distracted. But ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Marcel, the Tolkienist. Hello, good sir. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you indeed. It's good. It's another former season 7 co-host reunited here. Earlier, New Beta was on, but folks, Marcel was with me for a few episodes in season 7, including the Tolkien Reading Day episode, which, of course, how could I not have him reading from the Silmarillion?
Yeah, it's absolutely lovely. Thank you for having me. Quickly.
Oh, it's a privilege, man. Thanks for coming by.
Sure. It's the last day of the early bird registration. So
yeah.
I'll definitely say hi and share it on my social medias and stuff.
Good.
So,
I'm assuming it's too far to hope for you to come in person. It's a little bit from Germany to Dallas.
The last moot, was that in 2022?
Our last in-person moot was 22 at Marquette. Yeah.
Yeah, and I chose that picture as a background. So obviously, and I couldn't come, unfortunately. And then by sheer chance, I managed to come in on the last week of the exhibition. The exhibition closed, I think, 2 days later, and so it was like doubly a miserable situation. I mean, being to Maquette is amazing, but not seeing you people, that was really a pity. And it's too far away, unfortunately. And I have to say that I could not possibly scrap all of my social media to fit the bill right now.
Yeah, so, that's fair. Totally fair. I do want to make sure we catch the council, so I'm going to go ahead and pause here in a little bit. I'm going to wait until the next scene change. So, folks, Gandalf and Elrond are talking about, all the things like, what they're going to do with the ring, and Aragorn being, I was there. We're going to get to the I was there, Gandalf. Or, men are weak. That's what we're going to get to. And then we'll pause after men are weak, I think. So hold on, Marcel. I want to catch up with you.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. The ring cannot stay here. I just paused there. The ring cannot stay here. Pause on Gandalf's face as he's looking at the camera. And our folks will get you a timestamp on that. But that way you and I can chat a little bit more without feeling like we're going to interrupt the council. Okay.
Yeah, my bad. But no. I think I'm right now.
Both, but then I was like, I don't know. If people are here to watch the film and not watch you and me talk.
Yeah.
Old Tolkien fans who go way back. Yeah.
Can you see that's like my DVD? So you guys know that in a couple of minutes I will have to swap the DVD on my computer.
The actual disc. I know. Oh, you mean your computer still actually has a drive that plays discs?
Yeah.
Because when I built my last one, I couldn't find one anymore.
You have to buy an external one. You have to buy an external one now. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's my computer. Unfortunately, is that old. So playing Tales of the Shire on my PC it's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah.
Let alone whatever new games they're working on, because you know that they got to be working on new ones. There was an announcement just the other day that studio is working on one.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. It's it happened exactly at the same time when it became clear that Electronic Arts would be sold.
Yeah.
Right? And then strangely enough, another major gaming publisher hints at a major AAA title being published maybe in the future. Right? It's like
it was such a vague announcement.
Publicity.
But I did like that they immediately drew comparisons with the Harry Potter game.
Legacy.
Yeah. I thought, okay, that's going to be if that's the feel they're going for, like a third person action sort of game, open world, but not like open enough that you feel free to go places, but not so open that you can't put a lot of detail in.
You can see the characters, the places that you like, because that's a draw for many of the Harry Potter fans that I know.
Yeah, the world is as much a character as any character.
Yeah, absolutely. It's but the thing is, because you and I and quite a few other people, when you're doing a podcast and stuff, you try to find the background, and it's really not a coincidence that when one of the major plays in the gaming world gets sold to whoever company that is, and then the other one needs to address like, we're going to publish like a AAA title that is as successful as Legacy, so then stock prices don't go down. Like it's silly to do that kind of stuff.
Well, it's odd because with EA being taken off the market, I mean, like their stock prices went up, but only because Saudi Arabian investment fund, I think it is, was buying.
Yep.
So they're off the market now. They're gone. You can't, if you own EA stock, well, you don't own it anymore.
Yeah. You're going to get a lot of dollars on your money. No problem, but it's off the market, and that is
interesting.
Of course.
I mean, I remember playing EA stuff way back in the day, right? I mean, my gaming days go back to, the Atari 2600.
Battle for Middle Earth, man. The best game.
I'm
the
thinking
best
even
ever.
older than that. I'm thinking of when EA's logo wasn't the E and the A, it was a cube, a sphere, and a tetrahedron.
Yeah.
And it was, and I mean, this was back on the Commodore 64, the Commodore Amiga 500. We're talking 1985 to 1989. I remember stuff from EA.
Just for you out there, if you haven't realized yet that both of us are not quite past the 2000s. It's my first computer was an Atari 2600, which came out I think in 1981 or something.
That sounds about right, because I was 13 when it came out. 81.
That one stick, that joystick thingy with one button,
one button, and you had
we've seen a lot of games, and they're amazing games, and I'm looking forward to, if whatever game is coming out, I'm really always hoping that we get the next really good game. But
I'm just hoping we don't get the next Gollum. Really, that's all I want, is just don't give me that again.
That could have been, the story is so
the
amazing.
idea was great.
The game was
awful.
4-letter word. Is this a family podcast?
Yeah, it is a family-friendly podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It was so bad.
You couldn't really say so many 4-letter words on that particular game. It really,
and I felt so bad because you could tell there was, from the developers, a love for the source material.
Oh,
but they just were not able to translate it into a decent product. And I think part of it was the incredible rush from the publisher. You know, that's always the thing. I mean, even outside of Middle Earth, one of my favorite other games is No Man's Sky, which came out way before it was baked. I mean, you know, and it was awful. And it took them years to recover from that. And now, of course, it's a fantastic game. But, you know, all the people that pre-ordered in 2016 were like, oh, this was bad. But yeah, Gollum was just...
It's basically, it's something that most people don't realize, or, you know, it killed off one of the major German publishers and developers. You know, the company was based in Hamburg. I went over and met the people. I went to 2 guys who wrote the story. We talked to them. Tobias, the chairman of the German Tolkien Society, was also there. So they were really out and open and talked about it. But then you realize, when you listen to how many people worked on Gollum, and then you ask yourself how many people worked on Tales of the Shire, and they are not so far apart. You know, that makes people like kind of nervous and stuff.
It's I mean, it's just, at least with Tales of the Shire, it was a much smaller scope and much smaller ambition. And I think that's why they were able to at least get a decent game out, and the bones of a really great one. But I mean, I still think they still have some work to do. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much, but it's not.
I've been watching my Lady Hobbit for like hours, following different colored butterflies. And
it's
figuring out the birds.
I love the art style. I love the way that they navigate the map with the birds. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
But I was just realizing, as people are pointing out that, you know, we're old, right? We get he was there 2,000 years ago, and
that's very true.
We're talking about our games. I realized that you and me together are about as old as Bilbo was at the party. I think we're probably pretty close to 111.
Unfortunately, we are not as wise.
No, we're definitely not. Especially when you combine our wisdom, because what little we have cancels each other out.
I will never forget that when you and Sean and we were at the Amazon Rings of Power thing in Oxford, and everyone was getting these expensive treats and great food, and in the hall, the Bodleian Library, I mean, like, every Harry Potter fan would have died to sit there.
And we're like, what is this? What is this? Let's go get some real food.
And you had like fish and chips, and we went for a couple of pints across.
We're getting drinks and having fish and chips, and
the charming lady, the really charming lady, they were really trying to make us as comfortable as possible for Amazon. When we came back and said, "Oh, so where did you pop off to?"
I mean, they're all having these sandwiches with the crust cut off and these fancy little foods, and all we're like, let's go get some pub food. Let's go.
Man.
That was so much fun.
I think that didn't go down well with them.
I wonder if that's why they haven't given me anywhere near as much access as they've given some of the others. Because you're on the short end of that stick too.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's
I mean, there you go. I had to beg and plead, and I think I finally got, because we do the Rings of Power wrap-up show. The podcast comes out within 24 hours of the episode drop. It was getting really hard to record that. So finally, I think with like 3 or 4 episodes to go, they finally started giving me press screeners, like a few days. Like I think I was getting them on Sunday or Monday, so I could have a few days to do my notes. But it was definitely not in the same ballpark as some of the other folks. Like, I didn't see you at San Diego Comic-Con, getting your
Well, the thing is, what I really love and I'm really grateful for, whatever you can say about the series or whatever, is that at the time of the premiere, that I was allowed to invite my fellowship.
Yes.
I could invite 9 people from Germany.
Yes.
And they would get tickets, and they would see this.
Fantastic.
And that is, thank you very much for Amazon Prime doing that.
Oh,
that was really, really, that was fantastic. So
earlier when I had New Better on, it was the same kind of thing. It was like, thank goodness Amazon did that, because that's what saved the Prancing Pony podcast after Sean had to step down. What am I going to do? I met all these amazing people, or got reacquainted in some cases with these amazing people. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's have all these people come on the PPP. And that's how it worked. I mean, it's just really fantastic timing and really, spabimmy, as we say on the PPP.
I know.
Instrument. So yeah, I mean, I may have my gripes sometimes about the show, but I'm ever grateful for Amazon bringing us all together in that period of time. It was fantastic.
It is.
It is getting better. It is getting better.
Well, definitely. But the thing is, I've just coincidentally, I'm writing because I'm doing a German podcast called Small Talk. TOLK, which is the dumbest marketing trick, because try to find small talk on Google when they always say, "Are you searching for small talk?"
Oh no!
And I'm like, yeah, I know. Typo. Yeah, I know, of course. And we were like, absolute, whatever. Anyway, we managed to get on German Google after like 3 years. Anyway, no, we don't always do all the proper show notes as you guys and other people obviously doing. So I'm working on that some whenever I find the time. And right now, because it's really almost to the day a year, we did a wrap up of the second season.
Oh yeah,
and where we really try to go into the background, into the production, into the people responsible for decisions being made, or what we might think, who's responsible for this or that decision.
Right.
And that was one of our longest shows. I think we always try to do 60 minutes, and that was 1.5 hours, which is a lot for us. And my friend Sebastian, who was with me at the time, he's not too much of a friend of the show. And we really know what we really wanted to do is, because of the really unfortunate clickbaity, rage-baity discussions that is so useless.
So frustrating.
Social media, as some people are slowly beginning to realize, are not really good for a proper discussion and democracy.
No, you are correct.
Yeah, but I'm writing this up, and I realize that the show has so much to offer. They have so many chances, they have so many opportunities, and I'm still keeping my fingers crossed. Because
I wish them nothing but success. How great would it be if next season came out of the box and was just off the charts great? I mean, I would love that. I would love that. And there are elements of the show that are. I think you and I would. I'm almost certain you'd agree with me that the Anatar Celebrimbor line was amazing, award-winning quality stuff.
Yeah. And I love Disa and Arandir. Those are my two favorites. And those are like sort of the invented characters, right? They are not even the Tonya, but they have two people. I mean, Sofia Novedi is she's the queen.
Fantastic. She's
when
the
she
queen,
comes
man.
when she comes on screen, I'm like, I don't care whether you speak with a fake Scottish accent that we all have, because a Welshman spoke a bit of Scottish in the first film trilogy, because John Rhys Davies is not Scottish. He's Welsh. Yeah, and we still suffering from that, even with the game. It's all the dwarves speak the whatever. But Arandir, how the guy has always wanted for all of his life to play that part.
I know.
And you can feel how he comes across, right? Yeah. How he brings that passion to that part.
He does.
Yeah. I
have zero gripes with, I have
tons of gripes with other stuff.
I was gonna say I have gripes with writing, and I have, I mean, even for those characters, sometimes they have to deliver lines that I'm just like, but maybe we'll see. I mean, there were so many. I remember there were so many categories that we gave it A's in, like the music. I mean, Bear McCreary's music was off the charts, fantastic. Cinematography was very, very good. CGI was mostly good. Yeah, I think I had quibbles with some of the designs. I felt like we are 25 years later, and that's the best you could do for a warg. that was a little weird, but for the most part, it was casting great, sets, costumes, jaw-dropping, gorgeous. But the writing just really brought the whole thing down in certain storylines. It's like different writers for different stories.
It's like logic, time, and space at times really didn't have any place in the series.
Yeah,
which is okay. Depending on how you present it. But some of the things where you just go, for those of you who have not yet read my review of my Oxford Year, the latest rom-com on Netflix playing in Oxford. You know, she comes out of one bar, one pub in Oxford, and Alan and Sean, everyone who's, you know, you've been to Oxford, know that this is not the pub she's coming out of. Like, this is like this is making me like I'm crazy at that.
Yeah,
and that kebab van cannot be placed there because kebab vans are not allowed in this street. So, which is of course nonsense. That is not really important for the story, right?
No, exactly.
But when you see all the level of detail, the work they have put in, when you see how much work they spent, and then at other places, you go like, what the hell is that?
Seriously,
what just
there's
happened?
an incredible level of professionalism and detail and attention and focus in some areas, and what seems like every once in a while let's just throw this in at the last second, and it breaks that immersion for sure. I mean, it takes away some of that that inner consistency of reality. But hopefully, I mean, again, there was improvement in season 2 from season 1. I have a feeling there's going to be some more improvement in season 3. But
I'm not. You know, sometimes I think it was, if I remember correctly, only female directors, and the moment you have women at the helm, you know, things get better.
They did get that. That's true.
Right?
Season 2 was better than season 1, and I think some of the best episodes were from the same female directors that did some of the episodes in season 1. Well, fingers crossed for season 3, and fingers crossed that they will not continue to distance us, Marcel, and that I will maybe even get to see you at an event of some kind.
Yeah, I would love that. Definitely. I mean, you know that, you know, I love really getting people together, and you know,
it's all about the community.
And and that's just that if people ask me, you know, what you like about talking that much, and why are you doing this for like more than 30 years, it's really about the community and the opportunities to branch out into areas that you have never realized you might be doing. Right now, I'm working on a presentation for the Frankfurt Book Fair, which is like the largest book fair in the world, on the Tove Jansson illustrated Hobbit edition, which is, you know, the people who know the Moomins and, you know, those children books. And she has done The Hobbit. It's from 1962 originally, and those have come out in France and in Germany right now. So I'm speaking about one of the most interesting, amazing, and fantastic people in the world, because Tove Jansson is she's one of the best women ever that I've ever seen in arts, illustrations, comics, writing. She's for Finland, she is what Astrid Lindgren is for Sweden, and whatever literary name you can come up with in the history of the United States, those two women would be whatever you have to offer in the United States on a comparable literary, artistic level. They are just glorious. And I get to talk about that because she happened to, you know, illustrate The Hobbit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That is fantastic. All right. Well, I am sorry that you're not going to be seeing us in Dallas in December, but hopefully you can join us. Do you think you might be able to join us remotely?
Well, we might consider that, you know. Okay. We might check, you know.
Because we're going to have a few. We know that I'm hoping that we get enough of us content creator types to be there that I can do a panel. Even if one or two of us are there in person, one or two of us are virtual, and we can bring that in and just kind of talk again. Because like you hit on this, and I know that Nubeta hit on this when he was here earlier. It really is all about the community. And, you know, I know people think I've been doing this a while because it's been almost 10 years. Like you said, 30 years. Folks, this guy's been doing this a lot longer than I have. But it really is about the fandom. I mean, it's the best. Most of us are fans of other franchises, other
of course,
you know, made up worlds. Maybe we're Star Wars fans or Star Trek fans or whatever.
Terry Pratchett, Gwynn, name it.
There might be people who are Marvel Universe people or whatever.
Yeah,
there is no better fandom than the Tolkien fandom. I mean, it's as close to an objective truth as you can get in terms of the way the people embrace one another, the way even our arguments for the most part. I mean, except for like you said, but with the
social media thing.
And it's always going to take polarization and take it to the nth degree. I know it's just how that's how the media work. But anyway, I definitely would love to have you at the Moot, and hopefully we'll see you there. But otherwise, catch you again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and I'll join in watching you guys.
All right.
Look at the fellowship.
Yeah.
See you later.
Speaking of which, we're almost done with the first half of it. So, all right, man. Take care. It's good to see you. As
Thank
always,
you,
sir. All right. Take care. All right. Well, let's go ahead and come back in. Folks, before we hit play, if I could get timestamps for everybody. I'm looking at Gandalf's very serious face with his furrowed brows. So let's 130.50. That's okay. That's fair. That sounds about right, because I'm at like 130.53, and I think that's because for some reason my file, I must have trimmed or must have not trimmed the extra blank off the beginning of the clip. So, all right, 130.50, and here we go in 3, 2, 1, play. Got not being very quiet. Oh, here comes Boromir. I love how the music starts to change here. I would imagine Midowin of the Jane Austen fandom's right up there. It's yeah. I mean, unfortunately, Anna Maria, some parts have lately become less exceptional. Men. Whatever. Men. I was there. We're watching Fellowship of the Ring Extended Edition, and we're almost at the break. Only have a few more minutes before we'll be wrapping for now. We're at the strength of men failing. Isildur! Oh, is that Jeremy? Welcome, Jeremy. But he couldn't have done anything different. That's the point. The ring gets its hooks in you, and you can't do that. Even Frodo, the amazing Frodo, gets there and still can't throw it in. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Anna Maria. It's that's why I'm so looking forward to doing the Disaster of the Gladden Fields. I do love that cut from the close-up on Elrond to the close-up on Aragorn. Boromir. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that can resist the lure of the ring once they possess it. You look at how much Gandalf, Aragorn, and Galadriel struggled with the temptation, even though they didn't possess it. Right? They were all given a chance to take it. And I think the only reason they were able to withstand that temptation is because they literally prepared. They knew it would come. Well, Gandalf and Aragorn did. I don't know that Galadriel did, and that's one of the reasons she struggled. But to fight that temptation once you have it, not a possible thing. Pippin was here. Yeah, and that is exactly, Catherine, exactly what makes Faramir so amazing. That stuff in the book that, were I to find this thing by the side of the road and I alone could save Gondor or save Minas Tirith with it. Oh. A genetic freak in the throwback, yeah. Yeah. Max, hey, how's it going, man? I would have been able to trust. Love it. Thanks for stopping by, man. Amanda, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, OSHA's product is top notch. They make really, really good stuff. I mean, I could not be prouder to partner with a title sponsor like them. To have them be the moot sponsors, just it's perfect. It's a great fit. Always, I hear you on that, Max. I'm constantly my 13-year-old trolling him all the time. The ancient Tolkienist. Oh. She does a good job speaking Elvish here. Really, they did a great job coaching the cast in terms of pronunciation. I have to say, like, when you read that line, the 1,000 lifetimes thing, it comes across in writing as sort of cheesy, as overly sappy. Man, they executed it well here. Like, it doesn't come across cheesy or sappy or cliche. It's just heartfelt and real. Really good. Marcel, yeah, I know. I love the fact they're Scottish. I was talking with their I guess she's marketing or whatever, but when we were discussing the title sponsorship and what we're gonna do, and I can just listen to her talk because she's got that Scottish accent. It's like, oh, that's great. But yeah, they're a great company. Fantastic product. Their stuff is really high quality. You know how sometimes Middle Earth merch can look a little, I don't know, what's like tchotchkes, and none of this is like that. It's all just great product. Is this a kissing film? Princess Bride reference for the win. Well done. All right, here's the scene. The council.
A dream.
Bird stops by, grabs the ring. Ah, I'm out. Don's already stepped away, but he had a tabletop RPG campaign that basically involves what happens if the Eagles took the ring, become the Dark Lords of Middle Earth. Oh, just that one showing, Katie. It was one time. Isn't that wild, Max? That there's so many like plane geeks here. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, that makes. I mean, they did have to abridge the council because, like you said, it's included in the prologue. But I think that helps the viewers get into the story and get invested early on. So it makes sense. Mm. A ranger. Also, there's no such thing as a mirror ranger. I mean, the mere Rangers are all descendants of the kings of Arnor. Well, in fairness, it's been 1,000 years since they've had a king. So in a way, they really don't need a king, do they? They've managed to survive for 1,000 years without one. Whence it came. Love that line. From whence it came. One of us? Are you crazy? Hassel, no spoilers. I've only watched the qualifying. I didn't know that anybody's been DQ'd yet. So that's frustrating. Seriously, have you not been paying attention? Good job with the music here, though. The Rings theme right there, underlying all of it, driving this tension, driving this dissension, really. I sort of miss Bilbo being at the council. I would go, all right, fine. I know I got you into this mess. I'll have to get you out of it. But I know we couldn't have that because then we wouldn't get this amazing Frodo moment. Oh, where Gandalf just hears it and knows. That's a good point. Then Boromir and all of them could take turns being sort of executive of the week. So we're coming up on the break where those of us who are on streaming service should pause because we'll be doing a disc change. Sam. Excellent point, Katie. Yeah, Gimli is very much an echo. Gimli to Frodo is very much a Balin and Bilbo. Here we go. Oh, this music. What are we going? And pause now. All right. Right after he says, where are we going? Pause. For those of you who aren't changing discs. All right. Man, this has been fun so far, huh? I mean, it's only been, a little over 2.5 hours, but we've had a chat with Katie about the moot. Nubetta has stopped by. Marcel has stopped by. Hopefully there will be more coming by. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. I will be right back to carry us into the next little bit before we move into the PPP plays. So I will see you all shortly. All right. Ah, goodness. Well, needed that break because Katie had been telling me to stay hydrated, which I did. Which just leads to breaks. That was fun. So much joy to watch the extended edition of the Fellowship with y'all. I'm just going to catch up on chat real quick, make sure that everything's going all right. It's moving so fast, it's hard to keep up. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and turn on the chat on the stream so that we keep folks in Twitch and YouTube can now converse a little bit. Let's see, make sure to, yep. Catching up. Belmont, welcome. Yeah, you missed the first half of the Fellowship. We'll be doing that later. In fact, that reminds me, I need to go into the ticker and edit that because we won't be doing that. We'll be doing the PPP plays real soon. Some Miravor, that would be useful. Yeah. Of course, I listen to you, Katie. I always listen to you. Take care, Marcel. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure to have you. Yeah. Come on in, Max. You got the link, right? You got the link. Jump in. We'll chat. We'll catch up. Belmont, you're welcome to as well. Katie, if you want to get Belmont the direct link, you're certainly invited to come on in. And if that means we delay the start of Lord of the Rings Online for a little bit, that's okay. We shall have Hobbity fun, Marcel. I promise you that. Do have Hobbity fun. Yes. Katie can send you the link, or let me text it to you real quick. I just need to copy that. I'll text it to you right now, Max. Oh, now I see your text. Oh, there you are. Okay. All right. And pasting There we go. And Belmont, I don't have a way of, oh, wait a minute. I think we had somebody else join in too. Actually, we've got another visitor. Oh, this is, oh, I'm afraid, Max, you're going to have to hold up. I'm going to leave you in the green room for a little bit, and we are definitely going to be delaying the start of Lord of the Rings Online, because we have a very special guest joining us, perhaps the most special of the guestesses, Mr. Sean Marchese, the real life Lord of the Mark. How you doing, sir?
Oh man, how do I live up to that introduction?
Well, I mean, just be you.
I'm doing well, man. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. It is good to see you. So far, so good. I mean, it hasn't been 3 hours, so I am, actually still alive. Ask me at 7 o'clock tonight how I'm doing.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, another 5-6 hours.
Wow. Quite a day. Quite a day you got going on here.
Yeah. I mean, we just finished off the first half of Fellowship of the Ring.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that on the calendar.
So much fun, and now
I figured this would be a good time to stop by. I didn't want to interrupt any, any movies. So
that's fair. Well, we interrupted the movie for Marcel. He stopped by earlier, and we had a nice.
For Marcel, yes, of course,
yeah. We actually, it came up. Our little side quest in Oxford came up when we decided we didn't want the little sandwiches with the crust cut off, and we went over to the White Horse Inn for some proper food and hydration, if you want to call it that. That was a lot of fun.
I'm sorry I missed Marcel, but
that's all right. That's all right. Yeah, no, it's good to have you, man.
Yeah,
we just got your abstract. We're not going to give spoilers, but folks who are coming to the Moot, and of course that's the whole point of this live stream, is to get you all to come to the Moot. Sean's going to be one of those keynote speakers, and I'm telling you right now, you're going to want to be a part of this. So, yeah,
a little bit of word nerdery, a little bit of holiday cheer is kind of what we got in store from my presentation. So I don't want to say too much.
Of course.
It's definitely I'm trying to make it what you'd expect from your Lord of the Mark.
Well, what we expect is absolute perfection. So,
well, gosh, man, when did that happen? Oh man, no, it's gonna be fun. I'm so looking forward to the Moot.
It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be great. Yeah,
I know. I can't believe we're. I mean, with you and Christopher Gilson to talk about sort of all the depth of realistic feel that language adds to world building, right? Because I mean, that's the kind of the theme, is what, building historical reality. Help me, Katie. I don't remember the actual.
I know Katie bounced this idea off of me. I can't remember exactly how she worded it, but yeah.
And you know what? Actually, Sean, would you mind if we brought in a third person at the same time? We're going to chat with. Sure. Do you know Max? You know Max, don't you?
I know Max, yeah.
Well, then let's bring Max on as well. Let me get my cameras here. Max, hello. How's it going?
Hey, Max.
Hey, how are you guys?
We are good, sir. Are you seriously, you are under a plane or in a plane right now?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're working right now.
That's a wing. Yeah, it's airplane.
I love it.
Airplane tax with Max. I don't know
if
where
Max
else
is going to show up. He's got to be with an airplane. I love it.
He can't be in this bare white room with one sad bookcase in the back like I'm in.
Right. It's not even a green screen. I can touch it.
That's impressive.
Oh, that's cool.
It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too. How's it going?
We're doing all right.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the Moot, the PPP Moot coming up in December. Down in Dallas, Texas, December 18th to 21st. Folks who are joining in, take a look at the ticker down below. And if you're interested in learning more about the Moot, just scan that QR code in the upper left. Sean's going to be one of our keynote speakers, and I sure hope you can make it, because I was talking to Nubeta, I was talking to Marcel, and I'd love to do like a creators panel and just like talk about our experiences doing all this fun stuff in the Tolkien fandom. At some point, put together something like that.
It would be fun. I'm not very far from Dallas, so
that's what I hear. Hear.
I'm a stone's throw away.
Okay, thrown by somebody who knows how to throw quite well, I would hope.
Like a hobbit. Hobbits are known for their accuracy throwing.
As all animals know, they get out of the way when they see a hobbit grab a stone.
That's right.
Yep.
100% fair.
And cave trolls,
and cave trolls.
And cave trolls.
They have a cave troll.
They threw some zingers at it.
Got a rock.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be cool. That'd be super cool.
Yeah. Well, we would love to have you there, and it should be fantastic. I know, I can't believe I've got Sean, instead of like co-hosting the podcast with me, he's just going to go and give a keynote.
Yeah, just a little keynote. I know.
Just a little.
I'm tired of doing the work. I'm just going to take the glory.
That means it's actual work for me.
I know.
You see, you figured out how to make it actual work. So, no, looking forward to it. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be good.
I'm looking forward to seeing you, and I think it's a great topic. I mean, the moot. Did we figure out exactly what the moot theme is? Did Katie?
Katie's got it in there somewhere. Something about. Well, you know what? It's probably on our page. Let me just double check. I mean, I know it's basically about like making things really realistic when telling a story. Creating historical depth within fantastical worlds. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was going to be about airplanes.
It can be.
Well, now he's not coming.
It could be all about that.
I thought this was going to be an air show. I don't know what
You could talk about, because I did a segment. I should have brought you in for this one. I did a segment when we were talking about the eagles and how big they are, because the great eagles of Manway are massive, and it was talking about a wingspan of fathoms from one end to the other. I'm like looking at how big that would make them compared to modern planes. And so we talked about being bigger than a 737, but smaller than a 777.
That's it. I've never even thought of that. And
they're huge.
I need to find this.
I'll see if I can find the notes that I took. I'll send them and kind of give you a little head start.
I think, Max, you need to give us one of those diagrams that, the diagram with Enchalagon, and he's the size of Jupiter.
The gravity well dragon.
Like, you need to do like eagles with different commercial aircraft.
Yeah. That way we have some frame of reference. Yeah. No, I absolutely will. I absolutely will.
Yeah. Thorondor up there with like an A380,
Yeah.
I love this.
And then we can still have Enchalagon in there, and he's the size of a supermassive black hole or whatever they did for that when it's going around.
People like to ask me all the time what airplane the Fellowship should have taken if they could take an airplane to Mordor.
What is your answer to that? You've got to have a stock answer to that.
I do, yeah. I thought a lot about it, and for me, it's the Cessna Caravan. It's the right amount of people. The turboprop can go low and slow, so it can avoid. I feel like it can avoid radar, aka Sauron's grasping eye, and it has capability for short field takeoff landing, which you'd need if you're going to land on the rough plateau of Mordor.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
There's no runways in Mordor. I don't think they've constructed.
No,
you're going to need.
I imagine that there are now.
And every time they make one, it just gets torn up from all the volcanic activity. So they only last about a week.
It's not a good place to land an airplane, but if you had to, I think a Cessna Caravan could get the job done. It holds, and I think it has room for about 9 passengers, something like that. So I mean,
well, they only need 8 by the time they get to that point in the story.
Whoa!
Whoa! I'm sorry, it's too soon.
What Florida you're catching strays right now? He already caught 3 of them.
Oh man,
good stuff.
That's great.
That's awesome.
So Max, I got a question for you. Have you ever been to? I mean, you went to Westmoot. Is that the only, or did you? Right?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to go to Westmoot.
So have you been to any moots yet?
I've never been to a moot.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we gotta
get you there.
Because we had a question from Nate. Was wondering if any of us had any moot memories to share. And obviously Sean and I have several. But I was going to ask you first, and it's like, well, we're going to have to give you some moot memories. That's fantastic.
Yeah, the only moot I can really talk about is the Int moot. That's the only one I have.
There you go. Well, that's why they're called moots for sure.
Yeah.
We'll try and keep you awake through this one, though.
Well, yeah, and we can't promise that you'll grow any taller or anything like that.
Dang. All right, that's fine. It's fine.
Sorry,
I'll get some platform shoes. It'll be okay.
Maybe
I'll leave wearing the platforms, and then
we could make cement draft.
Though
we'll have to see if that runs afoul of the hotel's don't bring your own alcohol policy.
It probably does.
So
it could be LaCroix. It could just be LaCroix.
There you go. Good stuff.
Leaf flavor.
Yeah, leaf flavor. They just poured it over. They poured it over a leaf, and it tastes kind of similar to something.
Just infused with the faintest hints of dirt. I'm sorry.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit like having an ant burp in your face. Basically.
Yeah.
Oh man. Woo. That's
Oh man.
now I'm
That's
picturing
brilliant.
Quick Beam and Treebeard doing a little belch and blow action. And it's just
It's-
terrifying, actually. Yeah.
Well, good. They could. All right. Well, I gotta go. I
All
gotta
right,
go
man.
do airplane
Dude, Max,
things.
thank
But
you
I,
for stopping by, man. Means the
yeah,
world.
I
I
might be able to
appreciate it.
stop by a little bit later, or maybe I'll be able
Yeah.
to get on Lotro. I don't know. I'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll
I'll
be
be around.
around.
I'll be around in the chat though, like on and off. So thanks for letting
Good
me
to see you,
pop in,
Max.
and
You
yeah,
got
you
it, man.
too.
Take
See you
care, brother.
guys.
We'll see you next time.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Katie, so
Oh, that's
sweet,
awesome.
baby Pippin.
That's wonderful.
That is so cool. I really hope he can make it, Max.
I really want Max to make that meme for us now. The
I do
different
too. Now I'm
airplanes
like
compared
totally
to
locked in
Eagles
on that.
noses. Yeah.
The gravity size, gravity well sized and
The ridiculous Encalagon.
That kills me every time I see that thing.
Wow, first loop for him. I hope he can.
I know. I sure hope he can. Yeah. He makes a good point though about the Cessna, about the Caravan there being, it's for short runways and things like that. Because you almost need VTOL capability if you're going to be landing in more orbit.
I mean, that's what I was thinking. Those things
but there's no
loud.
Harrier that's going to hold, 8 people.
Aren't Harriers really loud?
That's true. Yeah.
Probably
would avoid the radar. Yeah. Oh, he's gone now. So yeah. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm sure you weren't aware.
No,
that
I noticed.
The windows.
I should have asked this question while he was here. It's like,
I know. Hey, I should have thought of that. Yeah.
How loud is a Harrier? What's the decibel level of a Harrier engine as it's taking off? And how does that compare to a Nazgul scream over
exactly?
Gondor?
So then we'd have to do the calculations on if that's how loud it is at that point. How far away from Barad-dûr must it be for Sauron not to hear it?
Right.
Because we did the
70% chance there's already a video of Max on the internet talking about
talking about that. That's a fair point. Yeah, because me and Decibel, we got to measure like when Boromir blew his horn, how loud must it have been for Denethor to hear it if it wasn't magical hearing?
Yeah,
yeah. I like the idea of imploding orcs though from actual sound pressure.
Totally. That's great.
Oh man!
So what's up next for you? Are you doing?
Lotro is next. We're going to do my standard PPP plays stream. In fact, it's 1:00 right now. Don't worry, everything is loosey goosey today. But normally at 1:00, that's when we start PPP plays and we do Lord of the Rings Online or one of the other games. And I could do something else, but I'll probably do Lotro. And we'll do that till about 2:30. Then we'll have another 30-minute chat window for folks to stop by. Maybe that's when Corey could stop by, because I know right now he's over at Euromoot. So maybe who knows? Maybe he'll swing by then. And then we'll start after that little half-hour break. We'll start the second half of the Fellowship watch party. So that'll run from roughly 3 to 5 Pacific, thereabouts.
Oh, very cool.
So yeah, should be good.
I see it. So I see a question from Nate in the chat. I'll just go ahead and answer.
Oh yeah,
I am not a Lotro player.
I've got that question a lot, man.
Yeah, I'm not a Lotro player. My MMO days were back in the early days of EverQuest 1, back around the turn of the century, and I was like really into that game for a while, and it was enough for one lifetime.
Yeah. It's one of those things where the last thing you need to do is get yourself stuck in another thing that's going to take hours of your time.
I love that MMOs exist. I think that what Lotro has done is so amazing,
isn't it?
But yeah, my MMO days are behind me, sadly.
That's fair. So, well, man, I got to tell you, it's so good to have you here. And I don't know if everybody's been listening, because we only dropped I don't think you and I talked about it in our interview with the guys from Weta, but I know that Sarah and I talked about it in our first episode on Aldarian and Arendis, which actually has that even dropped? I'm trying to remember if we dropped one. We have. No, we have not. It drops tomorrow.
You're wearing a t-shirt, so I'm just going to take off my overshirt so
everybody can see
I can see my Grey Havens here a little bit better.
Grey Havens, I love it. Mine's just a blank, empty t-shirt. Has nothing on it.
No, that's all right. Hey, look, it's your show, man. You can
I should change. I've got my I've got the one I picked up at Comic-Con with Bilbo from the Rankin and Bass Hobbit.
Okay.
So I think I'll have to put that one on.
Nice.
But yeah, so one of the things that people are going to find out when they listen to tomorrow's episode, as I do the sort of what we're going to be covering in season 10, I finally get to tell everybody that you're going to be coming on board at the end of the season to go through hopefully both the Palantir and the Istari chapters.
That's
the last chunk of episodes. So that's going to be
I don't see anything changing that. So
good.
Yeah.
I'm excited to have you back on. Always going to be so much fun. And those 2 chapters in particular, I think will be really good, for us and, those are two really deep chapters with a lot of interconnected moments that we can, call back to. It should be just a lot of fun.
I feel like the Palantiri, especially, I think this will be my first time going back and rereading that chapter from beginning to end, since we learned all the things that we've learned over the course of the last several years about like Osanwe and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It'll be cool to dive back into,
won't it?
Just like the mechanics of the Palantiri.
It really is interesting how much detail Tolkien put, as he does in everything, into how these things actually function, which is wild. I mean, the fact that you have to stand in this particular position, they
the
have
way
holes.
That they face, it's crazy. It's I mean, not in a good way. It's crazy.
Yeah,
and I think it'll be good to and I don't know. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to dive back into that.
And the size of them. Like, I mean, I'm still blown away by how big the stone was at Osgiliath, it's going to be good stuff. And then, of course, who doesn't want to talk about the wizards?
Yeah, the Astari is like,
it's going
to take us right back to the early days of the Silmarillion. And
it really will, because so much of it, I mean, there's so much towards the end of the Astari chapter that brings us back to the Valar making decisions as to what they're going to do with the men of Middle Earth and the people of Middle Earth. So, it's going to be fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. I got to say, I'm, and don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely loving the episodes that I'm doing with Sarah right now on Aldarion and Arendis, but I would love to get your take on Aldarion and Arendis at some point. We'll have to do like an Aldarion and Arendis, like just 30-minute chat. Or something like that to kind of get your take on all of that, because it's been a lot of fun to work through that with Sarah. She and I are already almost halfway through the story in recording, even though they haven't come out yet, because of course we're trying to build that buffer. But it's good stuff.
That would be fun. I reread that story just about 2 years ago, when I was actually doing a talk on Numenor for a friend of mine was hosting an event at the college that we used to go to way back in the day. And so I did like a talk on Numenor and Greek mythology. And I just went back and reread all the Numenor stuff that was in Unfinished Tales. So I reread Aldarion and Arendis. And that is one of those, we've talked about this with even Lord of the Rings, but especially Aldarion and Arendis. Like the older I get, like the more my take on that story changes. I don't know. I'm not prepared to say much about it today, but I would love to dive into it, at some point.
It's been so interesting to dive into it like that, to go in depth like I'd never done before, and realizing just how good Tolkien is at writing stories you didn't expect him to write,
Yeah.
I mean, this is an in-depth character study that we don't get with anybody else, really.
Right. And it's just like pure human drama, and like, this dysfunctional family where, Aldarion is, he's just not there for his family, and you see the effect that has on his family, and then, and on his child, and on the Numenorian line for generations.
Exactly.
It's like and I think that's where Tolkien's genius comes in, is like he takes this very human story and then he extrapolates it to the mythic level by saying, well, not only was Aldarion a bad dad and a bad husband, but also what he did created. I mean, he wasn't a spectacular king either while he was king, if I remember correctly. But then, but
he had moments where he was absolutely central, right? I mean, that's the thing,
right? Yeah.
There's no.
That's where it's like I need to refresh my memory on some of the historical aspects of it.
It was one of those stories where you realize, like, how people's gripes about Tolkien is, oh, they're all black and white, everybody's either good or evil. And of course, those of us who've read Tolkien more than about 30 seconds realize that's not true. Right. Aldarion and Arendis is a great example of that.
Definitely.
Because both characters are good and both characters are bad.
Yeah.
They both make really good choices. They both make terrible choices.
Yeah.
And the
thing, I really just feel sorry for the kid.
That's the thing.
And
Kalame gets the short end of the staff, and it messes her up. It's generational trauma in a story.
Right. Right. And when you think about how much generational trauma is a part of, like, it's a very common trope in fiction today.
Yeah.
People are really connecting with it. I think it's a really good story for people to connect with now.
Yeah, it really.
Oh, that's exciting! We should.
It's gonna be fun.
Definitely talk more about this.
Yeah, so we'll recap it, because I mean, by that point, Sarah and I will have been done with Aldarion and Arendis. So our 10 episodes on it run from October 5th to December 14th. And that's when I'll switch over to working with James to get through Tal Elmar and then the history of Galadriel and Celeborn. So by the time we get to you in those episodes start airing in June, it will have been months. It'll be a fun opportunity to sort of recap and get your take on it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, it's really, really good stuff. So that'll be a fun intro or two, where we can talk through the whole of the story. It kind of did, Nate. It sort of, that's what happens though when Sean and I get together. It sort of becomes a live episode of the PPP.
Well, and I'm totally uprooting your plan for the day because you said drop by anytime, and I'm like, well,
yeah, I did mean drop by, but I said that to everybody.
I
said that to everybody, and if that happens, I told Corey, I said I'm going to be playing Lotro, but if you drop by, I'm just going to pause the game. I mean, unless I'm in an instance or something, I'll just finish and get to a point I can pause, and then we'll come out, we'll chat. I mean, I don't, this is just loose format, no structure, and yeah, it's totally whatever you want to do.
And if I may just sort of respond to some of the chat that's going on,
please do.
Sean and Alan just hanging out. It's a live episode of the PPP. It's this is what the mood's going to be like.
That's
right?
Exactly it. 3 days of this.
I feel like if we get together, over dinner or over happy hour or something, this always happens.
Always does.
So I mean, we're
literally just two friends sitting in a pub.
Yeah, exactly. So modest, not modest plug for this event that we're talking about here today. I mean, hey, if you guys want to hang out with us and have a conversation with us,
this is how to do it.
This is how we do it. Yeah.
And if you get tired of us, you can go listen to Brett talk about the details of chainmail armor and
I think you mean when they get tired of us, but yeah.
After 7 minutes, when you've gotten tired of us, you can go listen to Brett hold court for 3 hours on some incredibly pedantic but wonderfully pedantic detail. I say pedantic and people think it's an insult. I mean that as a compliment.
Speaking as a pedant myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
I mean, that's the name of his blog, for crying out loud, right? A collection
of a collection of unmitigated pedantry. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So it's going to be so much fun to have him there. And Christopher Gilson, I know that I have had to up my word nerdery levels since you left, right? I mean, that's just, I've had to in your absence, because I used to always defer to you, like, I'm going to let you handle the word nerdery because, man, that stuff is hard. And now I've had to learn, and it's like, wow, this stuff is really hard. But I'll tell you what, my word nerd cred is going to feel like an Autopia license listening to Christopher Gilson talk about, oh, is that sweet?
I'm a little nervous about speaking at the same mood as Christopher Gilson, but since I won't be talking about any Tolkien's languages,
that'll help.
I'll be in a different space. But I will say, so for anybody who was at Oxenmoot 50, that was the one in 2023 you and I were at.
The one where we did, where we actually got to sell our book before it came out.
We got to do the book launch. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the idea that I'm presenting on, which has to do with the Father Christmas letters, it's actually based on an idea I have had since that moot, and I actually first started jotting down notes for this talk on the plane coming back, because there were some things that happened at that moot. There was a presentation by Christine Larson.
Yep,
and there was,
I remember that one.
Her keynote, and then it was a conversation I was having with James over breakfast one day. Because James, of course, is a huge word nerd too. And
massively so. Yeah. Have you listened to the episodes we did on the
of course.
Yeah.
Yes. So he and I got to talking about etymologies over breakfast one morning, and I just had this idea in my head. I was like, this is going to be a paper someday. So here it is. I'm bringing it to this mood.
Good. Well, I can't wait. Martin asks a question in the chat. Is that Funko in your shelves? Is that Eowyn?
It is. Yeah.
Wow. I do not know how you managed to spot that with your robotic eyes, because I barely spotted that there was a Funko, but yeah.
Yep. This was a gift from my wife not too long ago.
I love it.
Yeah. I remember it was for fall. It came out not too long ago.
I'm afraid if I started collecting those pops, I'd be in trouble.
Well, I've only got a handful. I've got a Frodo.
Katie,
but yeah, really good eye. Was it Martin? Really good eye, Martin.
Yeah. Katie asks, I could see over the curvature of the office.
I've only got
nice reference there. Yeah.
I've got the curvature of the office. I got it.
Yeah, the Legolas things.
Now I've only got like Awen and Frodo, and then obviously I haven't even taken Awen out of the box yet. I will. I'm not a keep him in the box kind of guy. I will take her out of the box, but and then I've got the what was the other Funko line? I think they called it Rock Candy, and it was it was all female characters, superheroes, all kinds of things, and they had Awen and Arwen, and I've got those in my downstairs office, which. The reason this room is looking kind of bare is because I'm in the process of moving back down.
To the downstairs office. Oh, right on. Well, cool. Yeah, I don't have any Funko Pops. I do have some Legos. You'll see the Lego Legolas and Gimli somewhere, and then the Aragorn and Arwen right there. Balrog and Gandalf over here. I built that one without wings, by the way. That Balrog has no wings.
Good man,
as you would expect. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and Frodo and Smeagol are somewhere, but I don't remember where on my shelf they are.
Yeah, I've got the Frodo and Smeagol blockhead downstairs.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Good stuff. I gotta build my next Lego though, is gonna be the Balrog and Gandalf book nook. Have you seen that one?
Yes, I have.
It's so cool.
I almost bought that when I was at the Lego store. I was at a Lego store in New Orleans over the summer, and I almost bought that. And I ended up buying a D&D set instead.
It was a little more complex than I thought. I thought since it's a book nook, it's not going to be that big. It's 1,200 pieces. So it's not going to be an easy build.
Right.
And I don't think I can build this one without the wings, unfortunately. I have a feeling like that's going to be, that would just look stupid. So I'll go ahead and build it. But I had been holding off because I'm waiting for Light My Bricks to come out with the lighting kit for it. Because they will if they haven't already. They came out with one for the Tower of Barad-dûr. They came out with one for the Hobbit Hill, the Shire thing, and for Rivendell.
Right.
So definitely looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah, that'll be worth waiting for sure.
Yeah, it's easier to build them when you already have to build.
I have to take it apart and put the light bricks in.
Yeah, which is why I'd rather just wait until the light kit comes out if it's not already. But yeah, man. Good stuff. You can just hang out here the rest of the day, right? Sean, you don't have anything else on your schedule, do you?
I got about 30 minutes before I have to take off again.
Oh, okay. Well, then hang out for a little while. That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
sure.
We'll just delay. You all don't mind if we put Lord of the Rings Online on the shelf for a little while, right? I mean, we could do an update. If enough people register today, that's a very good point, Molly. I'll do that while we're while Sean holds court for a little bit. Let me take a look real quick and see those numbers.
All right. Well, while I'm here, I mean, I don't know, folks got the chat. Does anybody have any questions for me while I'm here? It's been a while since I've had a chance to talk to some of you guys.
That is true. I just got to log in. Get that data.
If not, I'll just sit here and just look at my Awen. So I didn't realize this. I guess this Awen series, there's a Mouth of Sauron in the set, and I feel like I probably should have gotten that too. That would be kind of a fun one to have.
Katie's reminding me I wanted to share about that at the end of the stream. That's fair. But the where we're at on the numbers and whether I'm not going to be able to say yes or no, but I do at least want to say that we've gotten a few people signed up today. Let's see, since the stream started. We've had 7 people sign up virtually. And we've also had one person sign up for in person. That's good. That's real good. Yeah.
Nate asked me, if I may, Alan, any fun PPP moot memories I'd like to share?
Yeah.
Or tips for moot newbies?
That second question is a big one, isn't it?
Yeah. Moot memories is a really big one. I'm going to need a minute on that one.
Yeah. Take it. Take 5.
Tips for moot newbies, I think, Nate. My biggest tip is you're going to come into this event and there's going to be a whole bunch of scheduled talks, and those talks are awesome. Make sure that you catch as many of those as you can. Mm-hmm. But my biggest tip for newbies is don't overload your schedule with talks and miss out on social time.
100%.
Especially if you're in person at a moot, this is a chance to be with your people in person. And a lot of that is the presentations, but a lot of that is also just like hanging out in the hall. You know, grabbing a drink, grabbing a bite with somebody, and just like talking about Tolkien or whatever, whatever else. And we're not just Tolkien fans here either. I mean, you're going to find people who are fans of a lot of other
That's true
fun stuff that you're into. So a lot of it is just getting to know people. So don't, as much as I want you to enjoy all of the programming, don't powerhouse through the programming and then get exhausted and you know, like save some energy for the evening events. Don't be afraid to skip a talk that you're not as interested in and just hang out with some friends, go grab a cup of coffee, hang out in the hallways, something like that. That's my biggest tip. And I've almost gotten to the point now where, not at this moot, but at some other moots, especially smaller moots, I spend less time in the talks almost and more time
with the people.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think you're right about the smaller ones versus the bigger ones, because the bigger ones, there are so many talks that you really do have to, you know, there are some that you're like, I must go to this. But also there are so many people that sometimes that's also a way to recover. You know, a lot of us tend to be introverted and, you know, so, and that's another tip I would have is most moots have like quiet spaces where you can go and just chill. But
and whether that's you chill alone and go listen to an audiobook or a podcast for a little while, or get a small group of like 2 or 3 people that you really want to hang out with instead of being in a larger group, you know, there's plenty of space for that kind of stuff. And Tolkien fans are a pretty friendly bunch.
We really are.
And like you said, Alan, a lot of us are introverts, and if you need space, we get it.
Oh, we more than
that's why I'm saying conserve those batteries, because you want to
exactly, as Katie said in the chat, mind your spoons. It's, I would say one other tip is whenever you're going, whatever your dates, like if you're coming to ours and you're going to be there through Sunday and you're going back Sunday afternoon, maybe plan on a light day on Monday. Like you're going to be tired because you'll probably end up staying up late most nights, visiting and socializing and having fun. And so there's that fatigue, but there is always a little bit of a post-moot
depression almost.
Sadness. They call it at Oxamoot, they call it PODS, right? Post-Oxamoot depression syndrome. And it is very real because you spend 3 days with some amazing people, some of whom maybe you've had the privilege of knowing online for a very long time, but now you get to meet them in person. And there is a bit of like, oh, I have to go back to regular life now. And it's true. So just kind of be prepared for that.
Yeah, definitely. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with regular life. Obviously,
of course not.
We got families, we got friends in the real world that we enjoy being with, but it's different. And it is a little bit depressing.
It's worth it though.
It's totally worth it.
It is.
It's worth it. And the cool thing about it is this is not the last moot. You know, there's going to be another one. There's going to be another PPP moot. There's going to be another Oxen moot. There's going to be another West moot. There's going to be another Myth moot. There's small regional moots. Signum hosts a bunch of them.
Signum hosts a bunch of one-day moots all over the place. In fact, they're doing one today. Euromoot is today, which is why Corey, may or may not be able to join at some point.
Mythopoeic Society in the U.S. I mean, they
have MythCon every year.
Always moots. There's always a moot just a few months away. So, go to this one, enjoy it, give yourself some downtime, kind of process leaving this one, and know that the next one's around the corner.
Exactly. And I think my advice would echo Sean's almost, to a T, in terms of making sure that you make time to not only attend the talks, but that you make time to spend with your people, because not to downplay the importance of the talks. They're super important. You're going to enjoy them. But worst case scenario, you can always catch one later. We're going to make sure that all of them are recorded. So whether you attend in person or online, you'll be able to watch it. That also means that if you decide you want to go to this talk, but at the same time, somebody else is giving another talk you're interested in, that's okay. You'll be able to get to watch both. But you can't replace that time or substitute that time with others. That's a much harder thing to do. So, Yeah, definitely agree. As for Moot Memories, though, Sean, top 3, let's say.
I will do that, and then I want to just flag. We got a question from P51.
Oh, Moot Etiquette.
EFL. Yes, let's flag that to answer in a moment.
Yeah. There was also another one that I wanted to flag on whether you and I are contemplating a sequel to our book.
Okay.
So we'll come back to both of those.
I think we can answer that one too. Moot Memories. PPP Moot specifically, the first in-person Moot that we had in Milwaukee, not only was that just an amazing time, it was also right after I had announced that I was going to be leaving the show full time.
Yeah.
So it was very emotional and bittersweet. Yeah. At the time, like neither Alan or I knew exactly what that meant. We knew that I couldn't do the show every week anymore, but we didn't know, was that it? Was I never coming back? We just didn't know.
And I had no idea what I was going to do.
I know. And it was very bittersweet. And look, in hindsight, it almost seems quaint because we have continued to work together and we continue to talk to each other all the time. And so I'm still here, even though I'm not on the show every week. But that was really special, just being there for that mood during a difficult transition for me, and a difficult transition for you and for both of us.
Yeah, a little bit. Katie points out a little self-directed praise. Kudos to the heroine who encouraged you to still chat sometimes. Yes, Katie, thank you.
Whoever that was,
whoever that was. I can't remember her name. She was, No, that was Katie, of course, who did that.
Catherine McKenna, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Other Moot memories. I mean, Tolkien 2019 was
wow.
Was really special.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Specific memory, I think. I don't even know that I have a specific memory of that one. It was just such a cool event.
It was an overwhelming sense of memories, weren't there?
That was some of the best.
I have one, but I can't share it on the show. It's a family channel.
One of the things that happened in one of the parties.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It was a little off color comment that somebody buy me a couple of beers in Dallas and I'll tell you the story.
There you go.
Or Alan will.
Oh, I'll tell you. I just can't tell you on the show.
But no, that was a great one for just the social stuff. I mean, some of the best parties that they had there. And I think that was where I first realized that moots are as much about just hanging out with people as they are about listening to presentations. Yeah. So that I know these aren't really answering the question about specific memories, but
these are memories.
What else? I mean, obviously Oxenmoot, the most recent Oxenmoot, well, the one that we went to in 2023, going to Enyalié for the first time.
Yeah.
So this is for folks who don't know, because Oxenmoot takes place in Oxford, right down the street from Wolvercote Cemetery, where Tolkien is buried. And I say right down the street. It's like a 20-minute bus ride or like an hour.
And it's also usually tail end of August, early September, so it's right around also the anniversary of
his death. That's right. So the last Sunday morning of Oxenmoot is always the Enyalié, which is the remembrance ceremony at Tolkien's graveside, and there are representatives from different Tolkien fan communities, lay wreaths at the grave, and there's singing. There's a reading by Sean Gunner, who's the chair of the Tolkien Society. It's a very beautiful and touching and respectful ceremony, and it was my first time going to Tolkien's gravesite. And so I think that was probably my most powerful moot memory in general, despite the very emotional Milwaukee memory that I was just talking about. But Enyalié was just next level.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember I think for me, the specific moot memories I have are the very first moot that I went to, which was all the way back in 2016 when I went to Oxenmoot. Nobody knew who I was, which was wonderful. Or almost nobody. And I just remember having just this wonderful time. I didn't know hardly anybody any more than they knew me. I remember walking around Oxford. I remember being in some of these same places. Like, I think for me, the moment was walking, doing Addison's Walk. And remembering this is the place where Tolkien and Lewis and Hugo Dyson, walked around talking about, I mean, it just this place. I'm surrounded by all these memories.
Yeah.
And then I remember 2018 really well because that was the Bodleian one where they had the Maker of Middle Earth exhibit, and getting to go and see that. Going twice actually. And then obviously PPP Moot, just being able to be involved and putting one together. So good. Oh yeah, that time at Birmingham when somebody recognized.
Yes, I was going to say Mirawina just pointed that out. I remember.
Yeah,
was that you? Mirawina, was that you?
Oh no, she says she's almost nobody, but that's because she remembered, she knew who I was in 2016 at the Moot.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. No, I remember. Yes, us walking down the street in Birmingham, just the two of us talking.
Yeah,
we got stopped.
That young couple in I think they had just gotten married. They were from Oregon or something, I think.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember, but they were American for sure. I don't remember who it was off the top of my head, but they recognized our voices from the show. We were just walking back from the grocery store with a flat of bottled water.
That's right. And also Jeremy from Tolkien Collector's Guide.
Yeah.
Uruloke. I met him for the first time in Birmingham, and he recognized me from my voice. Like,
that's so
I don't know who I think that was before you might have been there, Alan, but you might have been sleeping or something. It was my first day.
Yeah, jet lag.
I was walking down the street, and maybe I was talking to somebody, and then like Jeremy was just like, he just turned around and was like, "Are you Sean Marchese?" I'm like, "Yes." It's just weird.
Not if you're here to kill Sean Marchese.
Right, yeah, exactly. Like,
not if Sean Marchese owes you money.
Yeah.
I know. It's hard to pick the specific memories. I will say that over time, and this is maybe more a reflection on my age, they do tend to meld together. Like sometimes I forget the 2016 Oxamoot and 2018 Oxamoot, which moments are which.
What's your age again?
Older than you, sir. Older than you. Yeah. I was just telling.
I may not look it, but I'm beginning to feel it.
A little thin, a little stretched, like butter spread over too much toast.
Yeah.
I was telling Marcel that he and I combined, I think, are old enough to be Bilbo at the unexpected party, or the long expected party. I mean,
really?
I think so. Because I think
Marcel's older than he looks.
I remember he was 50. Like, I want to say 3 years ago, but it might have been 4. If it was 4, then he and I are 111. So
wow. Okay. I'll be 50 next year.
Yeah, that's cool. Then at least we'll both be in our 50s.
That's crazy. That's really crazy when I consider that you and I started the PPP when I was like,
I know, 40.
I was 40.
Because it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago in February, we began this whole thing, which is still wild to me that, you know, I'm still baffled that you know, I've been doing this for that long, and that
my daughter was a baby.
Part of it.
She was like, both of our kids. I mean, both of our youngest were babies.
Ellie was a year old, or no, almost 2. She's almost 2.
Vesper was just over a year. Now she's a moody tween.
Middle school. Yeah, moody tween. Look at the door. That's okay. She's off listening to the new Taylor Swift album, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's why I'm leaving in 10 minutes. We're going to see the record release movie.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is she watching K-pop Demon Hunters as often as my daughter is?
We've seen it a bunch of times, and we've been listening to the music, and we've been listening to other K-pop music. I've kind of discovered a new appreciation for K-pop. So yeah,
you're better than me. I've been forced to, but I'm not. I can't say I've become a
well.
Fan yet.
I'm just saying. Be glad you don't have me on the show more often, Alan, because if I did, it's probably in amongst the progressive rock references. There's going to be some Taylor Swift and K-pop references.
That's okay. I threw a Taylor Swift reference. I threw a couple Taylor Swift references in last season.
Nice.
I don't remember off the top of my head which episodes they were.
And I'm not blaming my kid for that. In fact, I'm the person in the family who got everybody else into Taylor Swift. So,
oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to remember whether I did I put that in my titles. I know I did, but I can't remember which titles they were. I'd have to look. They were lyric references rather than title references, I think.
Oh, that's amazing.
And it was a little more subtle, but I'm sure somebody in the audience will remember and be like, "Oh yeah, it was this one."
That's really great. That's great.
Oh man. It was because of Dawn. What was because of Dawn? I miss it. Oh man. Good.
Well, so what? There were a couple of other questions out
there.
Oh
yeah. Were we ever considering writing a sequel to our book?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
In short answer, yes, we're considering it.
Short answer is yes, and the long answer is yes, but it might be with a different publisher. We don't know yet. We are now past the point where they'd have right of first refusal. So if we did get a better offer, we could. But yeah, we are thinking about it, and
more than thinking about it, I mean, we've got an outline for it.
We've kind of got the outline idea. Yeah,
we know what the chapters will be. So, because there was a bunch of stuff that we wanted to cover in the first book that we didn't get to for whatever reason.
I have like half the chapter on video games written, like 6,000 words of it.
Right, that's right.
You know,
yeah,
and you know, video games is an adaptation, and you know that needs to see the light of day.
No, more than considering, we actually have ideas for it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The other one was a question on. Was it moot etiquette? Oh yeah. It was, you know, like if you see a group of people and we're talking with like 4 or 5 people, is it okay to come up and talk to us? The answer for us, at least, is a yes.
Answer for me is 100% a yes. I can't speak for anybody else, and you know their needs. You know, I want to be respectful of everybody's, you know, social needs and social boundaries, but do not ever hesitate to come up to me if I'm alone, or to me and Alan.
Same.
If Alan and I are hanging out talking, we want to talk to you guys. I go to Moots to meet people. And so, by all means, please feel free to come up and approach us.
Just do the same as you do in our online spaces, right? You know, if somebody's trying to get away, let them get away, you know?
Yes.
That kind of thing.
Be respectful of others, you know. A lot of people are there, and a lot of people, you know, a lot of people want to meet us and meet other people that they've heard on the show. So, you know, be respectful of that, please. You know, I think everybody would.
I don't think that we've ever really had a problem behaviorally.
No.
I mean,
but as far as I'm concerned, the more the merrier. Please come up, say hi.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
you come all this way, you might as well come up and say hi to us.
Please do. Yeah, you want a selfie? You want us to sign? Please bring your copies of Why We Love Middle Earth. We'll sign them. Right? I don't need to tell you that. Yeah. Bring them. We'll sign them. Right?
Definitely.
Yeah. But of course, you know, if there is a problem, we'll deal with it. You know, we've got our team of people, and that goes for any of you who are there. This applies online and in person. If you run into any problems, like somebody is giving you, maybe somebody's not leaving you alone, tell us, right? We will handle that. You know, if it's an in-person situation, we've, you know, we'll ask people to leave if we have to ask people to leave. Okay. So
yep, definitely.
Mick says hello, Mr. Marchese.
Hello, Mr. Tough. How are you? I saw somebody asked how I feel about you now that you're a cat dad, Alan. Very proud.
It was kind of an unwilling cat dad. It was like Jai wanted a pet, and it wasn't going to satisfy him to get, you know, a hamster or a gerbil. But we knew we couldn't do the dog, which is what I would have preferred. But I also know we just don't. There's no way we could walk a dog twice a day and deal with all the practical ownerships thing. I mean, heck, I can't get my son to feed the cat every day. So, you know, walking a dog would have been impossible. But yeah, over a year now, been a cat dad.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. See if I can, with the modern technology, see if I can get a photo of him over here. Just airdrop it to the computer and share it here.
Oh, I'm just going to use the old technology to get a picture of mine.
Probably not my very best picture of him, but you know, let's see.
So I see Mick's here from Ireland. I see Ed the Easterlings here from the north of England. Where else are people from out there today? Maybe you've done this earlier, Alan. I don't know.
No, I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can figure out how to get my.
I like this view.
I bet you do. I'm trying to. Modern technology. I'm still learning how to do this. You know. I don't know. I don't know why it's not
getting dizzy now.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll figure it out later.
90 degrees in Minnesota today, Nate. My gosh.
Wow.
It is warmer there. It's warmer there than in Texas.
That is wild.
We got
Katie, I know we had a system. I'm sorry, I didn't break it. I'm back to the layout that we had before, which was the contain layout. I promise. We're where we need to be.
Meta's here from Copenhagen. Hi, Meta. How are you doing?
We've got Maryland, Irving, Texas, Ohio, originally Argentina. Wow, that's
sorry, Ed. I said you were in the north of England. I apologize. You're in the Midlands. I'm still bad on my UK geography. Please forgive me. It's north of London. That's what it's
there you go. It's north of London, so it's the north
it's
of
north
England.
of London and Oxford. That's all I know. I'm sorry, man.
That's like the people that say to me, oh, I'm from, oh, you're from California. Yeah, I know somebody in San Francisco. Have you ever met so and so?
Like, no, it's a different state practically.
It might as well be a different country.
Alan, I am sorry. I do have to run in a couple minutes.
No worries, man. No, I'm grateful that we had all this time. It's always fun to see you, always fun to hang out, and to get to hang out in a group with our people is just fantastic. I mean, absolutely fantastic. So thank you for stopping by. Really thank you for taking your time and doing that today, especially to talk about the moot since you're going to be there. Super excited.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm looking forward to it. I started working on my paper already. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Oh, we will.
And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody at the moot.
Yeah.
But if I have time later, I will try to pop in later. I don't know. As I said, I'm going to a movie, and we might not be out. I mean, we'll be out before this is over, but we may not be.
But yeah, may not be back. But if you are, you are. If not, no worries.
Yeah. But anyway, great seeing you, Alan. Great seeing you all in the chat. And thank you all. And looking forward to seeing those of you who can make it to the moot. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks again for stopping by. We'll see you next time.
Pleasure. All right. See you guys. Bye.
Okay. Modern technology, trying to figure out how that all works. Let's see. Let's throw the one bundle to rule them all back up. Just to catch you all back up, of course, that in case you haven't been here for a little while, that's the bundle that our title sponsor for the moot is giving away. Starting today through October 31st, just sign up, scan that QR code, take you to a Google form where you will sign up for their newsletter. Once you've done that, you're eligible. And at the end of the month, we'll draw a winner, and the winner will get their casual throw, the canvas tote, and the bone china Middle Earth map mug, which I actually have over there. So good to have Sean stop by. I got to tell you, that just made my day. But you know what? It's been great because we've also had Max stop by. We've had Nubeta stop by. I understand Belmont's going to try to swing by later as well. Hopefully Corey, Sarah, who co-hosted, a bunch of episodes with me last year and the year before, co-hosting with me again right now for Aldarian and Arendis. But yeah, so be sure that you enter the giveaway because that package of stuff is worth like $330 and they're going to ship it to you for free. You're just going to get your stuff. Winner will be notified, or we'll be calling out the winner on November 4th, Monday the 4th, I think that is. So, all right. And let's see, I think it's time to figure out a little Lord of the Rings online. So I'm going to go ahead and first off, put the break screen up for a little bit while I get some things set up properly. All right. Jessica, good question. Have I ever done a tour? Not for the live stream. I think I did a Shelves of the West series when I was more active on TikTok. But if you guys want me to pull a few volumes and talk about them, that's something we could do in the next break. For now, I'm going to pop in and do a little Lord of the Rings online. So first, I'm going to put the break screen up and then we'll be back. All right, everybody. All right. Thanks for sticking around. And yeah, there was just no way for me to figure out how to leave that bundle up, but it's there and you can definitely scan it now. Let's see. Let me figure out how to do this. Switching to picture in picture. Let's see. I think for this, I will turn off the ticker and the QR codes. And don't worry, we're not going to play with my alts today. That's just the first one alphabetically. Let's see. I guess we could leave them up. This time around, I'm going to leave the beacons are lit one up. That is if you want to support the moot, like, you want to provide a little funding to help make sure that people are able to attend and keep the costs down for this one and or the next one. A reminder for those who weren't here the first time I mentioned this, but any of those funds that are left in the moot, support fund will simply be set aside for the next moot so that we can lower the prices. Because if we lower the prices, that'll enable more people to come. And if enough people come, then we break even and we're all good to go. All right. So we're going to go ahead and leave those up. I'm getting a question in chat, but I don't know what it's referring to. Katie, if you want to fill me in on that. And then I'll go ahead and get over to the game. Okay. Oh, I know what I need to do. Hold on a second here before I forget. I've got to move my screen to the other screen or I won't be able to see chat. All right. Thanks for your patience, folks. This has been, real interesting experiment in trying to do sort of a long form stream. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and unmute this. Woo! And let's switch over to Hilburn, who is in Moria. So when we last left Hilburn, so for those of you who do not follow the PPP plays, that's my Tuesday night and Saturday afternoon streaming twice a week. That is where I've been playing Lotro for the most part. I mean, I have done Magic the Gathering. I've done some Lego builds. I've done a bunch of different things. But mostly lately I've been playing Lotro. Hilburn is the river hobbit that are created just for PPP plays. Started him at level 1 in that area where the river hobbits begin. And now you can see I'm level 61 and I happen to be in Moria along the epic quest. And we're going to go ahead and dismiss both of these things so that we can get rid of these. I know that these are cool things and fun things to do, but we are not going to be doing them. Okay. And let's go and open the silver gift. We got a useless potion of power, but we got some virtue XP that we'll spend. Okay. In the meantime, Katie's got a couple things in chat. Nate, I'm going to keep up my streak of moot-related questions. If you had to compare the moot to a region or specific place in Lotro, what would it be? Common Room of the Prancing Pony. Absolutely. Hassle, a little controversial. It's my biggest complaint about Lotro. I'd love it if they updated the graphics engine. I mean, they do pretty well, considering, but it's not by any stretch of the imagination, modern. All right. So for those who, like I said, who don't follow the PPP plays, Lotro Lord of the Rings Online has an epic quest that follows along with the stories in the books fairly well. And, in this case, you're basically following after the Fellowship. And in this case, you're here with the dwarves who are trying to resettle Moria after the Fellowship has gone through and discovered, Balin's death. And we are in the middle of Volume 2, Book 5, Drums in the Deep. And in order to advance here, I actually have to finish a skirmish. And last time we did some skirmish training. So we're going to go ahead and do a skirmish. Once that's going, I'll have a hard time breaking to answer any questions in chat. But Ed, thank you for registering online. That's awesome. So let's go ahead and pull up the instance finder. This is where you find the skirmishes, and I'll just type for it here. It's Battle of the Deep Way. So there it is. And you can see that I can't change anything. Oh, I can, but probably shouldn't. So I'm just going to launch the encounter and travel now. So like the other things, it's an instance, right?
Has brought the wrath of the orcs down upon the dwarves. The encampment at the Deep Way faces a terrible onslaught from Marzok's horde. Are the Longbeards strong enough to face the challenge?
This needs doing.
The barricades are set and my dwarves stand ready. All that must be done now is to wait for the orcs to come. I would ask that you follow the ebb and flow of the battle and aid where you are needed most. Also, do not forget to unfurl the banners of Khazad-dûm. They can help stir the hearts of all free peoples to great deeds, and may even help turn the tide of battle. However, do not use them lightly, as once unfurled, a banner's strength is spent. Prepare yourself, as I fear it won't be long now.
So there's one that gives a defense buff and one that gives a morale buff. But they're one-time deals each. So enemies are moving against the north barricade. So I have to follow the tides of battle here. Should probably grab some food while I'm doing this. We have a lieutenant. So remember these in the practice skirmish. The lieutenants each have a different thing that they do, different powers. This is when Rain of Arrows comes in really handy. I got to wait for this to basically say we're done, and now we're going to go to the other barricade. Enemies are moving against the central camp. All right. So now I come back. This is where Broger will be. The lieutenant of the enemy has joined the battle. Aha, there we go. A weak Moria lieutenant. But that's not the lieutenant they're talking about. They're talking about this guy, the Dour Hand Kegmaster, who gets one-shotted because that's what I do. Thank you very much. Oh, didn't see him still around. First assault's been broken. Some moments to rest before it continues. Of course, if you're fighting this on level and you're struggling, then, you want those breaks. Dwarves are already plugged in with current events. We've gotten a deed for killing that particular, Dour Hand Kegmaster. Okay. Tell me where to go next. Enemies are moving against the south barricade. All right. So now we run to the south barricade. And this is typical of skirmishes. Skirmishes will often have you splitting your attention between different locations. Oh, there are a couple more here. The Hammer Stroke of the Unwearied King. One offers a heal over time. And I can't tell what the other one does because I can't get a good look at it, but don't think I'll need them is basically the point. Come on. Okay. The hammer stroke is going to be a damage buff, and the other one is a power restore. Come on, guys. Lieutenant of the enemy. Well, don't get into a hassle. You're going to get into a question of NCOs and versus actual officers. I don't know. They're orcs, though, so probably doesn't much matter. And we'll be playing this for a little less time so we can move on to conversations again, probably around 2:30. As I think we'll keep on time for this as much as we can. Central Camp. And another lieutenant. Going to help Broger here. The Hail Moria pack leader. Okay, second assault. Get another deed. So every time you kill certain lieutenants, you get deeds for that. Thank you, Nate. Luckily, this doesn't take the stamina of, like, leg day at the gym. It's just hanging out. Talking Middle Earth. Having friends come by. It's all good. North Barricade, go! I'm sorry if I'm missing anything in chat. I want you all to know I'm glad you're all here. It's been fantastic to see so many Prancing Pony podcast people show up. And again, for those of you who aren't normal PPP Plays followers, please, come back on Tuesdays and Saturdays. Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Pacific, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Pacific. I'm often playing Lotro. So yeah, definitely. Whoa, got him. They have a cave troll that we've killed. Yeah, so the horns will alert you. Skirmishes are fun, and they're a good way to, get practice in sort of chaotic battle moments. Probably Central Camp again. Yep. Oh, it's Nakat. Hi. Hey, welcome. Glad you could be here. Oh, the echo of death. Powerful lieutenant of the enemy. You have defended against the third assault. Oh, there's a fourth one. I didn't know that. Probably the north one. Oh, we have an encounter near the south barricade. So that would give us a chance to have a quick encounter. Now, that does mean that I'm leaving the central area undefended, which could be a problem. But usually, there we go. This guy, Burntail. Now enemies are moving against the south barricade. Am I at the south barricade? I think I am, right? Yes, I am. Sometimes it'll call you to another place. Like, you'll end up at the south and then they'll be attacking the north. So going to do the encounter will sometimes take you away from the battle where you need to be. But you can see that gave me a completion on a deed, or progress on a deed, I should say. Because if you do the skirmish and defeat each of the encounters, then you'll get, various things, various rewards. Ooh, a Stormkeeper. Got him too. Deed bestowed. All right, now there'll probably be a central one. Oh no, there's still some enemies here. Oh, I didn't see them. The lizards. And now we got moving against the central camp too. So, and a lieutenant of the enemy has joined the battle. All right, so now I got to get back. Oh, the flood lizard attacks. What flood lizard? That guy. The problem is I got to hurry and get back to the central camp before Broger dies. Okay, so I got a second encounter, and now we're running back, and Broger's like, where the heck are you, man? Troll wound taker. Let's get him. At least draw his attention off our guy. So Broger didn't die while we were gone. He did get wounded. All right, you should return to Broger before the final assault. So this is the final assault. Let's go ahead and unleash, or get ready to unleash both banners. Actually, they last 3 minutes, so we'll go ahead and do them. Oh, I see. So then so we plant the banner. All right, here we go. We got the big battle coming now, right? So the banners are doing their deal, giving us a little area heal and defense. I'll build a trap just in case. Oh, it's the Pale Trapper. Come on. And pretty soon we're going to get the boss. Here comes somebody. It's a weak Moria Cutthroat. He's clearly not a threat. Lieutenant of the enemy has joined the battle. Echo of Death. Not sure he's going to be the boss. There should be a boss guy, but I don't remember. There we go. Now the Goblin Sappers come in. There we go.
Do you think you've defeated the orcs of Moria? Prepare yourself, for your end is nigh. Long live Mazog, son of Bolg.
Stay within the effects of a player buffing banner to negate the effects of his rage.
I will leave your head for your friends to see.
There we go. And that's the end of that particular skirmish.
It was a glorious battle, Hilburn, one that shall long be remembered. The orcs thought they could use trickery to gain the upper hand. But they could not stand in the face of our combined might. Now let us finish our business here and see what else we can do to push back these foul orcs.
So, now that I've finished that...
But the deep way stands still.
we get to get our reward, and now we go to talk to Stothkel and defend the way of the Smiths. So we just have to find our way over there, right? No, that's not a door. This way, maybe. Nope, that's Sproger. I don't remember how to get out of here. This way. There we go. Out to the waterworks. Oh, it's a skirm thing with that horn. Yeah. Come on. Okay, now where do we have to go again? Okay. Silvertine load. So we want to make our way to the Silvertine work sites. Oh, that's not too far. We'll just go up that direction, right? Let's get on our goat. Get on your goats and ride. I think we can go this way. You've discovered Durin's beard. By Durin's beard. By Grapthaw's hammer. And now I want the dwarves to do that. By Grapthaw's hammer, you shall be avenged. Wait, was that the way of the Smiths? No. Look at me skipping the resource nodes. Let's see. And follow the train tracks. Oh, before I get much further, I'm going to spend some perks on the accelerated experience here. Finish out that level in style. Maybe, Katie. Maybe. To answer your question, if that is for the shots I took at you earlier. Quite possibly. But where is Stothkel? I think he's down. Oh, no. Broke my horse's ankles. Okay, you can't expect me to go past a rich resource node, though, really. Okay, where is Stothkel? He's probably down by... Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, shoot. That might be too far. Nope. I survived. The Way of Smiths. There already an attack going here? Music sure sounds like it. Wear guild for your dignity. Go where you will, friend of Bosie. I'll go where I will because I'm Hilbert in the River Hobbit. Lotro-related content at the Moot. I might do a live stream of it, for online folks plus those in attendance. Possible. All right. We are with you, Hilburn. We will stand against the... Okay, sorry, Katie. We'll stand against the orcs to the end, whether into ruin or triumph, though the orcs thirst and slaver for our very blood. And then we will close the door if we must. If it comes to that, your presence will strengthen our resolve regardless. So once again, it's another skirmish. And because you could have tackled this one before the other one, you have to complete the skirmish intro first if you haven't done it already. But of course we have. So now we do what we did in the last one, which is we pull up the instance finder, and we're going to complete the skirmish Battle of the Way of the Smiths. So there it is. You'll notice the others I can't even choose, right? So let's go ahead and launch that now. With the revelation of Ziggelburg, Mazog knows that the Heart of Fire has been discovered and seeks to claim the forge for his own. In the Way of Smiths, the dwarves must stem the flood of darkness and prevent the Heart of Fire from falling to the orcs.
With the revelation of Ziggelburg, Mazog knows that the Heart of Fire has been discovered and seeks to claim the forge for his own. In the Way of Smiths, the dwarves must stem the flood of darkness and prevent the Heart of Fire from falling to the orcs.
Oh, I got some runes. Let's go ahead and apply those real quick. So again, for new players, you take a legendary weapon and you can use runes to increase the levels of your traceries. Doing a very poor example of that right now, but I just can't assume that everybody here watches me play on Tuesdays and Saturdays. So, all right. Yep. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you all later. All right. Stoffkel, what do you have to say, sir?
With your help, we will be ready for anything.
Ah, I fear you have wasted your time coming here, Hilbin. With the way shut, we shall have no problems with the orcs. Those witless fools have no chance of forcing this door open. The Heart of Fire is nigh impregnable. Wait, I've put those in because that's what he's trying to say. What is that sound? It cannot be. They have found us. I would ask now that you follow the ebb and flow of battle, and don't forget to unfurl the banners. So there will be banners. You can see there's some banners down there. Same idea. Don't use them lightly. Now we make our stand against the Eastern Forge. That's this way. But where are they coming from? Oh, okay. So that's where they come out. Enemies are moving against the Northern Forge. All right. Probably that door over there. Or this one. Waiting for more enemies. There we are. Hi, guys. Here, catch. We're just playing catch with arrows.
Disease will rot your skin.
Enemies moving against the Northern Forge, so we're still here at the Northern Forge again. But they might come from that door. Nope. So when we do have banners to use here, one gives us a damage debuff effect on the enemy, and the other I can't seem to hover over. So we'll get there later. Ooh, the Bearer of Blight. He's one of my least favorite of the enemies. So I'll just kill him fast. Meter defense buff. Stothkel calls it, fires of the Eastern Forge have died out. Use the bellows to rekindle them. So all of this can, be happening while you're still fighting. Fire hearts. Ooh, I'm getting burned up. Didn't hear where they're going to be. Oh, they're over there. take them both out. All right. Ah, the forest-born reavers. No relation to the reavers from Firefly, thankfully. That would be an interesting mashup, by the way. Northern Forge. Aha, this time they're coming from that side. So it looks like all three forges have two places that the enemies can be coming from. And so far, the Western Forge has gotten off scot-free. Is that an insult to people from Scotland? I need to know what scot-free means. Come on, Reaver. Have at you. Is an elevator speech for why I love Lotro. Oh, probably not one that I can come up with while I'm playing, but I will say that I really do find that it's one of the most appealing adaptations. One of the most faithful adaptations that I've seen. And it's just huge and immersive, and you can enjoy it in so many different ways. You know, you can be a completionist and do all the deeds and all the tasks. You could just focus on the story like I'm doing in this in PPP plays. You can focus on crafting or cosmetics, or you just do anything you want. It's pretty amazing. Ooh, that looks like a big group of enemies coming, including a lieutenant of the enemy. Which didn't seem to bother me very much. A few short moments before the next one. All right. MG Coco, hello. Thanks for stopping by, even if it is just for a little bit. Appreciate you stopping by and saying howdy. I have no idea which one of the forges is going to be hit. It might be this one, the northern one. It could be over there in the west or over there in the east. It'll tell me. The orcs never bothered me anyway. The supervisor's platform. That's up top. The orcs never bothered me. I need to come up with lyrics for that. That sounds really good. Here I stand in the dwarven forge. Orcs never bothered me anyway. I think they're still up there. As a little word nerdery, for those of you who didn't follow me last time, these gosh hi. Gosh is one of the few words we actually do know in Black speech, and it means fire. And so these are the fire people, the gosh hi, as opposed to the Uruk-hai. Wings never suited me anyway. Well played. Well played. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Come here, my pretties.
The beating of wings beneath the supervisor's platform speaks of the presence of dragonets. So we'll kill the dragonets, which means then, there we go, the Drake Matron Celebark, which would be silver something, Keleb, but I don't know Ark. Celebark has been defeated, pretty much because I'm all that. I mean, Hilburn's a pretty tough guy. All right. I do not like this.
We will be ready for anything.
Can you hear the rumbling beyond the entrance hall? Come, follow me.
All right. So we're going to defeat Harna and his keepers. Stothkel must survive the assault. Something is approaching from the south. The enemy is bringing something powerful to bear against us, which means we probably should grab these banners. And then deploy them both. Or not so tough. I mean, I know it's because I built up my legendary and, you know. Completed. Skirmish. Battle of the Way of the Smiths. So now, talk to Stothkel. And yes, I wish to leave. Of course I wish to leave. I gave you heart attacks. What heart attack did I give you this time? Castanets. All right.
We have achieved victory. They are enemies. Tremble before us.
They tremble before us. I must confess to you, I did not think the orcs would be able to counter our plan. It is good that you were with us when things went sour, or this would be a grim day for the dwarves indeed. Instead, victory! The heart of fire remains in our power, and we live still to use it. All right, so now we get to talk to Willie and defend the 21st Hall. For that, I'm just going to pop to the guide to the 21st Hall. I don't remember doing a jump scare, but I'm sorry that if I did. All right. Where is Willie? Willie! He's over here somewhere. Oh, this one I remember as being like the places were too far away, I think, like where they're coming from. I get a little confused. I'll figure it out. Hey, Willie.
We will make our stand here.
Comes down to this. If we lose the 21st Hall, we lose Moria. The orcs will strike soon, and the stroke will be hard and fast. We cannot fall here, or we shall not find our footing again. If we must, we will retreat from the forward barricades. Better to lose some ground than to lose good dwarves. All right. Once again, giving us the advice that we should do the skirmish training if we've never done it before. Lotro expanded include material. Yeah, that would be fantastic, Nate. But yeah, they don't have the license for that. I mean, they do have little bits and pieces. Second Age in particular with the Creation of the Rings, because I could pull that from the appendices. All right, so now it's the same thing. Instance Finder. And we want the Battle of the 21st Hall.
In the aftermath of the raid upon Zarbagatha, Marzok sets his strength against Dui's folk, assaulting many tree encampments. If the 21st Hall falls...
Hail, dwarves of the Iron Garrison! War is upon us, and the captions move too quickly. If we should fail to defend this hall, our expedition will be... Go now! Fortify the entrances! It is there where we must hold the enemy at bay. All right. Before I click on him, I'm going to see where everybody is, because that's where I'll have to go. Okay, so this banner over there, maybe? Over there. Not over there. So maybe it's just those two. All right, let's do this. Oh, how much time is left on the things that I boosted? Oh, nothing. I need to eat my stuff. So now I must tell you the role you are to play.
Defend the barricades as they come under assault. And ensure they stand. Do not forget to unfurl the banners, just as we've talked about before. Basically, I'll save them for the boss battle at the end. The east, the first assault is about to begin. I did go to the east, didn't I? Aha, there we go. No. Aha, yes, okay. So in this case, you definitely have to prioritize the one they're telling you about. In this case, the sapper. I'm going to try to rain of arrows those guys. But you got to get the special ones, or they'll come in and do special, do damage to the barricades. So door of the auction hall bearing a crate of stolen goods. That's over here, isn't it? Okay. So you can see why sometimes the encounters are a problem in a skirmish, because it takes you away from the main battle. Now, it says to go back to Willie, but if I go back to Willie before that goblin sapper is done, I'm in trouble. All right. Thank you, mods, for continuing to post the links.
Victory is ours this day! Baruch Kazan!
From the south, the second assault is about to begin. I should probably grab the banners, even if I don't do anything with them until the boss fight. Come on. Oh, okay. I can only have one unique item. Okay. Whoa, hey, those are some big dudes. Hail Mazog's Crusher and hail Mazog's Brute. Goblin Sapper. Always want to stop the sappers. Orc archers in the rampart above the southern barricade are attacking the defenders. I don't know where those guys are, so I'm going to have to figure that out. Oh, I've leveled up already. Wow, that's a bit of a surprise. Goblin Sapper. Well, there's a lot of them now. Getting a little distracted here. Don't even know where to find these archers. That are shooting from... Oh, up there. Well, the good news is the rest of the battle has stopped, so I can actually take these guys out. Except I can't target them. Oh, this is that same thing where when they're on stairs, they're like... Oh, yeah, that's right. I forget it's a skirmish. Forgot totally about my... Where'd that guy go? Oh, there he is. Okay. I've got to bring in my soldier, though. I completely forgot about my soldier. That's the whole point. An Uruk archer arrives atop the rampart. I just didn't see what the text said. What did it say? Hold on, down here. Top the rampart above the southern barricade with a snarl. Okay. Well, I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Hey, guy. I need you to die. You have defeated the orc archers. Okay, great. Decline these. Every time you up a level, it pops up those quests that you've dismissed. All right. Now that we've done that, we can go back and talk to Willie. And thank you for the reminder, Katie, about the soldier. I completely forgot about him. That should help quite a bit.
Victory is ours this day! Baruch Kazan!
From the west. Grab the banners, which again we'll probably just use at the boss battle. Goblin Sapper. Make sure I don't know where they're coming from. Ah, they're coming from over there. Okay. This time a lieutenant of the enemy has joined the battle. That helps. Come on. Couldn't target him. I like hearing my protector scream at these dudes. Like a guardian would. Like a defender, I should say. Yeah, guardian. Goblin Sapper. You've defended. Return to Willie for further instructions after we kill the Sapper, of course. Looks like the enemy's retreating. Okay, so let's go back to talk to Willie. And we're at 2:30, so when we finish this, we're going to wrap it up and get back to chatting about the moot, answering questions, things like that. Oh, it's the Chamber of Mazurbul. Hurry now, Hilburn. The orcs are preparing to attack. Follow me. He's going as fast as his short little legs will carry him. Not in much of a hurry, are you, Willie? We're headed to the Chamber of Mazarbul, and we know things are rough there. There's two of them, so I can come back and get one. Okay, I already have those. Okay. All right. I will complete preparations here. If the hallway falls, this chamber will be our final hope for waiting out this siege. Do you hear the horns? They come even now. Prepare yourself. We're dropping all the banners. South end of the northern hall. What? Now I'm confused. Warning sounds from the south end of the northern hallway. I don't know where that means we're supposed to fight. I think that's out in the hall, and I've dropped the banners in the wrong spot. Ah, out here. Trying to quickly draw as much of that aggro as I can. Let that dwarf archer survive. North end of the northern hallway. That's the north end. Okay, so that's over this way. This is the one I remember getting completely lost. Maybe I'm not in the right spot. I am, okay. Good. I hate those birds. Those are so annoying. North end of the northern hallway. Okay, so we're still here. This should be done pretty soon, and then we'll okay, maybe we're not. Yeah, this is the north end of the northern hall, right? See, the map does me no good whatsoever. But here they come. I can see them in the radar there. I love it. Come around the corner and get shot. South end of the northern hallway. Now we go back that way. Come on, Protector. I should rename you. And I will, as soon as there's a pause in the battle. Oh, I didn't mean to do. Ah, blood rooks. So annoying. Return to Willie for further instructions. Oh, I got some points. For Orc Slayer Advanced. Okay. All right, so come back to Willie. But first, rename my protector. Right? How do I rename? There we go. Pet menu. Rename protector. Big McLarge Huge. Ah, specified companion name is invalid. That's MST3K reference. Let's call him Meat Shield. Ah, the name's invalid. Forget it. I'm not going to bother. All right. Talk to Willie. What's up, Willie? If I can't call this guy anything fun, then this horde seems endless. This may well be our final stand. Push back the final assault. Defeat the commander of the orcs. And we've already used the banners except for one. Death to the dwarves. Yeah! Defended against the final assault. Where's Willie? There's Willie.
Victory is ours this day.
The orcs seem nearly endless. The expedition is doomed. Not the time for fear or grief. All right, we're done. Let us return to the 21st hall. Oh, Miranda's here. Great. All right. Perfect timing because we're about to wrap up the stream. What a day this has been. From retreat and dishonor springs glory and triumph. Let Mazog cower before the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. All right. So we're gonna go Mithril beam over to Bosi, but we're not going to go any further for tonight. And that's all we're going to do. So we're going to go ahead and exit the game. Let's bring this chat over here. Turn off that camera. And perfect timing, folks. Please welcome Ex Libris Mir. I can't ever get that right. But let me get the right screen going. There we go. And
hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me
you
okay?
just fine, folks. I'm assuming y'all are hearing her. Yeah. All right. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining me on this crazy stream. I've been doing this now for 4.5 hours. I'm a little bit wonky. So I'm just going to...
It looks like fun, though.
It is. We've watched the first half of Fellowship of the Ring. We've chatted with Airplane Facts with Max. We've chatted with New Beta, chatted with Sean Marchese, the Lord of the Mark. And Marcel, the Tolkienist, has also joined us. So we've had a lot of folks on. But now it's your turn. And I'm excited because I saw something yesterday. It's probably old news. You know me, I'm on Instagram about once every other month. I just happened to catch the news that you were involved in a recent project with Wizards of the Coast. And I got to hear about this. So take it away.
Yeah. Don't worry. You're not too late. It's only about a week old news.
So it is old. Yeah. All right. I'm feeling bad.
Yeah. Last week I was finally able to announce that Wizards of the Coast asked me to help them as a creative text writer for the new Hobbit Magic the Gathering set.
Wow. So that means that, well, I should get some cards, but you talk while I get some cards. Not any Hobbit cards because they don't exist yet, but
not yet. Yeah. So as a creative text writer, I was asked to come up with the specific names and then the flavor text on all of the new cards.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so folks, so the flavor text, let me tell you what we're talking about. I don't know how many of you know what Magic the Gathering is, but it is a card game, turn-based. You play these cards and it's complicated, but we love it. You have creatures that play against each other. You cast spells, and it's you against one other person trying to take their hit points down from 20 to 0. Don and I did it, and he was on his way to crushing me, and I made a miraculous and unexpected comeback. So if we're looking at cards, let's say, for example, I've got this card, Legolas Counter of Kills, right here. So the name of the character or the name of the card, I mean, Legolas might have other formats. There might be Legolas of the Elf Eyes or something like that. But, we've got different versions of Legolas, and this one's Counter of Kills. The flavor text is not on this one, as I picked a bad example. I picked a very bad example. Where's one with flavor text? Here we go.
Some of the ones with like a lot of details. I could tell it was like flavor text isn't even going to fit on this card, but we technically wrote it anyway. Just know that flavor text was provided for those cards.
It just didn't make it on because they couldn't put it on. So Boromir, for instance, Boromir, Warden of the Tower. Down at the bottom, you've got text in italics. In this case, it's farewell, Aragorn. Go to Minas Tirith and save my people. So I've noticed in the Lord of the Rings set, it is all quotes from the text. I mean, Phial of Galadriel's, may it be a light to you in dark places when all other lights go out. So is when you did the Hobbit cards, are you going through then the text of the Hobbit and finding bits and pieces of text and figuring out which ones go with which cards or which kind of versions of the card, because characters will often have multiple versions? Is that what you're doing then? You're pulling all those quotes.
Yeah. So I personally, just as basics, I don't know very much about Magic the Gathering. I've never played Magic the Gathering. So I was brought in for the Tolkien aspect. I was working with a team. There were about 4 of us. The other 3 do have a lot of Magic the Gathering knowledge. But yeah, as a team, we all had the same copy of The Hobbit, and that was the source we were pulling from. And our task was to find direct quotes from the text that went along with all of the cards. It's a mix of direct quotes, slightly modified quotes for like if they're too long, if we just need to simplify certain quotes, and then the occasional original text that's not from the book itself. So you'll see all of those, but the primary focus was actual direct quotes from
Are you
Hobbit.
able to tell us yet? Are you able to share any of those? For instance, like give us an example of a quote with a card name or anything like that, or you're not allowed to do that, give that much detail yet, are you? I don't want to get you in any trouble. So no NDA violations.
Yeah, I actually don't. don't know the specifics of the
Okay,
NDA.
let's not.
I'm hesitant to tell anyone actual cards because like
Yeah.
that seems on like on the line of maybe something I
Yeah, then
shouldn't
let's not
share
do that.
until they're
I know that
released.
Wizards of the Coast can be rather aggressive with that, and I don't want to put you in a bad situation. Katie's asked me in the chat. She wants to ask how you got included in this new set coming out, and I wanted to ask that as well. So that's a great question. And then, what did you like most about the process? So tell us first how you got involved. I mean, how did they just came to you? They said, "Hi, my name's so and so from Wizards of the Coast. We'd like for you to write for us."
Yeah, it was kind of crazy actually. That is kind of how it happens.
Wow.
The person someone who works at Wizards in the creative text department for Magic follows me on Instagram, knows my account, um, sent me an email saying, "Hey, we want to have a meeting. There's a potential thing we might want to work with you for. Like, we can't tell you much
Yeah.
yet, but like, would you have time for a call next week?" I was like, "Sure, why not?" So I had a phone call with a few individuals, and they told me
That's
like, "Hey,
wild.
we like your content. We like the way you write your
Yeah.
content, and we have a potential thing that you could help us write. Like, would you want to do that?" Um, and it went from
Yes.
there. And I kind of was like, "Is this real life? Like, are you serious?" Like, because even though I don't play Magic the Gathering, like I played Dungeons and Dragons, which is also a Wizards of the Coast
Yeah.
thing. So I kind of was like, "Wizards of the Coast, you guys are like the real
Yeah.
deal." Like, um, yeah, so they reached out to me, which was an incredible honor. It was like the craziest like validation of my like Tolkien loving
Yeah.
life of sort of just like, really, like you actually want me to like be involved in this like official thing. This is like the hugest
That is
honor.
so cool.
um
I mean, wow.
yeah, so it was totally crazy, and this all happened like a year ago that this all kind of
Mhm.
started. I started working on the cards about a year ago. So I've been holding on to this excitement and this news for like a
That
year.
must have been hard. I mean, there you are. I'm
Just
thinking at Comic
waiting.
Con with all the people, right? And you can't tell anybody what you're doing.
Right. And then
Oh.
like this earlier this year I was in New York with
Oh
a
yeah.
bunch of other of the, the Tolkien peeps, and a bunch of them were playing Magic the Gathering with the Lord of the Rings cards, and they were like all about
Yeah.
it. Like a group of them were just like Pete
Yep.
and Tim and Nick were all like hashing it out with Magic, and I was just
Mm.
like, I want to tell them so badly, but I can't say anything. And like, I
NDA.
know they're gonna be so
That is so
excited. Like,
cool.
yeah.
So you worked on it for a year. Tell us a little bit about like the process. How do you go about? Let's say there's a card, I'm not privy to any information. So if I happen to get lucky, it's just random guess. But let's assume there's a card, Bilbo, Speaker of Riddles, and he's got some ability. You would just then what, go to Riddles in the Dark and look for some lines that would fit? I mean, what does that process look like as you're sorting through? Do you just first pull a bunch of quotes and then find cards to go to, or are you looking at the card names and then figuring out quotes from there? Like, which comes first, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, first to clarify, I didn't work on it for a year. I only worked on it for
Oh,
a few
okay.
months, but
It was a year ago. Gotcha. That makes sense.
a year of
Yeah.
waiting. But yeah, it was the out of those options. So each week there would be an assignment of a group of
Okay.
cards. And I would see those cards. I would see the placeholder names for those cards. Sometimes I would see the early stages of art for those cards. And then I would go through the book to the chapter I knew
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
relevant and try to find quotes that would match
Okay.
that. And then try to come up with names that would match that. And so, kind of like you mentioned with your Legolas card example, like with all Magic cards, there's like multiple variations
Mhm.
of certain cards, and so The Hobbit is not that long of a
No.
book. So it was a lot of like really like sifting through The Hobbit to find as many possible quotes I could for all the different variations of all the different things that are going
Yeah.
on. Yeah, so I wish I had it in front of me, the copy of The Hobbit that I use, the hard copy, because it's
I think I
full of
saw it
like
on
sticky
your
note tabs
Instagram
now.
video. Folks, if
Yeah.
you're not following
So
Miranda on Instagram, go do that. What's your handle there again?
Ex
Right.
Libris Mer.
Okay. So follow her, and you'll be able to spot that. It's amazing. I all these little marks on the side of the book, clearly, all the little markings for where you're pulling, source material.
Yeah. I was underlining quotes. I was writing which card I used that quote for, and then like I tried to use different colored sticky notes for the different weeks, but it got a little fuzzy after all the different weeks. But yeah, it's full of underlined quotes now that were used for those cards. And to answer part of Katie's earlier question, my favorite part of the process was like kind of unexpectedly how much closer I was able to get to the text of The Hobbit. Like going through and like pulling quotes like so specifically for so many weeks and rereading sections over and over again to find quotes, like made me enjoy The Hobbit. Like, and I already love The Hobbit, but it made me like enjoy The Hobbit even more because you're noticing so many details, because that's literally all I'm doing is trying to find details. And so it just made me like fall in love with The Hobbit even more.
Cool.
Because
it's a text that I think a lot of people, myself included, go, yeah, that's a nice story, but let me get to the Lord of the Rings, because it's a simpler story, it's a shorter story, it's not as epic. But you're right. Once you get in there and you're dealing with the details, there's some gems. So I'm curious. I didn't know that they did any of the flavor text that was made up. It's one thing to edit, like you said, you've got too long a quote, so you need to trim some words and shorten it up a little bit. But stuff that was actually, fabricated, so to speak, or invented for the flavor text. Did you have some work like that? You had to come up with some flavor text that was like just made up completely?
Yeah. So some of it was original text, which, as someone who wants to be as true to Tolkien as possible, was honestly probably the hardest part for me, because I would love it just to be directly from the text. But honestly, there weren't enough quotes for how many quotes I needed. Like that's kind of how it felt. Where like in order to not repeat parts of the text, like you kind of had to have some snippets of original text. So that was an interesting challenge to like go through and think of things that would fit. And it was actually also really interesting because it wasn't just me working on this. There was a team of 4 of us, and we were all submitting suggestions for each card. So there would be like multiple name and flavor text suggestions for each card. And so as the person who was brought in like for like the Tolkien kind of part of it, I found myself having to sort of like be like, oh, like this original text, like I don't actually feel like that might fit.
Okay.
Like I had to sort of like,
so you were the sounding board for all of the other ones that maybe aren't the Tolkien experts. You were like,
they're definitely super knowledgeable, but and I didn't like edit their quotes by any means, but like there were a few times that because we can comment on each other's, that I kind of was just like, oh, like I don't think this is fully fitting, but like for the most part I didn't need to do that. And they were great at finding quotes and the original text aspect of it. But yeah, it was a challenge. It was a real challenge to sort of like come up with that. And that's where the creativity really comes in, as being a creative text writer, was thinking like, okay, this is the tone and the vibe and the world that they're trying to attach to this set, so we need to write something that lives within that like vibe.
Now, is that something, I know you can't tell us card names because that's like Wizards of the Coast secret stuff. What about the flavor text itself? Can you give us an example of something that you wrote separately that isn't part of the text? Or is that, I mean, again, I don't want to push you on a spot. So if you're like not even sure, the answer is no.
Two things. One, I am not sure, and 2, I don't
then
remember.
You can tell us later.
Because it was a year ago that I was writing these, and I have a really bad memory. So like,
I hear you.
Even if I wanted to or could tell you, I'm so sorry I don't remember any of them.
All right.
But which is very disappointing, I'm sure. But
no. It's it's very much, I get that. It would be me if I were in that situation. I'm like, yeah, I remember doing some great stuff. I don't remember a thing that I did, but it was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the thing that's exciting and like kind of anticipatory is that out of all the suggestions that all of us were giving for each card, like I don't know which ones are going to get chosen. So
that's fair.
So when the cards come out next year, I'm excited to open them and see like, oh, that's my name. I came up
Oh,
with this
that's
name.
cool.
Or like I wrote that flavor text. Or like, oh, that was this other teammate wrote that flavor
That's
text.
awesome.
So that part is kind of cool just to see like the collaboration aspect of it.
And do we know when the cards, do we have a release date? Have they announced that?
Yeah, I believe it's August of next year.
Okay, so wow, long time off. All right, well, once those come out,
Yeah.
we'll have to get you on and talk about, say, like, find some cards that you did and be like, this was you. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
So what
definitely.
else have you been up to in the Tolkien world besides secret work for Wizards of the Coast?
Yeah, besides the secret project. Mostly I've just been doing my same content, same as I have been, but to be honest, I've had less time to do it lately. I've just been like with my full-time non-Tolkien related job. I haven't had quite as much time to film, which actually makes me kind of sad, but I'm trying to still put out my regular content as often as I can. And then we're also, a couple of us here in California have gotten together to make an official smile for the Tolkien Society. Here
This
in
is the one
California.
I was hearing about this.
Yeah. So
for those who don't know, I'm also in Southern California, but I have not been able to take part. This is the one that's San Diego based?
So a lot of our friends that we collabed with are in San Diego, but we have part of our sort of the group that formed this, some in San Diego, some in Los Angeles, and some in Orange County. So we've kind of got multiple areas of Southern California covered, and we're trying to kind of get our feet wet and plan some virtual events, some in-person events.
All right.
So that's been a fun.
It looks like Katie's thrown up a link to your the group's cleverly named chapter, Socaliquendi.
The Socaliquendi. Yeah. Thank you for posting that, Katie.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, since that's the only local smile that I know of, I'll have to take part at some point for sure. Yeah, definitely. I love that. I love seeing more fandom stuff happening, right? People getting together, doing fandom events, MG Coco, smiles so nice. Everyone come join us. You got it. We'll do that. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything else over here because Katie sometimes will pop something up in the chat that I've missed. Sign my cards. So I'm sure she will.
I had some friends ask me that to sign their cards, and my brother's a big Magic the Gathering fan. So
right on.
Yeah.
I am a fan, but I haven't. I played with Dawn, and that was the first time I'd played Magic in probably 20 years. I mean, when I played, it was, like third edition. It was so long ago. But of course, I have bought a bunch of Lord of the Rings cards just to enjoy the art and play the game maybe every now and then. I'm looking forward to playing it some more. In fact, maybe I'll bust open some packs later today. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's all sorts of things. I mean, you gotta find something to do on these marathon live streams, right?
So. I would assume I've never done one, so you have a lot of endurance to be doing this for as long as you're doing it.
Well, I mean, it's already 3:00. Who knew that I could actually go talk for 5 hours with? Of course, everybody who knows me knows I could talk for 5 hours. But yeah, it's we're gonna finish up a Fellowship of the Ring extended edition watch. We'll do the second half of that, and who knows what else we'll do. We'll see what we're up to. But
awesome.
I'm glad you could stop by. Good to see you.
No, it's good to talk to you guys. It's been a while, and I'm glad to hop on. Honored.
I was gonna say it's probably been Comic-Con, right? I'm trying to remember if I ran into a Comic-Con this year, or whether it was last year with the Amazon event.
Yeah, I wasn't there this year. It would have been last
so it was
year's
the Amazon.
Comic-Con.
Yeah. Wow. It has been a while. Katie says, apparently I did because I volunteered for this. Yes, that's fair. Volunteered, but also desperately trying to get folks to come to the moot. Speaking of which, are you planning on attending the moot in person or digitally? Notice that the not attending at all was not an option I gave you.
I wish I could attend in person. That probably won't be possible. So virtual will have to be what happens.
Great. Well, we'll see you there. It's always a lot of fun. I know Katie works super hard at making sure that the online folks get as good of an experience as the people who are there in person. So you'll enjoy it. Awesome. Well, thanks, Miranda. I'll see you at one of the Socaliquendi meetings eventually, I'm sure.
I hope so.
All right. We'll talk to you later. Thanks again for stopping by.
Have fun.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was cool. we've had some wonderful people stopping by, and how exciting is that to get to be able to work directly on putting the texts to these cards that people are going to play and love for a long time. Super amazing. Just great stuff. Let's see. What is it time for on our schedule? Katie, can you help me remember? I think we've got I think we're coming up on getting back to doing the fellowship, but I feel like I need a little bit of a break. It is technically the next watch party. All right. Well, we'll start it in a little bit. All right. Why don't I do a single pack? Shall I open a pack of Magic cards? Does anybody play Magic? Belmont, you play Magic, right? Let's see what we get. Actually, I should probably switch to the other camera, the other layout. Let's do that. Uno momento, folks. Uno momento. Let's go to my break screen for a bit. And then we'll add Belmont. Belmont, be sure to hop on in if you can, if you want to. No pressure.
Hi, hey, can you hear me? Let me see, you might be. Oh, I can't hear you at the moment. Yeah, you're silent for me if you could hear me. Let me try to rejoin and see what's going on here. Try this one more time. Oh wow, let me see. I still can't hear you. I don't know if I'm talking. No, I can't. I can't hear you. Let me I wonder if it's because I'm on my phone. It's you? Okay. All right. I can't hear anything right now, and I can't see the chat. So, hi, what's up? Let me see.
Okay. Are you able to hear me now?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Okay. I think I know what happened. So apparently when you host one of these events, the first camera you sign on to, the audio is associated with that. So even though I'm using the same mic through the same interface, because I turned that camera off, it turned off the audio from that. So no matter what I did, it was never going to work unless I turned that camera on. So it's actually on right now. But I've turned it to, say, like right now, there it is. That's the only reason this works. But I could take that camera and say, hide camera, keep audio, and now it'll work. Man, that's annoying. All right.
Well, you found the workaround though.
I did. But yeah, so I moved over here because this is where I'm going to be when I do the card opening, because I'll be doing stuff like here. So I had to move, I had to switch all that. But for now, it's just you. So what's going on, man?
Not much. I've been really busy. I got something going on in November. I am getting married, so I've been really getting on with that. So thank you. I appreciate it. And I've been doing a little work on the side with the Tolkien Society. I won't say anything about it, but it involves their website. So we've been doing a lot of fun stuff with that, and also just making content, making videos like I always do since the beginning. But
you make some great stuff. So yeah.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, no, you deserve that.
But yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited. You guys have been doing this all day. I've been trying to follow it as I've been doing like all my stuff. But yeah, let's see what's in the deck. What are the cards you got?
Let's do that. All right. So I've turned on chat, by the way. So that means that folks, the little banner for the giveaway has had to go and make room for the chat. But let me go ahead and turn on the third camera here.
Sure.
Absolutely. And let's see. I think if I go,
oh, now I'm big
this way. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to go big for this camera. So then, and then we'll switch us to. All right. So let's take a look. We got a few packs now. I could open an entire unopened box of set boosters that I bought way back when the thing launched. I mean, like, I've been sitting on this for 2 years now, but I still have a few individual packs from here. So I've got like, I think 3 more set boosters and 1 collector booster, which I'm terrified of opening.
I opened all mine. I have like the Galadriel commander decks. I have Frodo, Samwise, Aragorn, Sauron, and I'm missing a couple more. I think I got the Rohirrim one as well.
The commander stuff. Commander stuff's fun. I like that it's just kind of ready to go.
Yeah, I like that as well, because I was relatively, until the decks came out, I'd only played like once or twice before, and a lot of my friends play online. They play through a couple ways besides like.
Oh yeah, that's how Dawn plays. I know we had to kind of figure some things out when we were trying to do it over this. Like we each had 2 cameras going, so we had a tabletop view, and it was pretty fun. Before we start, though, I know there were a few questions in chat. Katie, do you remember what? Oh, there was this. What was your favorite memory from Westmoot? What'd you like most about it? And then we'll open the pack up.
Oh wow. My favorite memory is absolutely meeting Donato. Well, I had met him before.
Oh yeah.
I met him at the One Ring party, and actually won one of his signed prints of Baron and Luthien, right when Baron's like answering Eluthingold. And it's beautiful. I don't have it hung up. It's back there though. Because I moved recently. But overall, my favorite memory was talking to Donato Giancola more on like a personal base, as well as meeting Paul Godfrey with the opera. I could go on, and like meeting Sean Gunner too, and like now Sean and I talk like a few times here and there. He's an awesome guy. I really appreciate him. But I would say absolutely speaking to Donato, because he started talking about his background, his artwork, and it just was.
He's a fantastic artist, isn't he?
He's fantastic.
Just a neat guy. Yeah.
Seriously, and I got to talk to him again because I'm in New York and we do an NYC like conference, And first off, fantastic conversations. That was another favorite part of the mood. And seeing Katie, but the other parts were seeing like.
If you don't say that though, she's gonna hunt you down. That's the thing.
You know, we passed by each other. We got to talk a few times, but my favorite part is like she immediately like got into it with Torin with Nubeta. So you know, I'm always I love Katie more than anything with that. But a lot of the presentations were just fantastic.
Yeah, and they really are.
And there was a couple that like they didn't tell to everyone, and I'm not gonna say anything else, but it was awesome to see, like, you know, very personal and like intimate experience with Westmoot. So you know, I really hope like next year is just as good, because here's the hoping there's a next year. They haven't said anything. I think actually they did announce they are going to do it, but just not like details. So definitely, it's pretty much the whole thing. We'll put it that way.
Mick, Westmoot, cool logo. Yes, Mick, it's a cool logo. It's your logo. It's fantastic.
It is a cool logo. I like
it. Really is, actually. Really is. All right. Well, let's go ahead and open a pack here real quick. We've got a few more packs if we want to open some more. All right. So what do we get? And you can tell, because I'm still new to the game, right? I mean, I played Magic. I was telling Miranda, I used to play Magic 20 plus years ago, and then I stopped playing. And my first time back in playing was to play Don Marshall just a couple months ago. And it was I think I did play once with the starter set, but so anyway, you might be able to tell us more about things like deck synergies and stuff like that.
Maybe, possibly. What I play a lot of is like my friends will build decks, I'll play theirs. I've done a lot of research on Lord of the Rings cards, at least, but I like to play Samwise Gamgee and use the food tokens.
Yes, I do love the food tokens.
It's one of my favorite decks. I don't.
That's what got me back actually, and ended up having me beat Dawn. Was I kept throwing the food tokens out. He kept thinking he was taking me down, and I just kept restoring health. I used Pippin. So like every time a token came on, it got duplicated.
Oh yeah, and then you have like, you don't just have that. You get creature tokens. You could have treasure tokens. So you're able to like build a pretty cool deck. And that was
fun.
Yeah,
all right, so let's see what we got.
Really strong,
so they always come with an art card, right? So in this case, look at this art card.
Oh my gosh,
that's gorgeous.
That
is gorgeous.
Calamity.
Yes, the Cavern Horde Dragon from Antonio Jose Manzanedo. That is a glorious piece of art. All right, let's take a look at the cards. Well, we get a forest, and it's the old forest, right? There's Buckland and Brandy Hall. Smite the Deathless. Smite the Deathless is an instant. So these are just commons. Battle Scarred Goblin. Love the art on these. These are so cool. The Troll of Khazad-dûm. Cannot be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. Holy smokes. You can only block him if you assign 3 creatures to block him. Another common, Lorien Revealed. This is just a sorcerer. You get to draw 3 cards. And there's island cycling, so you can look for your islands in your library. The Mirror of Galadriel. Now we're getting into uncommons. Cool. Legendary Artifact. It's very expensive to use. You have to tap 5 mana and the card, or you spend 5 mana and tap the card. You get to scry and then draw a card. But if you control a lot of legendaries, it's cheaper than that. Friendly Rivalry, another uncommon. It's pretty cool. 42, Master Legolas. I love the quotes. There's another uncommon. Gimli counter of kills to go with my Legolas counter of kills.
Perfect.
Trample. I love Trample. That's always great. Rising of the Day. Oh, creatures you control have haste, and legendary creatures get a +1 to their attack. I love that quote. Over the low hills, the horns were sounding. Hastening down the long slopes were 1,000 men on foot. Their swords were in their hands. Yes. Folks, you know where that comes from, right? The Battle of Helm's Deep. That's when Erkenbrand arrives. Gollum, Patient Plotter. The legendary creature, Halfling Horror. Storm of Soderman. There's my mythic rare. Storm of Soderman. Ward 3. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it. Except the copy isn't legendary. Oh, man, that's a nice card to build a deck around. And Samwise the Stout-Hearted.
That's the card right there.
Legendary creature. Oh, I love it. Choose up to 1 target permanent card in your graveyard that was put there for the battlefield. Return it to your hand. But then the ring tempts you. And then a food token. Nice.
That's a good deck. That was a really nice pull.
That was a fun one.
I have to say my favorite out of the Lord of the Rings cards are the map cards. The redone map cards, cool. Using the actual Middle Earth map. They're my favorite. I don't know why. I have a couple foiled ones actually. So I keep them all stashed away. I don't really pull it out. I've been trying to build a spider like token build using Sheila.
Oh, fun.
Yeah,
like a swarm, like a swarm deck. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, that was a good pull.
That's fun. I pulled what I've done here is I pulled some of my more interesting cards from my previous pulls to like run by you real quick. So we've got basically some promos and some rares. So I already had a patient plotter, which is interesting. But the ones that I wanted so Peregrine Took was a fun one. This is the one I was telling you about, but this one's in foil.
Oh,
so
nice.
if you have a token, I'm sorry, if one or more tokens would be created, like food or a token like a soldier, those tokens get generated, plus an additional food token is created as well. So you generate a soldier and a food. You generate a food, you generate another food. And all you got to do is sacrifice 3 foods and you get to draw a card too. So, I mean, there's some really nice little bonuses with that. Celeborn the Wise. So we've got the Grey Havens. This is another land, a legendary land. But there's some fun ones. Mariatic Brandybuck. I just love the artwork on these. I mean, here he is in front of the gate to the old forests. It's just great. That's such a great piece of art. Legolas Counter of Kills, of course, to go with Gimli Counter of Kills. Let's see if there's some other good ones. 2 of my favorites here. Faramir Field Commander in the foil and Boromir Warden of the Tower. So just lots of fun stuff. We got to play one of these days because I don't know how to play it. You'd probably beat me, but that's what I told Dawn.
I don't know about that. Like I said, I play pretty sparingly now. And most of the time it's with, like Miranda said. Well, first off, like Miranda, my gosh, it is so cool that she's working with this.
I know.
I get to own cards that my friend Miranda.
How cool is that? I wrote this.
Yeah, like that's what I'm most excited about. I'm gonna like walk around and I'm gonna see Miranda in person and be like, "Can you sign my card?" Be like such a little nerd about it. But I'm about to pull out my cards in a sec, maybe.
Yeah.
But overall, my thoughts on all the artwork and such, and like just these decks it's probably the one reason why I collect all of them or tried to collect all of them. I wasn't even like really. I know there's a big like purchase point where it was like everyone was like, "Oh, we need the One Ring," you know. And people were buying like pallets of cards. It was intense.
Yeah. And the collectors, just the collector's pack was going for like $100.
Insane.
You know,
it was
like
crazy.
One of these, a booster, was triple digits.
But overall, like the artwork in itself, there's so many cool artists on there. But I really like how much they incorporated stuff like the One Ring, because like the One Ring is a really cool mechanic that's added on.
Yeah, the mechanics in the game are pretty interesting. With the temptation. Yeah. Very cool. I'm looking forward to playing some more and learning more about the mechanics and the synergies. Can you imagine using Peregrine Took and then having Farmer Cotton come in? So this legendary creature right here, when he enters the battlefield, you create. So it's X mana. So if you see here, and it may not focus very well because of the sleeve that it's in, but it costs you 1 white, 1 green, and then X. So you could just do it with 0. You could cast it with 1 white and 1 green. I think, right? You can cast it with an X with a 0, or do you have to have at least 1?
I thought it was at least 1, but
I think it is at least 1. You're right. It's been so long since I played. But when you do that, when you enter the battlefield, you create X 1/1 white halfling creature tokens and X food tokens. So if you spend 5 mana, 1 green, 1 white, and 3 of any color, then you've got 3 1/1 creatures and 3 food tokens. And if you've got Peregrine, you've got 3 more food tokens.
That's how, like, also Samwise. So the cool thing with Peregrine, I think, is like you could use all the tokens. Same with Samwise. If you have certain other cards to synergize with, like my friend Nick, we were playing because we were actually at Bard of Arda's wedding, funny enough, and he had created a Sam deck. And what's really cool to do with those type of decks, have a full clear capability. Whereas like you're not gonna be able to always contest with other people's creature cards, but then you have something that clears everyone else's boards, and you still have, like, say, your commander,
Wipes.
like Samwise, done. It's the easy win.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to figuring out how to play this particularly terrifying card. This is a mythic rare of Sauron. This is Sauron the Dark Lord, and you can see, though, it's going to take a very specialized deck to play him because you've got to be able to use blue, black, and red mana to bring him up. But he's a 7/6 creature, number 1. But more than that, he has ward, sacrifice a legendary artifact or legendary creature. And then whenever an opponent casts a spell, amass Orcs 1. Every time they cast a spell, there's another orc, there's another orc. And then whenever
those
an
are
army
the
you
most
control,
annoying cards. Like,
yeah, I mean, just that's going to overwhelm the board in a hurry. Whenever an army you control deals combat damage to a player, the ring tempts you. But then whenever the ring tempts you, you may discard your hand, and if you do, draw 4 cards. It's got so much
end
power.
up being like really long games too when you have these type of decks, and it's a lot of fun. But sometimes you could end up there for like 2 hours with them.
Well, with that card, you could actually die really fast because if you keep discarding your hand,
that's my point.
You know, like, what happens when your hand is empty? You're done.
Easy done. That like those are also like the funnest types. It's just like quick and easy.
Yeah.
So the Prancing Pony moot that's coming up. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to attend. I'm gonna be there virtually, obviously. Gonna do that much.
Good.
But what is one thing you're really looking forward to with it?
Oh goodness, I am looking forward to seeing all the people again. I mean, it has been, you know, we knew when we did the 22 one in October that we probably weren't going to do an in-person one in 23 because we were going to originally aim for summer, and we knew that we're not going to be able to pull it together in like 7 months. That's just not going to happen. So we were thinking originally summer of 24. But then just a lot of things happened. It ended up becoming way too difficult for us to try to pull one off. That was also a summer where Comic-Con was very important to the Tolkien fandom because of Rings of Power. And so we ended up pushing it back to this year, and it got bumped to the end of the year for a number of reasons. So at the end of the day, it's going to be over 3 years since the last time we actually had an in-person moot by the time we get together. And I am really looking forward to just seeing these people again in person. Restoring these friendships and acquaintances that have, you know, gone on for, you know, nearly 10 years of the show. So many people that have been supporting the show for so long. I'm also looking forward to hearing my old co-host Sean give his own keynote. To be a keynote speaker at a PPP moot for him is just, I'm excited to hear that.
Yeah, I was listening before, and like I got a little starstruck seeing you and Sean together because I've listened to the podcast like on and off for years now, and I'm not one of those individuals. I'm really bad at, like, I'll be the first to admit it, to like listen to episode to episode to episode. I'll like, if I like a topic, I jump around. It's just that's how I read the Lord of the Rings now. It's how
no, certainly I do the same thing. Yeah,
like most of my videos, I don't know, you probably noticed.
I've seen some.
Subjects like get into line because I'll be reading a chapter or I'll be like reading Unfinished Tales. So no, it was really exciting to see you two together. And like that's one of the few things that like would be awesome to see you again in person, but obviously meet Sean in person too.
It is so much fun to spend time with Sean in person. I mean, he definitely brings the best out in me. I mean, I say that even though I've had some amazing co-hosts. I mean, 2 of whom have already been on the show today, right? Nubetta was here earlier, and Marcel was here earlier. And so they, of course, hosted episodes with me in season 7. Hopefully Corey Olson will be here. He hosted episodes with me in season 7. But Sean, you know, the original, we spent 6 years together. There's just no, you know, it's a different show when it's he and I. And I'm looking forward to hanging out with him. It's going to be a lot of fun. Also going to be great to meet Brett Devereaux in person. He's been one of my favorite guests on the show. He's just so much fun to listen to. And just getting to hear him in person is gonna be a lot of fun.
I did hear though you say to Sean that you guys want to do a sequel to the book. First off, I read the first one, I loved it. I really appreciate it. I was able to grab a copy and like support you guys. But overall, I heard you're going to be working on a video game chapter. And
yes. Yeah.
We've had some news recently. We've heard about a new game in development that is going to be like a third person. They're trying to rival something like Hogwarts Legacy, and they say it's in the third age. So I wanted to ask you this question because I'll probably have to leave after this.
Sure.
What do you think they're going to make it about?
Ooh, that's the thing. I mean, with The Hunt for Golem coming out, part of me thinks they're going to try and tie it into that somehow, right? Because that's the smart money thing to do. But that kind of goes against the flow. If they're going to compare it to Hogwarts Legacy, it's like open world but contained, right? You know, like it's geographically one location that you can explore in depth, and so you have more room for detail and to make it, you know, really everything's sort of hand done. There's a you know, an artist's touch behind every aspect of the part of the game, of the environment. So I don't know if they can really do Hunt for Golem and do justice to that. I hope that we get like a full Rivendell, Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know what the game aspect of it would be, but I would love to have Hogwarts Legacy, but be Rivendell. That'd just be fantastic. Absolutely.
So I have two ideas because we have the Tales of the Shire, the Hobbits are covered. We had Return to Moria, which I thought was a fantastic game. Dwarves. I think it could deal with the subject you brought up, either the elves of Mirkwood or the elves of Rivendell, and you could have someone, going through the experience of being an elf and learning from the lore masters and what have you. But another idea that came to mind was the Rangers of the North, and you being a ranger.
I would love that.
Right?
That's what I was thinking. Because
like,
that's an area. That's an area of gaming that they need to get back to for sure. I mean, Arnor and the Splintered Realms and explore all that, because we all know how War in the North was just fantastic.
Fantastic game. I love
one
that
of the
game.
Classics, but yeah, to do something like that. Ooh. I think though, if they're going to make it like Hogwarts, then it's got to be, the environment's going to be a star, right? And that's why it almost has to be Rivendell or Lorien or maybe Minas Tirith. I mean, areas where the exploration of that realm, of that little small world, would be enough to make the game a winner. And so,
yeah, that's why I thought Rangers in the North, like the Dunedain, because there's so much to work with up there.
That's true. There's almost too much, though. I mean, like,
it could be.
There's so much. It becomes a large open world map with Arthedain,
but the
and
focus
Rudar
would be the
Tarvalin.
Shire in that area there. So you could do like 3 borders of the Shire, and then you go north.
And that's true. You could have the Old Forest, and the Branduin is like the edge of the map, perhaps. You could get to Lake Evendim. You could do the Barrow Downs, of course. Yeah, that could work. But we'll have to see. I'm excited.
It's like War in the North a little bit, so we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Well,
that's a little
War in
different.
the North was classic. I mean, you talk about things like Battle for Middle Earth, or some of these other games, but War in the North was just off the charts great. I still own it on Steam, but it's so hard to get it to run on my computer. It's nigh into impossible.
I was about to say, I have it on Steam. If you ever want to play that game, it is a 3-player game. The only problem is you got to deal with the invoice chat. You got to use the invoice chat for that game. It's
in-game chat. It's really clumsy. Yeah.
But
we'll give it a try. I also was going to try to use it on a PPP Plays and stream it, but I keep running into problems because when I stream a game, I'm playing it on my PC, and I use the HDMI out to an interface that connects to my Mac, and then so I'm pulling it in from an external source. And some games, the Lego games, are also like this. I end up with like HDCP handshaking issues for some reason. Like I don't get it, but I can't figure out how to break past that yet. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe I'll just stream from my PC instead of the Mac.
Well, I was thinking that, or you could use OBS to some capacity and stream.
Yeah. I just like how Restream is simple, but I hear about OBS. I need to figure that stuff out.
It's actually pretty straightforward once you get like the sources done. Yeah, then after that, it's just like a click of the button. You put in your keys for like Twitch and YouTube, and then you just click to start recording it or streaming, and it just does it immediately.
I like that it's free too, which I can't say the same about Restream.
Well, Alan, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, man.
Have a awesome rest of the stream. I'll talk to you all later.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. All right. Oh, goodness. All right. Let me go ahead and get that QR code back up. It was so good to see Belmont. And then let me pull up chat separately. All right. What have I missed, Katie? What have I missed? I've not been able to follow chat hardly at all. Gloomweaver Golem game number 2. No. Well, since the studio went broke from that game, that won't be happening. I like the camera. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Nate. Yeah. This is the other camera angle that I use. I usually have it more this way, so you don't see as much of the computer tabletop. But this is what I do when I'm going to do anything on the tabletop. So let's say I decided later that I'm going to build the Lego Fell Beast. Well, I would do that here. Or maybe, bust open more Magic the Gathering packs, something like that. So we'll do that later. You know what? Maybe we'll do one thing. I'm not going to do a Lego. That takes too long. I'll open up, and let's try a different screen size here. Let's do Let's do this one. All right. So one of the things that I used to do on some of the early PPP plays was open up any new Weta sculptures that I'd gotten. I received this one quite some time ago, and I have never opened it because I just never got a chance to open it on the show. So let's open this one. We'll take a look at Smaug the Magnificent. We'll open them up. We'll see this miniature collectible. So these are on the same scale as like the Witch King on the Fell Beast and Gandalf on Gwaihir that I have, if we've seen those. All right, let's take a look here. And then I'll probably need to take a very quick food break before we come back to do the second half of the film. And of course, tape. Thanks, by the way, for your patience as I solved the audio problem. It was so weird because I'm using the same mic and the same interface, and I chose that for the audio input. But because that camera, which was associated with that input, had been turned off, it would not work. Louis, we were watching the extended edition of the Fellowship of the Ring. Oh boy. Oh boy, this looks good so far. Okay. Well, look at that. Will you look at that? Always be so careful. Their little things can break. Little tips of these things. Oh, man. Oh, that looks good. Look at that. That does not. Hello, focus time. Focus here, please. Focus here, Canon. There we go. Oh. Or if I just switch the cameras. I love the way his claws are wrapped around the rock. That's good. That is good. I love the colors on this guy. All right. We're going to switch cameras back to, oh, well, that's okay. This camera died anyway. So we're going to put the break screen on for just a second. All right. And I think we're back. I just need to turn off those other cameras for now. In fact, we're going to remove that source and turn that one off. All right. I'm looking at the timer and it goes, I've really been doing this for 5.5 hours? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. All right. Yeah, so we're going to be getting ready to queue up for the second half of Fellowship of the Ring. Oh, in the meantime, I should show you where I've put them on the shelf. Down here. So there's the Smaug the Magnificent, and there's Gandalf on Gwaihir next to the Doors of Durin. It is a lovely sculpture. There's another one that actually just came yesterday or day before. I'm not even 100% sure which one this is. So we may open this one later too. It's obviously not a big one. It's not my Theoden on Snowmane that I special ordered back when that launched. And I'm certainly, just so you all know, no, I am not getting a copy of that ridiculously expensive but gloriously gorgeous sculpture of all of the members of the Fellowship climbing that stairway in Moria, the Masters Collection one. I don't know if you've seen that, but that is a stunning piece, but it's also a stunningly large budget. So, all right, let's see. I think. Oh, I need to hold on one more second. Okay. All right. All right. So, Katie, I had to move my phone back over here so that I could see our Discord chat in case you had anything you needed to send me outside of chat. All right. Oh, goodness. Yes, the in-person video that you took at Comic-Con, that was a fantastic sculpture. But yeah, I don't have the budget for it. I mean, that's an insane amount of money for me to pay for a sculpt. And I know, for some that's fine. That's what you want to do it. I don't have the room for something like that. I mean, it's massive. It's almost 4 feet tall. It would really need to be like the centerpiece of an entire room, I think. But yeah. All right. Well, any questions in the chat before I pull up the second half of Fellowship of the Ring? And yeah, Catherine, that Smaug one is really nice. And what's nice about those miniature ones is they're not super pricey in comparison to like the 1/6 statues, like that. The Bilbo at his desk, that's a little more expensive. I got that one on a Black Friday sale, but their miniature ones are actually reasonably priced. Really like them. I love their little Hobbit hole series. There's so many of those. I've got a few more of those to open at some point, but those are great. What character scene would I like to see what to do? Oh, anything they touch seems to be gold. I mean, even the dark, hideous stuff like Cirith Ungol or a Silm sculpt. I would love to see a sculpt of Beren holding up the ring of Barahir as he walks through the woods near Nargothrond. That would be a sculpt of the first age that I'd love to see. Or one where Feanor gets turned into ash. Maybe a good, one of their big ones, like like they did for the Grey Havens, or what other one is big? They've done some big environments. The Grey Havens one's the one I'm thinking of. It's probably like that big. But imagine that, but Alqualande with swan ships. That would be another one. Yeah, Fingolfin versus Morgoth. Good question, Nate. Unexpected challenge we've run into while planning or hosting a moot. Katie, I'm going to let you take that one first. If you want, I'll even bring you in the chat on that one. I mean, like, if you want me to turn on the camera again. You ready for that? You might not be. You might have been like, "Oh no, I'm done with that for the day." She might not even be here. I did tell her to take some breaks. So, oh, there we go. Might have to pop on. All right. Well, let me know when you're ready and we'll do that. In the meantime, I'll answer that. An unexpected challenge. Okay. Oh, you're ready. All right, great. Let's go ahead and jump into the follow the link and I'll bring you on. All right. Well, in the meantime, I'll try to answer that. There have been a number of little challenges. The biggest thing that I can recall was at our moot in person in 22, we had some tech problems that were really like hair on fire moments to try to solve because things were running, right? Things were happening. But yeah, let's go ahead and get Katie in to answer the question. All right. All right, Katie. Let me get my headphones on so I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I've been kind kind of lounging for the rest of the day, so I look a little bit different now. Did you answer at all? I muted it.
I just mentioned the tech problems we ran into last time, where it was like very much fix this now because it's happening now, hair on fire sort of panic moments. But I think we've run into some hurdles just with the planning aspect of things, haven't we?
Yeah. I think, well, Alan will get after me if I don't mention this. I don't delegate well. I love getting in and doing the don't make a face.
To delegate poorly means you have to delegate.
I was getting there. I am awful at delegating. I like being in and doing the nitty-gritty stuff. I also just have trouble trusting others with things that I've put my heart and soul into. So for me, that's one of the biggest challenges with a moot is that it stretches me a lot to have to delegate. Some of the other just general, and I think just if I may be so bold for any event coordinator in the Tolkien space, or anytime you're even doing anything in the Tolkien space, is that you will get, folks in the PPP Discord know this well, that you will get a lot of input about the mood.
Input, sorry. Did I laugh out loud at that?
Shush.
I did.
I was being diplomatic.
No, I know you were trying to be kind. I'm just like, yeah, you get a lot of input, that's for sure. Yeah, input's the way to put it. Yeah.
Any of the ways, anything truly that you do, if anyone will tell you, whether you're a content creator, or you're doing adaptations, or anything, like even event coordinators, we get a lot of input, what people would like to see there, what they want there that may not be possible, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, even with different event coordinators doing things different ways. So it's a lot to process, to take in, to handle gracefully and respectfully, and to also just say, hey, this is something we can't do. Here's why, but thank you for your feedback, and making sure you're always honoring someone bringing up their desires, or what they would like, or what they would do differently. And I think that's another one of the major challenges. Even then, specifically for me, is that this is not the biggest challenge, is that this is not something I went to school for. This is not something I ever dreamt of doing with my life. And yet, I couldn't imagine doing anything else. The moots are my Silmarils or my swan boats. I won't hunt you down for them, though. Or bring your ships. But it's a lot like Bilbo, and I've become very close to the Hobbit book because of the moots, because I was an introvert, very much an introvert until the first digital moot, and I had to be on in front of, I think we had like almost 400 people there online with us. And it actually pushed my levels into extroversion a decent bit. Like if you do those tests, that has changed a lot for me now. But it's a lot to be on, even for me. And moots, I like to joke, make me feel like Muriel, because they take so much of my energy, and I crash afterwards, and I feel like I've just given my whole being, my whole soul, myself to it. And that's a challenge, but just also that I feel like it is a constant, even beyond just the variables and trying to learn what the best way is to do it each year, is to balance my took and Baggins sides, and bring that energy to both to the moot and to afterwards, with the post-moot depression and with the post-moot crash, both of which are very much things that happen, and different ways of nourishing and kind of resting from them.
Okay.
So yeah.
Right on. Well, hopefully we won't have any more challenges before our moot in December.
I swear to God, if you just jinxed us.
Just jinxed us.
Katie, I didn't jinx
me
this.
God.
I was being sarcastic. Of course we're going to run
help
into
me
hurdles.
God. Someone please knock on wood in the chat. I need you to do that right now.
I'm so sorry. My desk is metal. I can't help you on that.
That's why I said something in the chat. All right, I'm going to hop back
Thanks
off.
again for joining us, Katie. I really appreciate you coming on.
Of course. Thank you, Alan.
All right. Yeah, that's there definitely are challenges in organizing a moot, no doubt, or any event for that matter, I'm sure. But yeah. All right. Well, I think it is time to pull together the film and get ready for the second part. And I'm gonna, during that time, I'll probably take a little bit of a break to go get some food. I've not really taken a break here for the quarters 6 hours or so, and so I will need to do that, but it won't be for very long. I'll make it and bring it back in. But yeah. Oh my goodness, including at that location. Wow. You'll have to reach out to Katie. That's you might be able to still have some input. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and get back in. I'm going to open up the Lord of the Rings here, Fellowship of the Ring. Mods, if you could throw in a timestamp. I know that we're looking at basically at a black screen here, right? Or we're about to fade into exterior of Rivendell. Shoot, my timer just moved too quickly here. Yeah. I just messed it up. All right, hold on a minute. All right, where are we going? And cut, and comes back on. Still black for me. There we go. Exterior Rivendell, waterfalls in the background. 145.36 is what you got? Okay, great. All right. Thank you for the good wishes, Miriam. If it's actually a dish of roast mushrooms, I'll be very sad. I'm not a fan, but I appreciate that. If I were, that would be glorious. How about a big steaming pan of bacon? All right. I think we're ready to go. And in 3, 2, yeah, hold on. I should make sure that y'all are ready. Is everybody ready? And we get to show some hands saying we're ready to push play. Thank you for joining us. Ready? I see one ready. Do I see more readies? I see one ready, two readies. Ready, two. Ready to go at 2. Do I have any more bids? 2. We've got 2. Hold. Death! All right, we're ready. Here we go then. I'm going to do a countdown from 3. 3, 2, 1, play. Too bad you have it. Oh, that's right. This moment terrified me in the theaters the first time. Oh, just heart breaks for Bilbo, the burden he must be carrying. Yeah. Possessed Bilbo. The entire time you're going around an event, you're like, thank you, Louis. So glad you could stop by, man. Oh, I just love that scene. Oh, I wish we got a little bit more of the text from the book on this with the Gimli and Elrond back and forth on, making a vow. Yeah, after Gollum, he would have had it the second most. For an incredibly long time. 50 years, right? 60 years. Yeah, 60 years. In 300 yards, turn left. Turn left now. Oh, that shot and the music. This is something I want to talk about musically. Do you hear the Shire theme there? Dun, 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 dun. Right, that's the Hobbit theme. Dun, 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 dun. But it's being played with horns now, so it's a little more majestic. And listen to it transition into the Fellowship theme here. I'll shut up. Love that. Such genius. Folks, if you enjoy the score, I'm going to show you a book real quick. Find yourself a copy of this book. The music of the Lord of the Rings films from Doug Adams. This is fantastic if you don't have this book and you're a fan of the music. Which I know they have not. I cannot tell you how many times I use that line. Alan, get a food. I will in just a sec. Yeah. I'm waiting for this is probably as good a spot as any. All right. I was trying to figure out, I wanted to wait until maybe they got into Moria, but I think I want to be here to do commentary on that. Tickle party! Tickle party! All right. I'll be right back. It's a tomb. Thanks for behaving yourselves while I was gone. You might wonder what I'm eating. It's probably Bill. I'm kidding. Did we? Well, they say you never know what a hot dog's made out of, so maybe it is Bill. I don't know. Oh, hey, look, it's that thing from War of the Rohirrim. The long dark of Moria. Katie, let me know if my chewing gets too loud. I'm going to try to mute myself now and then. From the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. Wow. Good morning. I'm assuming it's Sunday there. Katie, we don't debate the Watcher in the water in the War of the Rohirrim. He wasn't a Watcher. He was just a distraction. That's a good point, Anna Maria. I know. I mean, that's one thing Rings of Power has done well is build an amazing Moria. To see it in both its former glory and now is really interesting. I've always had a lot of empathy for the Fellowship going through here, man. This is a miserable place to be. Not just the GDP of the Shire, the entire Shire. I have no memory of this place. I say that far too often. Yes, it's gone. I want him to do a Lenny and Squiggy moment. Hello. so good. This talk is wonderful. Most important lesson. Good. Oh, yeah. I like how they took lines that were maybe delivered in some other place in the story, or even sometimes by some other character, and brought them in a way that fit. And this is an example, because this, of course, is text from Shadow of the Past, but it fits here so well. The Shays, probably your best bet would be to, yeah, exactly. Put it on one of the socials and tag us. Facebook group is a great place. Yep, Katie's got it. Ah, Just follow your nose. Follow your nose. It always knows. I always think of Toucan Sam whenever Gandalf delivers that line. Those of you who were watching me play Lord of the Rings Online earlier, it looks a little bit like the 21st Tall, right? With all the big pillars and the tall space. Oh. Oh. Oh, poor Gimli. Yeah, it is 21st Tall. That's the point. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Heartbreaking moment. And that's probably Ori right there. Yep. Get out. So remember that thing I was telling you about earlier with Dom and Mary, talking about where they would put This was where or Dom and Mary, Dom and Billy. This is where Billy said he would put it. I'm really sorry. Right there would be another one. MJ, we're watching a live. We're doing a streaming party, watching extended edition of Fellowship of the Ring. We're currently in Moria. Hey, Jordan, you have been busy listening to me. Boromir's line coming up. Wonderful. Hey, I'm a cave troll. The way the music builds the tension here is spectacular. You have my bow and my axe and my cast iron frying pan. Yep. I love that little nod. I got you, man. Oh, the sound effects there are spectacular as you hear the orcs getting crushed and like flung across the room. Oh, the sword's glowing. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Glamdring's glow too, but yeah, I think you're right. It was like that's an expensive effect. Let's just have Sting do it. I love that snuffling sound. That quick duck saved Sam. That was one of my favorite moments. Oh man, I literally never thought of it before, and as we're reading it, it just came to me. The swift duck saved him. Oh, if by my life or my death I can save you. Yep. We'll go kind on you on the David Day stuff, I promise. But make sure you mention that, because otherwise I can't be responsible for everybody else. The ducking action. But you're an audio editor, Jordan, so you also have a different version of a duck. Whatever gets you into the, it's okay, Katie. Whatever gets you into the fandom, right? I mean, I don't give you too much grief that the first movies you watched were the Hobbit movies. I mean, okay, maybe I do, but no. They're filled with lovely art. How is that possible? Mm-hmm. Oh. If only the Bridge of Khazad-dûm was as easy to get to from the Chamber of Maz-Arbul in Lord of the Rings Online. See you, Jordan. Thanks for stopping by. And you're right, Katie, with the addition of all the new stables. I don't think they're afraid of you, Gimli. The roach approach. Even Legolas is scared. You know it's serious when the elf gets scared. So true. New iOS update. What is this new devilry? You got it, man. I can't wait to go see him after the stream. Yeah. That's the point, Anna Maria. He knows. Like, he knows what, not only what a Balrog, Balrog is, he knows what this Balrog is. There's no doubt he knows about Durin's Bane. Yep. After almost 6 hours of doing the stream, Sabelski, I had to have something to eat. Yeah, but I'm done. I love that shot. Love that shot. The camera following right behind the feather. All right. Now, I do have a gripe here in this scene because physics are physics. And there's no way that a man and a hobbit slightly shifting their maybe 100 kilograms, 120 kilograms of weight is going to change the direction that this thing is falling. I mean, that's just silly. Oh, Sabelski, you don't know what we're doing. We are watching the Fellowship of the Ring, but of course I can't stream it because, laws. And so everybody's watching it on their media of choice, streaming or, on watching it on the discs. And we're just watching Fellowship Extended Edition. So if you want, our mods can give you a timestamp and you can join in. The Balrog has just shown himself. See, right now it looks great because the wings are of shadow. As a defense, I love this bridge. I got to say, that is fantastic. Just brilliantly designed and built defense. The flame of it all. Love this scene. Oh. Oh, I love that snorting of the nostrils, this sort of everybody roll a will save. Yep. Don't turn around yet. Don't turn around yet. Don't. Oh, yep. I love Aragorn's look on his face. He's like, his first reaction is puzzled. Like, is this even possible? Did I just see what I just saw? Man. Yeah. Katie, a lot of trailers use music from other movies because their films usually haven't been scored by that point. Don't get cocky, kid. I love it. Oh, man. That's a good one. Oh. Oh. Yeah, the emotion in this scene. Give them a moment for pity's sake. Yeah. Mm. Hmm. Remember this in the books, just the having to move forward in the middle of this overwhelming grief and realizing that a lot of what Lothlorien represents isn't just the refuge from the dangers. It's a chance to finally grieve. And it's just, oh, so wonderful. I'll be right back. I don't bring great evil. I bring Bilbo. Gimli does look better with the helmet on. Wait, hear me out. Weird people that live in trees in a forest that also sing at inappropriate moments. Are the elves Ewoks? I'm just now seeing the chat. Sigh. All right. They nailed the whole casting of this film. Can we just agree that Cate Blanchett was like one of the absolute best casting choices here? Look, it's her not appearing in Rings of Power. Good point, Katie. Boromir offering hope that he doesn't have. Yeah, the enemy followed them there in the book and got shot for their troubles. They would have just smelled them, right? Goblins have an incredible sense of direction on the hunt. Theatrical version robs us of a lot of really good stuff. Yep. I mean, I know that a lot of that's restored in the theatrical art geek, but yeah. We defend Boromir in this house. That's right. That's right. I love Sam. I love that they got this from the book.
she says.
Hmm. Yeah, Katie, it's like, he knows what it's like to lose hope, and he doesn't want to see Frodo go through that. He may not have a lot of hope himself, he may not have any, but he doesn't want to see somebody else experience that loss. Love this description. Excuse me. So sorry, folks. Hmm. Sorry, Nate. Hate to disappoint you. Let's just say I'm really glad this isn't the John Borman script at this point. If you know, you know.
Will you look into the mirror? What will I see?
I go all sorts of places. Like I said, I'm glad it's not. That's all I said. I am out of water, so I must away for a moment again. Correct, Art Geek. 1000% correct. You know of whom I speak. Man, I remember that, Lynn Nod, covering that in when we did the Appendix A5 last year. So heartbreaking. That's right. Cooling rods, they ran out of water and she just got a little hot there. That's an interesting question, Nate. I mean, like, what is a podcaster? What is a Middle Earth podcaster podcast about in Middle Earth? Would that mean that I'm talking about current events or news? No one will. No. I don't care, boss. Some guy's job was to make all those prosthetic dental pieces. How cool is that? Tastes like chicken. I do love those low pitched growls. The gifts. Well, happy birthday, Serpentine Cider. Pippin, like, oh, that's nice to know. I will, Katie. After the stream, I'll message Sean and Bree.
My gift for you, Nicholas, is following another while he was killed of our these are daggers. I have already seen signs. And for you, Samwise Gamgee,
Nice shiny daggers. I could use a nice shiny dagger. Oh, love this. Katie. Didn't know I could do that until just now. I'm going to be featuring clever comments on the screen every now and then. I do wish they would have done the proper gift for Aragorn, the LSR. That's one of my favorite connections of all the things that come together. The two origin stories of the LSR, and then whichever one you go with, the fact that she gives it to him in place of Celebrian giving it to him.
Nalani.
It's just one of my favorite moments. And if you haven't heard the Today's Tolkien Time episode on that, that was, I think, the very end of last series. So, well, the LSR, and you did spell it correctly, is the necklace, or is the brooch that he wears, not so much the necklace, but it is put on a necklace, I believe, in the book. Like, I mean, I think it's a necklace in the book, but it's a brooch. Anyway, clearly that's not the LSR because it's not a green stone, but it's supposed to like hearken to that, I think. Oh. So I thought it was just a brooch, not a necklace. Yep. She gave me 3. And how many did she give to Feanor? None and none. Yep. Well, the green stone was just the stone, but it was set in a silver setting that was in the shape of an eagle. Yeah. If I remember correctly. Anybody remember that the very, very first trailer included that shot right there of the orcs like hunting them? I don't know if you remember that. That was the trailer that I set my computer up to download overnight because this was in the early days of the internet, and it took like 5 hours to download because everything was dial-up. Fanor can scream for the halls of Mandos all he wants. He's in a noise-isolated room. Well, that's the thing, Nate. There'll be plenty of time for various gatherings of groups and subgroups and, crossover groups and everything. It's going to be great. Oh. Dial up. So, Mick, back in the day, internet came on the phone lines, and you had a little piece of hardware you attached to your computer, and it made noises kind of the way a fax machine. Maybe you remember the noises of a fax machine. Something like that. And you would then connect to an internet service. There was no just connect to the internet. You connected through CompuServe or through AOL or through something else. Phones screamed at each other back in the day, yes. And and I remember that the video took several hours to download. It was like, a 2-minute trailer. Just play the sound. I don't have this. It's not like I have an 800 baud modem sitting at home anymore. So I just make the sound myself. Oh, poor Boromir. Now we have scheming Boromir. Oh, I did play. Okay, that's what you meant by play it. I thought you meant push a button on my soundboard or something. When the strength of dial-up failed. That deserves a highlight for a little bit. Katie, I hope you noticed, by the way, you got the first highlight. Your thing about what? Stabbing Teledry? It's a nice way when I don't have the chat up of being able to call out particularly clever comments in one stream or the other so the YouTubers can see, what somebody cool said or the cool thing somebody said on Twitch or vice versa. You don't have them as bookends? Katie, you'll never forget seeing this the first time in Lord of the Rings Online and dying. Did you die because you ran into some green mobs? I'm in so much trouble. Somebody come save me, please. Come save me. An audio erasure. Yes. Okay. Fangirling. I see. Yep. What lake would this be? Aragorn, give us a name. Menethil. The Razor Sharp Rock. Ah. Cover my Nobody ever listens to the elf. Seriously? You had one job, Sam. Keep an eye on Frodo. Katie regretting her assistance in Lord of the Rings Online. Should have let me die. I'd be shocked if there wasn't, Nate. Seriously, I thought the same thing. What he was telling me, he read the Notion Club papers. So I'm like, you did what now? Yeah, that was pretty mind blowing, Katie. When I'm sitting there next to Corey, the Tolkien professor, and we're sitting right across from Lloyd Owen, and he's like starstruck. Like he had asked to when he saw that he wanted to sit at our table, or have a chance to talk with us because he listened to both our shows. Lend if I could borrow it for a bit. Well, okay, now here's the thing. If you're Boromir and the guy beneath you disappears, but you still have your hands on him and you're still basically squatting over him and holding him down, how do you let him get away? He may not be visible, but your hands are literally on him. I don't know. I just oh, that feeling that hits you when you know you did the absolute wrong thing and you feel such shame and such sorrow and such regret. I hear that's a horrible feeling to have. I'm kidding. Of course it is distracting for somebody to suddenly disappear. That is true. I'm being yelled at. Complete in all caps. I wonder what his gas bill is like every month. I mean, to keep that thing burning all the time. Oh, I was starstruck meeting all of it. It was so amazing that day. That was the one at the 2020 Comic Con when, like, I'm sitting with Corey Olsen on one side and Clifford Broadway from OneRing.net on the other, and there's like they lined up the stars. I think there were like 6 of them at each table, and we sat and like had an appetizer, and then we sat and sat a salad, and then the main course, and then dessert. And they all got to stay at the same tables, and we would move so that we got to sit with different people. But my goodness, that was fantastic. I mean, sitting there and having full on conversations with Lloyd Owen, with Sophia, with with Morvid. I mean, wow. Yeah. He was. I mean, to be like, oh man, it must have been so hard without Sean, and so. wonderful time getting to know those people. Oh, Aragorn here is a king. I mean, I know it's because he's literally a king, but you know what I mean. Get out of here, man. Go. Yep. The Ring of Barahir. Crafted by Finrod in Valinor before the Noldor came to Middle Earth. I mean, that is an ancient artifact. Yeah. Yep. Definitely the incorrect sword. I love how Lurt sounds like he actually has two voices. He's like layered. Was it? I don't remember. That might be. No, it was owned by Finrod. He fashioned it, took it to Middle Earth, wore it with him Nargothrond. Yeah. Yeah. I doubt Feanor gave anything to Finrod except a particular digit. Mary's a boss right here, man. There might be. I don't know. I'm only thinking of canonical stuff. I'm not sure. One problem about doing the show is that because I get stuck in a single story for a period of time, I literally forget some of the most basic details. So it's entirely possible that I'm thoroughly wrong. That happens. I know. Fashioned. What do you do? Oh, I fashion a podcast. I make a podcast. That's right. I just fashion it. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, like right now, I'm an expert on Eldarion and Horrendous, but I've forgotten all about like film stuff. Oh, excuse me. That is true, Katie. It is true for everyone else too. Which link? Yeah, I couldn't do this. I literally could not do the show without the ebooks. It would take me too long each week. Oh, can't wait, Katie. Yeah, I dread thinking how. I mean, even the first few episodes were done out of a paper book rather than ebooks. It took me a little while. Once I got the ebooks, it became a lot easier to do the work. But whew. Oh, Oh. Oh, it must have been a very old one indeed. If you could hear it while we were doing the podcast, that must have been in the first 5 or 10 episodes, probably. Yeah. It is all over now. And I love how the music takes center stage and the sound of Merry and Pippin and of the orcs is quieted, muffled. Yeah. I remember seeing this in theaters. Everybody was so invested in this fight. The shouts, the screams when yeah, we were like, yeah. Oh, the sound of that flinging across the And then the crowd went wild. I mean, half the audience stood up and applauded. It was so good. Thank you, Mick. That was episode 10. Yeah, the one about the gift of death to men. Yeah. Thank you. I love this scene. Hate this scene and love this scene. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Katie. Doesn't matter how many times I see this scene. Always brings tears to my eyes. And this little moment is a wonderful nod to the books. That moment See if I can find the actual quote, because I don't want to misquote it here. But when he kisses his forehead, Faramir, this is in the Crossroads chapter, Journey to the Crossroads, when he says this is the last parting of our ways. He embraced the hobbits then, after the manner of his people, stooping and placing his hands upon their shoulders and kissing their foreheads. Go with the goodwill of all good men. So Aragorn, by stooping and placing his hands on Boromir's shoulders and kissing his forehead, is saying farewell in the manner of his people. Sort of all. Yeah. The music does such a fantastic job of playing on your heartstrings right now, too, you know? Frodo's just determination. Man. Yeah, you have conquered, I think, is one of the best lines. He's won a great victory. I love Sam. I'm coming with you. Oh, man. Yeah. Of course, who knows? It may also just be because I've been sitting in front of very bright lights for 7.5 hours. So we all know about Aragorn breaking his toe when kicking that orc helmet. You all know that in filming this scene, Sean Astin cut his foot up something nasty. I mean, like, really bad. Some sort of like a piece of glass or something like that, or metal, like just tore up the bottom of his foot in the scene on the beach with the gravel and stuff. But yeah. Hail Durin the Seventh. Yep. It was that shore, and it really seriously injured him. Oh, I know we couldn't do the lament for Boromir, but at least we got that shot. And we do get one line from Aragorn here. I thought we did. Maybe he already said it. I might have missed it. But yeah, having him take the bracers, or the van bracers, whatever they're called. No. I think they're van bracers is the word I ended up finding. I could be wrong. That's right, Anna Maria. Yeah, when we see him at the end in that flash forward to his death. He's still wearing them, which I just absolutely adore. Yeah, I think now it's just the lights. The dry air. Because I used to think they were gauntlets, but I guess gauntlets are the glove plus that portion. So if it's just that portion, I think it's van bracers. But I could be. I am not an armorer, so. Yep. Thank you. Gondorian artifacts, level 100, legendary. Absolutely. Mythic rare. That's a really lovely kind of preview of what we're going to see over the next two films with Frodo and Sam, you know, where Frodo's like, we're never going to see them again, are we? And Sam's like, maybe we will, you know, like Frodo can only have the hope he needs to complete his quest. He can't hope that there's anything beyond it. And Sam, whether it's out of naivete or genuine hope, always hopes for just that much more. That was fantastic, folks. Thank you for joining me for the Fellowship of the Ring. Well, now we know that the next time I do a long, let me update the ticker. Next time I'm going to do a long marathon, we'll have to do the Two Towers Extended Edition. If I ever do a Return of the King one, the thing will have to be a lot longer. Man, that was good. It had been a while since I've seen that. So good. Well, thank you all. Of course, we don't have to be done yet. I know I originally thought, I think when I threw this out to Katie on Tuesday night after the PPP plays, I remember thinking, you know, maybe we should do a super long, you know, marathon live stream in order to sort of, you know, generate, you know, some interest in the moot. And I think my original idea was, I know, I'll go 10 to 10. No, let me just tell you right now, I'm not going till 10. And then it was 10 to 8. And I'm like, no. So I think we'll just do 10 to 6. So we'll do another half hour and then we'll call it at 6 o'clock. And then that way, you know, if there are any questions or anything in the chat that I haven't had a chance to address yet, or if there's anything that you'd, you know, like to see before we wrap up, we'll have a little bit of chance to do that. So, you know, another half hour. And then that way also, if somebody like Corey or Dawn or well, I think Matt's on vacation, but if anybody, you know, gets a chance to come back into the chat, then we can bring them in as well. But this has been a lot of fun. Don't expect me to do it very often. This was a lot of fun, but it was also, woo, my goodness, 7.5 hours so far of just solid stream, just being, you know, on. So, but I like doing it. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy it. It's good to hang out with y'all. I keep seeing someone scan the QR code. I'm grateful for that, whether it's to register for the moot or to sign up for the one bundle to rule them all. Just a reminder for those who haven't been with us all day, this is all about getting folks to register for the moot, to either, you know, for registering online in attendance, or to register in person and join us in Dallas, Texas, December 18th to 21st, or to support the moot. And I'll switch real quick to that QR code. This is for folks who might not be able to attend, but who want to support it financially. And then, of course, the giveaway, our title sponsor, OSHA, is giving away that lovely throw canvas bag and bone china mug as a prize, which we'll be giving out. I think November 4th is the day we'll be doing the draw and announcement, but the drawing will go through October 31st. So anytime you just sign up for the newsletter between now and then, and you'll be fine. But yeah. We'll take a look at that. Dev, we'll take a look. I think Katie and I were talking about doing that towards the end of the session. And so we will. But yeah. Yeah, I'm super happy. I don't know if they'll have a presence, Nate, because they're a Scottish company, or so I don't think they're going to be sending anybody over. But we are working on having some sort of communication to the attendees from them, and hopefully a goodie or something like that. But we'll see. So yeah, I'm really excited. They're such a great company to be working with. When they reached out to me and wanted to advertise on the show, I was super excited. Not just because we always want to have another good advertiser, but because their product is fantastic. So yeah, it was kind of a bummer because it meant I had to send them over to Glassbox, my agent, my representation, to do all that work. So I didn't get to communicate with them during that whole process. But it's been good to work with them. And on this, because it doesn't have to do with advertising on the podcast, they let me handle all of it. So I've been able to interact directly with them. They're really good people. So definitely sign up for their thing and buy their stuff. They're really great. So, oh my goodness. Okay. What was everybody's favorite moment in the stream today? It's probably when Sean showed up. Durin, I actually have, this is my second big bottle of water. And I want to say this thing's like, at least I think it's a liter. It's a big one. Yep. Browser website. Fantastic stuff. To another 8-hour stream at the Moot? Probably not. Will there be Moot t-shirts? Almost certainly. I haven't figured out how to do it yet, but there will be one. I need to be working on that. Yeah, getting to see all the content creators. I really enjoy getting to see, from Belmont to New Beta, Miranda, to have Max come in as well. It's just really great. Yeah. And then folks who just stop by the chat, like MG Coco or Don Marshall. Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, we'll have t-shirts available. We just have to finalize the design, get that ready to go. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be doing an 8-hour stream from the Moot. I might do a very shortened PPP plays that weekend, Saturday from the Moot, but it depends on how we organize things. And that's going to be up to Katie as to when, as to whether we can fit anything in there. I'll let Katie answer that, but no, it's typical that the lodging is not part of the price, because some people will share a room, some people need a room by themselves, some people live locally, so we wouldn't normally charge lodging in with that. But we do have a so the way we looked at it, and I'm sort of answering a question that Katie and I talked about earlier. One of the things we did was look at the 4 pillars of costs for a Moot, right? The cost of airfare, the cost of lodging, the cost of the event itself, and the cost of any additional food. Because if the event that you're going to is 3 days but doesn't include any meals, well, then you've got to calculate a whole lot of food in there. So when we calculated those 4 pillars, we found ourselves that even at the price that we're at, which is close to what MythMoot charged in June, we find ourselves actually being less expensive than any of the others on average, right? Because of the combination of the 4. Like, okay, the lodging at Oxamoot is a little less expensive, and their event price is a little less expensive, but the airfare is a lot more expensive. MythMoot, the lodging is more expensive, the ticket's the same price. So there's, when you look at the whole package, we end up providing a really, really good value. But yeah, the room is not included in the price. Mick, we'll definitely get you a t-shirt. No, I understand. It's cool, frustrated or not, we're happy to just answer the questions. We really want to be transparent with things. And Nate, good. We want people to enjoy things that you might not normally think you would. It's been just such a great time to be able to do that. And yeah, we'll definitely, be getting a t-shirt out. In fact, that's probably, now that we're getting closer to figuring out how things are going to happen, that's one of the early projects is going to be merch. So t-shirt that we'll make available for everybody. Last time around, I think we did like a few pins, and we did bookmarks and other things like that. So we'll figure it out. Yeah, I got to say that was my favorite moment, was having Sean show up. It's always a pleasure. And yeah, we really, Katie's right about the spreadsheets. We've been buried in spreadsheets trying to find the best value for our people, you know. No, it's not. It's nobody's fault for anything. I mean, it's if you're a moot veteran, you know the lodging isn't included because none of them include the lodging. But if you have never been, how would you know? Early bird special is full event only. Yeah, Friday and Saturday only, and one day onlys. There's no early bird difference, so there's no non-early bird difference. Same with online. It's only for full event attendance. But yeah, Friday, Saturday, or attending both days, then that's going to be the same price. It does help us the sooner you register, because it tells us how many people are going to be there, which is one of the reasons we're doing this, is we really want folks to register if they can, because that helps us know if we're going to be able to pull this event off, right? Speaking of which, Katie, should I go ahead? Let me know if I should go ahead and look and see where we're at. And then that way we can share good news if that's the case. See where we're at. Feel like this is sort of a, fundraising marathon, checking the thing out, but today has certainly been, wow, more productive than I thought. Holy smokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 online signups. 11 people today signed up to go online, and 2 more people have signed up to go to the full event. And we've also had a couple of significant contributions to the Moot Fund. That really does put us in a better spot. That's really encouraging news to get 2 more. So let me update my spreadsheet, my magical spreadsheet. How many did I say, Katie? 1, 2, 3. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we had 11 more. So that means we're now at 53 people for the digital moot. 2 more people for the early bird. So we're at 36. And then we received another. Okay, let's see. I think we've got it. We're very, very close to it. We're very close to it. We're close enough to breaking even that I can say now, I can confirm at 5:35 Pacific time on Saturday, October 4th, that we are now, unless there's a vast number of cancellations, going to be able to have the moot happen in person. So those of you who were waiting to book your hotel room or waiting to book your airfare, you may go ahead and do those things now, and we are good to go. So, well, I'm not trying to jinx this, Katie. I mean, I can only say that unless something really bad happens, like, 6 people cancel tomorrow, then we'd be in trouble. But right now, as of this time, we are looking pretty good. Because I know there will be some between now and December. I mean, we got 2 months basically before we shut registration off. And that I think it's safe for me to assume that we'll get 4 or 5 more full event registrations and another 10 or 15 online. And if that happens, then we'll be, in a good spot. So yay, it is going to happen. So yeah. I'll do my best. I don't know if I'll do another 8-hour live stream, but in fact, I've had to move some things around. When when I was talking with Katie about doing this, my first thought was, how am I going to do this with my schedule? Because next week was supposed to be a double. So what that means from my perspective is, because you don't necessarily know what doing a double means. It means recording 2 Prancing Pony podcast episodes in a single week. And we were going to record on Monday and on Wednesday. And that would have meant that I would have had to spend all day today writing Monday's episode so that I could spend all day Monday writing Wednesday's episode, because I also have to start writing the TTT because that comes back on October 20th. So that means I've got to get those episodes to Jonathan, my editor, certainly by this time next week. I've got to get the first 2 weeks worth to him. So I'm thinking, how in the world am I going to write 2 weeks worth of the TTT and 2 episodes of the PPP in less than a week's time, and then also lose an entire day to doing a live stream? But fortunately, I chatted with Sarah, and we were able to reschedule our double. The double won't happen now until the week of the 27th. So we're just doing a Wednesday recording, so I can write that on tomorrow and Monday, and I'll survive. So it's fun. It's fun. I enjoyed it. Mm-hmm. Good. You're welcome. It's really, and Nate, thank you for calling out Katie's hard work. She's doing a lot of this. That's a good point, Artist. We don't have a huge presence on a lot of those other Reddits. We have our own subreddit, but we do need to probably get a little more active. Maybe I think though, to earn the cred necessary to promote it, I need to be a little more present in that subreddit. That's one thing about Reddit that I appreciate, is that, you really don't get to take advantage of like putting stuff in front of that community unless you've contributed to that community. And we did that a lot in Facebook when we started, because this whole thing started from a Facebook group, as you know, if you've listened to the story that we've told on the show. Sean and I both part of that large group that, the Silmarillion / Children who are in / Hobbit / Lord of the Rings. And, it started with Book Week posts. And it just made sense that when we started to do the podcast, the first thing we did was go to the communities that we were already engaged with and contributing to. And it felt like we needed to contribute before we could say, hey, by the way, we're doing this thing. Do you want to come listen? But yeah, maybe Varking, I should reach out to Varking. Varking's great. He's phenomenal. And he's been on the TTT. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, any and every bit helps. So folks, if you want to, share on your socials that you're going to be attending this, whether it's attending online, attending in person, share the links to the page, get the word out, let them know. We'll be posting, of course, lots of stuff about One Bundle to Rule Them All, so that folks can get entered to a newsletter from OSHA. And obviously we'll have access to that same list. So if we start to put together any sort of newsletters or anything, I'm not saying that we will, because Katie does a tremendous newsletter of her own. But then we would be able to send stuff to you. But of course, anybody who registers, we're going to have your email address, and we're going to be sending you emails about the event. So, oh yeah, it is. It's still there. So, TTT, that is today's Tolkien Times, Durin. I'm not sure if that's a show that I began about 2 years ago. It's a daily show, a short format daily show. And it was one where I decided I wanted to do just a short format bite-sized thing. So each episode is about 8 to 10 minutes, and each day has its own topic. So like Mailbag Monday, or the last 6 months, it's been Middle Earth Map Monday, Tolkien Tuesday, or for a little while, it was Turin Turambar Tuesdays. Word Nerd Wednesdays have always been Word Nerd Wednesdays, Third Age Thursdays, First Age Fridays, Fandom Fridays, where we bring in other people and talk to them on the show, Silmarillion Saturdays or Second Age Saturdays. So it's been a totally different project, but yeah, check it out. It's today's Tolkien Times. You can get it as a podcast, or you can watch it on the Prancing Pony Podcast YouTube channel at Prancing Pony Pod. So that's the TTT, Doran. Thanks for asking. I forget sometimes that not everybody who's here knows about all the projects that we do, right? I mean, because we also have Rings of Power wrap up. which obviously is on hiatus, won't be coming back until Rings of Power comes back out. And then, of course, there's the PPP Plays, which is my streaming show twice a week, Tuesday evenings and Saturday afternoons, typically playing Lord of the Rings online. Thank you, Nate. Yeah, it's that's true. Doing it. Oh, thank you, Katie, for bringing in somebody new. Duran, welcome. I hope you enjoy the ride. It's fantastic. Yeah, the TTT is newer. I mean, it's 2 years old now. I'm coming up on my 100th week of doing this, so that 600 episodes will be in the next series. And right now it's a 7 weeks on and 3 weeks off. And yeah, as Nate points out, the Patreon community, the fellowship of the podcast is really where it's at for the PPP. That gets you into our Discord, so you can get live episode recordings once a month. You get Hangouts once a month, Discord Hangouts, just sort of like a Reddit AMA. And then what else do you get? You can get at the next tier up, you can get ad-free feeds so that you don't have to listen to ads on your PPP episodes. Oh, you get episode postscripts at the entry tier. So, Katie, I'm assuming the amazing part is the fact that I'm coming up with my 100th week of the TTT, because that does feel like quite a thing. But yeah, 7 weeks on, and then 3 weeks off, and each week has 6 episodes, because I don't do one on Sundays because that's when the PPP drops. And if you support the TTT on Patreon, it's similar. You get a Discord Hangout once a month. You get a bonus episode, or you can get a bonus episode, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, the live recordings are a blast. I also really do think like the postscripts are a big value add. Like, that's where we get to do deep dives into things or do a lot of what ifs. We get to have sort of like an extension, like a director's cut of the episode. You get an extra 10 minutes or so on just about either every episode, or sometimes we would do what I call a mega postscript that covers all 3 episodes on a single chapter, or maybe all 4 episodes. I think, like, for example, with Eldarion and Arendis, we're covering that in 10 episodes. We're going to do probably 2 or 3 postscripts. One will cover the part of the story like up to the wedding. One will cover the story to the end of the written part, and then one will cover the stuff that Christopher says, you know, the later aspects of the story, basically the stuff that didn't get completely finished. Yeah, it is hard to get caught up on stuff the way a lot of these apps work, unfortunately. Spotify, you can sort. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. That's what I get for doing this for 8 hours. But we are coming up on 15 more minutes, and then we'll be done. I have to finish. I have to get to 6 o'clock. But yeah, so feel free to throw out any questions, any requests for Shelves of the West, Snipped. Yeah, Katie really talks highly about Snipped as a great app for listening to podcasts. Yeah, the P5s, as we call them, the Prancing Pony Podcast Patreon postscripts, are a lot of fun. We consider the P5s definitely time well spent. I know that happens to me too with one of the podcasts I listen to. I listen to a Formula One podcast called The Race, and what'll happen, I've noticed, is if, let's say I listen to it's a 50-minute episode, and I listen to 49 minutes, and they're in the part of the episode where they're saying goodbye, and I then jump to the next one, then when it finishes, it goes back to that one, thinking, well, you haven't finished it, so you should listen to the rest of this. It's really annoying. Yeah. Spotify does sometimes anger me. I like it, but yeah, it could be better. Oh. Let's see. I'm just trying to think of what else I can do in the last, 15 minutes here. This shelf is all Tolkien. I mean, it's all Tolkien or books about Tolkien. There is a shelf down there that is books not by Tolkien, but they're books about Tolkien. Yeah. No, my non-Tolkien shelf is actually over here. And I can tell you that on the top, it is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Foundation, and Dune. And then it's The Expanse. And then it's a shelf of Formula One books. And then it's like all my history stuff that I really enjoy. But it's all Tolkien back here. So if anybody has a book that they want me to bring up and show you a little closer or do anything like that, just give me a holler. I've got a few minutes to do that. In fact, you guys think about that. I've hydrated so well that I'll be right back. All right. Let's see. Looking. Scrolling back up to see if anybody's got any suggestions. Let's see, collectibles. Yeah, Durin the Seventh. You can see some Weta pieces back there. So there's the Doors of Durin. We've got Bilbo at his desk. Gandalf's pipe. The Vial of Galadriel. A number of other little pieces like that. The one I just opened earlier, Smaug the Magnificent. Fantastic art that's behind you, the Book of Mazarbul. There is a piece that you can't see on this camera. If I rotate it, you might be able to. So this piece over there on the wall, that one right there, is actually one that Mick did. And it's my favorite quote about Day Shall Come Again. But yeah, there are some fantastic pieces back there. The page from the Book of Mazarbul is actually a reproduction from the one that Tolkien, actually created, and that's to scale. That's one from the collector's edition of the Maker of Middle Earth deal. Let's take a look real quick. Bring back Katie. Yeah. Some of the other art, of course, there's another one of my favorites right there is Niggle, the Wet Bicycle Ride. That's actually the original from Matej. It's the only one that that and Mix are my two originals. Yeah, the Doors of Durin, you don't usually see them on the stream because they're behind my head. like I'm sitting here, so you don't really see most of what's on those two shelves from here down. Need to get another shelf. Is my calendar out of date? Oh, did I forget to switch it to October? Thank you for the catch, Nate. I'll go flip that over. Ooh. Edoras. The one below Mazarbul on the left. The other Matej one. That's the That's his Road Goes Ever On. Unless, of course, you're talking about the one on the other left, which is the map of Middle Earth, also from the maker of Middle Earth. And then we have Emily Austin Lothlorien up there. And then we have a couple of Yenny Dolphins. Well, yeah, the two there. We have Tuor at the sea with his arms spread wide, and then Tuor and Idril in Gondolin. Yeah, it's fantastic. It is a lovely image. Yeah, I agree about Aure and Tulava, my favorite quote for sure. So, and yeah, Mick, that piece of yours, I cannot wait to get it framed. But I'm actually, right now it works that it's not, because if it were, I wouldn't be able to fit it on that gap on the wall. It's such a small spot on the wall. But I love it because I get to see it. That's literally opposite my door. So when I walk in, it's the first piece I see every day. Yeah, Matej is fantastic. I actually wanted to get, because I have his original Wet Bicycle Ride, I wanted to get his original It Is a Gift, but it's a little too out of my price range. I think the original for this one was affordable because it's mostly pencil. But that piece I don't even have up on the wall yet because I also haven't framed it. But it's a lovely piece. Yeah, actually, I have Elmanel's book. You probably can't see it. Yeah, it's on the bottom shelf. But you see that stripe of red? That happens to be Elmanel's book. So yeah, I've tried to organize this by shelves. So what we've got up here is signed, like limited edition and signed. So we've got the Hobbit illustrated by Alan Lee, numbered to 600 and signed by Alan Lee. Then there's the Super Deluxe Children of Hurin, signed by Christopher Tolkien and Alan Lee, numbered to 500, I think. The Silmarillion illustrated by Ted Naismith, signed by Ted Naismith and Christopher Tolkien, limited and numbered to, I think, 600. And then not limited, but signed, Ted Naismith Silmarillion, Alan Lee, each of the three great tales. And then that middle one is the Alan Lee Centenary edition of The Lord of the Rings, not autographed by Alan Lee, but taken by me to a book signing in 2001 in Santa Monica at right after Fellowship of the Ring came out. And that's the one where that one's signed by Peter Jackson, Fran Walsh, Philippa Boyens, and then Sean Astin. And then below that, of course, we've got the folio shelf, and then a first edition, first impression shelf. And it just kind of changes as we go on. Like over here, we've got the new History of Middle Earth sets, the deluxe editions. Yeah, there's just all sorts of good stuff. My own book has a spot on the shelf on the far bottom right where I have the books about Tolkien. So I actually have two shelves of books about Tolkien. One is the Flieger, Garth, and Shippey shelf, and the other is everybody else. And that's where I've got like Foster's Complete Guide. I've got the Raymond Edwards biography. I've got a couple volumes of Tolkien studies, Flora of Middle Earth, Tom Hillman's amazing book, Pity, Power, and Tolkien's Ring. And of course, that little project called Why We Love Middle Earth. You know, one of the other cool things Matej does, I got to tell you about, I'm a patron of his, and he sends us, I'll see if I can show you. Hold on. So as a patron, we get a printable coloring page of his art. So this is the dwarves, but it's not colored. And then he gives us a guide and saying all about the drawing and how what it's centered around and how we should, the colors that we can use to fill it in. And I love that. It's so cool to be able to do that. I've played around with some of his. I've started to dabble with this one. I've got a long way to go, but I've started to dabble with coloring this one, and I'm just excited. Like, how fun is this that I get to do a little art, with Matej. It's fun. Let's see, and then we're going to start wrapping up because we just got a few minutes. Let's see. I'll bring a compare. I won't be able to. I can't bring all my collectibles to the moot. I still haven't displayed my biggest one because I did order Theoden on Snowmane, and it's huge. Like, it will not fit on the shelves. It will not fit. I will have to put it in a living room or something like that. Yep, a lot of copies of Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, Silmarillion. I do have those. There's a whole shelf there that's just the Legendarium shelves. I think I've counted how many I have. I want to say I have, for Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and the Silmarillion, I think I have between 11 and 14 of each. Which is silly, I know, but some are single volumes, some are 3-volume editions. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think how many I have, but it's a lot. I will say that I tend to collect first impressions wherever possible, which means, of course, I'll never own a first edition Lord of the Rings because first impression is insanely expensive. I think they only printed like 1,500 Fellowship in the first impression. So, yeah, I ordered the Green Dragon too. I'm not sure where I'm going to put it. I wasn't going to, but I just like, I can't not do that. Like, I didn't order the Megicell, the big one. I ordered the small one, but I didn't order the limited edition environment of that. But yeah, Green Dragon, I had to say yes. When the moot's over, what do I hope people will have taken away from the experience? What they want to have taken away. Some people will come wanting to hear really thoughtful papers that make them dive deep into the text and learn. Other people will just want to meet their friends. Other people will want to have had fun and, maybe maybe they wanted to meet Brett Devereaux, or maybe they want to meet me and Sean. Whatever it is they want, I want that to be their takeaway. I want everybody to get what they've wanted. And yes, I love Bilbo at his desk. I don't have very many of the 1/6 statues because they're kind of pricey, but I got that on a Black Friday sale. And it's just fantastic. So much detail on it. So much detail. Oh, the Ancalagon license plate. That is actually a real plate. The other one is on the back of my car. I know in California I'm supposed to have both. I don't. But yeah, that is my car's license plate because it's black and it's loud and it's kind of mean. So it fits. We've been at this for 8 hours. Unbelievable. Folks, thank you for joining me today. Thank you for being a part of my first super long, extended live stream. I don't know if or when I'll do this again. I'm sure I will at some point, but it'll be a while. But thank you for watching Fellowship of the Ring with me, for putting up with some of my bad jokes, for welcoming my guests, and for just generally being really good sports. Thank you for being here. And a big thank you to my team of mods, led by Katie. And thank you, Katie, for also all the work you've done on the moot. It is really just, a testament to your efforts that we're going to be making this thing happen. And thank you all, because so many of you here today contributed to making this happen by registering today or earlier. Many of you have already registered, and it's going to be great to meet so many of you in person, but it'll also be wonderful just to share that time of the moot with you online as well, for those of you who can't join us in person. Thank you so very, very much. And I thanked you after I thanked the team of mods, just like you say, it's saving the best for last. Don't worry. Mick, thank you. That's such an encouragement, my friend. Appreciate you all so very much. I'll see you all next time. And hey, if you want to see me stream again, I'll be back Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific. I know that for those of you over in Europe and in England and Ireland, that's going to be a little too late, like 2 a.m. But yeah, I'm going to be here Tuesday at 6 p.m. and then I'll be here again next Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific. So that's the usual routine for PPP plays. I'll see y'all next time, and let's see if I can figure out how to make the closing music work. We'll see y'all next time. Let's see. Bye, everyone.